shit. We got to tune into this real quick. Hold up 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. We got a police chase
Just
going down right
begging
here.
for it,
Police
but
chase.
they're not even
1 second.
running
Welcome to
anymore.
the
They're just
stream.
kind
Welcome
of
to the stream. If you're
casually
just coming in, get relaxed.
walking
Baby. We're getting
away.
revved up. We
And
have
I
another long
presume
stream
that we'll
today,
eventually
tonight,
see
this
units
morning,
pull down
whatever time
here
it is. Let's
onto
rock. There's a
Brickfield.
there's a
But
police chase going
right
on. I just
now,
wanted to check into it. It's in San Fernando Valley. I don't know what's going
all
on
right,
here,
picking up a
but
little more
yeah,
of a
we're
jog.
checking it out. Look at this guy. Like, what's going on here?
Might be police behind
Live
them.
right
We'll
now.
see here.
Live right now, by the way. What's going on? One of the real ones. Welcome.
Try and line up with
Michelle
Brimfield
Mouse.
Avenue here.
We're going to
They're
be
behind
diving
these
into all
trees
the
here,
goods in Idaho Force.
continuing to run northbound. And it appears that they're running away from something, which tells me maybe they hear a siren in the distance back there, or maybe they're just, again, just looking for the hiding spot. They appear to have separated.
What's going on? Welcome, everybody. Fluffles, Glitter,
that is the
Lisa.
male driver. There's a
Hello,
female
Debbie.
behind him somewhere.
Or just Debbie.
This guy's running out of steam.
What's going on?
We will follow this to the
Shelly.
end here and see where he ultimately ends up, and if police eventually take him into custody here. He's running along the wash here.
Look, he's just this dude's just hauling
parallel
ass.
with Chase Street.
I just wanted to tune into this. I caught this when I was getting on. You see this crap? Like, this guy's on the go. The helicopter's got you, buddy. You're done for. You are done for. You are done for.
Get the fuck out of here!
What is going down here?
Bing bang.
Get him.
Wow.
Look at him. You can't hide, buddy.
Hiding out there. Thinks he's got away.
Yeah, they're on your bumper.
We'll see here.
They are on your
Not
bumper.
so sure about that. We'll see if they can.
They are on your
get units
bumper.
into position here.
You just have no idea.
Are, gonna let them go. We'll see. They're trying.
Bing
I can
bang.
hear them.
What's going on, Aaron?
Making their way through here, but
we're about to jump into some topics. So you see the title of the video, but I just seen this. I wanted to catch the end of it. I seen the dude running. I was like, yeah, I gotta
down
see
into the wash. Really just looking to hide out here.
Look at him. He thinks he got away. Yo, you're done for, bro. You're not gonna get away. They got you. Just go ahead and give up. Give up. What's going on, Pittsburgh?
Thinks he's found a hiding spot. Obviously not the best hiding spot. If he stays there,
dipped on.
They should be able to get a unit down here eventually. Not sure what's taking so long, quite frankly, but you can see him
Make
now.
sure you guys hit the like button as you're coming in. We're about
under
to dive
that
in.
What's
going on, Allison? Welcome.
That pedestrian bridge.
Bayou Babe.
And now back up to the surface there. Just kind of walking around.
And this guy's just calmly telling him where he's at.
Remember, the female passenger
there she goes.
separated a little bit further south on this.
Why do that? You know, you just opened up a whole nother list. You should have just let him pull you.
Somewhere in this vicinity is where we lost her.
You should have just let him pull you. You're done.
Now the driver running back towards her.
What's going on, Nancy? Yes, this is live too. I just wanted to catch the end of it. You can't hide from no chopper.
Or towards where we last saw her anyway.
Right, give up. Bing bong. Bing bong. I don't like. I know who that is.
Son. Can't miss that. So he knows that the police are onto him. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take to catch up to him.
What is happening here? I have no sound. You don't have any sound.
So you're going to jump over a fence here, try and hide out in the backyard, maybe.
Do we got sound? Put the chopper. There's no way out. What up, T-REV? What's going on, John?
Under the trees, under those trees right there near that backyard.
You're done for. Give up. Where's he at now? Is he climbing in the tree? Is this guy climbing in the tree? He said with a chopper. There is no way out, Just Debbie says. I have sound. Okay, I just want to make sure you guys got sound. Again, we're about to dive into what we're talking about. But I see, like I said, I seen this. I had to see it. Stevie Wonder could find this guy. Is that right? Voila. Is that right, Bly Harris? Stevie Wonder could find him. Starting off tonight with a bang. You damn right we are.
Pardon me. Still looking for the suspect here. He's somewhere under these trees.
By the way, phone lines will be open tonight. So
not sure if he jumped the fence or not, but
phone lines will be open tonight. I got word on some stuff that's going to be happening tomorrow. So
find this guy.
We want to go over that.
To get in here for whatever reason. So the helicopter's overhead. They obviously want to try and keep an eye on his whereabouts, especially if he's now trespassing into private property.
Oh, he was just on the side right there. You missed him.
Never know if anybody's home in there or if they were already calling 911.
He's right
in
here.
any event, we last saw him right near their fence.
No.
Right near
You
the
missed him.
backyard
He went
fence,
between here, buddy.
along this wash here.
Rewind it back. You'll
Between
see him come
Chase
through
and
here.
Roscoe. The vehicle was dumped on Roscoe. Then he ran up this bike path paralleling that wash, and there's a group of homes on the east side of the wash
going on,
that
Kelly?
he appears to be hiding out in, either one of those backyards or perhaps in one of the trees. We'll see. They'll find him eventually, but as they use their night sun, they keep in mind they also have infrared technology, so they can follow his heat signatures as well. So we'll see where that night sun takes us, because that's most likely going to be the best indicator of where he's hiding out.
Wow.
Thank you.
You said I'd get under tarp. If that was you running, you'd climb under tarp. Midwest, what's going on, Midwest? Big sis. She said I tune into any chases. I swear I seen him on the side of the house right here. I thought I seen him go through here. Boom, boom. I swear.
All right, police have now made their way into the area. We'll see if they can track him down here.
I'm not seeing him now. Love chases. I love chases. This is my favorite soundbite. Barely. All I know is what this dude is doing is straight up.
That was nasty.
Frustrating, Nancy Drew says. I mean, they're on his bumper. Okay. So we'll be tuning into.
Again, officers still trying to make their way into the area. Again, not sure why they're having a hard time, but there are now, I do see some sirens pulling into the neighborhood. We'll see if they can find him.
I don't know where
right now, we have not seen him in several minutes. Last saw him under those trees there, parallel to the wash, maybe attempting to jump the fence there, but he may have found his hiding spot here. We think he might be in that backyard right there. That's going to be the 8400 block of Brimfield Avenue, and now you can see neighbors with their flashlights out looking for the suspect, trying to figure out what all the commotion's about. They hear the helicopters, they hear the sirens, they may have even seen him run by them. That group of people were in their backyard when he ran by.
What's the chances of him getting away?
Actually heard him or seen him.
What do you think? Bayou Babe.
He just left the girl. Be in that house there, or at least in that property next to the pool. And it looks like this is might be a dead end that they're at here.
Oh my God!
A couple of black and whites now pulling into this intersection here of Community and Brimfield Avenue.
Okay. That's crazy. What?
Shall I make them bounce up and down like a Mac 10?
There we go. Dude better be glad he ain't in my backyard. What's going on, Gypsy Doll? Welcome to the stream. Where is this at? It's in San Fernando. San Fernando Valley. San Fernando Valley. That's where this place is going down right now. Tell him T-REV. He can run, but he can't hide. He ain't gonna. This dude, I don't know. If he gets away, I'd be surprised because he literally cut through right here. And yeah, like I said, if he gets through that, I'd be surprised. Well, they had a fire going out here. What the fuck is going on there? But yeah, he cut through this property. What's going on, Lindsay? Welcome, Lindsay. Aaron says we have to see. We have to see this through. I'm invested now. I seen it when I was coming on. I'm like, I was looking at videos and I've seen this and started tuning in.
So they've been able to establish a perimeter here. We'll see if it's too late, but you can still see the helicopter.
So what you're looking at right now is you got a guy on the run. This is a chase right now, and this is San Fernando Valley. He left the girl. And this guy is just dipping. I don't know. Maybe he could be wanted for murder for all we know. But if you're running, I think
jump
you're
over that fence
potentially,
and we don't see him.
It's something small
in the wash anymore. But that's where we last saw him. I think he probably did jump that fence, and he's probably hiding out in one of those backyards. So if that's the case, maybe the perimeter will help here.
You
But
know what time it is, Bobby?
I don't know. They just still don't seem to have enough units to track him down. If he's really hidden down, locked down in a good hiding spot, this could be an extended search, and it doesn't appear that they have enough personnel to
Yes,
conduct
this
that
is live,
search. Right
man.
now, we only
I'm
see
live.
2 or
We're
3
live.
black and whites.
Yes, we are live. We're live. We're live. We're live. We're live right now. Live. Yes, I could tell you it's 12/14/2023. For me, anyways. I don't know about
Actually
you.
end up in the backyard, but he could be long gone for all we know.
Whoop, caught alive again. Great stuff, Trev. Hello to everyone in chat. What's going on with you? Kiwi. Nice to see you. Stolen car. Well, there it is right there. So there's the answer. Stolen vehicle, San Fernando Valley. This guy's out there. So if you're out in San Fernando Valley, watch the hell out. Yeah, what was up with that little fire,
Let's
right?
go ahead and orbit.
Thought the same thing. You're in the future for me? Jennifer Gilly says Primo wanted to see the cone with the perimeter. Lock your doors. Yeah, if you live out there, definitely lock your doors. That's a fact. Well, don't worry. If you came here, we are going to be talking Idaho 4 here in a second. The defense is allegedly supposed to return to the scene tomorrow or today. That is the word that's out. Per sources. I won't say where, but you'll see. Where is this guy? He's got to be in those trees laying down. I don't think he's going to get caught till the dogs come. Mike S. Oh, wow. Hello, T-REV. What's going on, Grandma Patty? Welcome. Was that a fire or flares? No, it was a fire. This one for the chicken. Hi, y'all. What's going on, Nina? Welcome. Nice to see you. This one's for the chicken. Are we just like stuck at a standstill right now? Are they waiting for dogs? What's going on? Good evening. How is everyone? Fill me in. As I was getting on, I seen this chase, so I just wanted to. I was catching the end of it, and then we're gonna dive into everything else. I mean, last night, we were live for 11 hours. So I mean, at least be prepared to do another 6 or 8. You know.
If you're just joining us, this was a chase
Be doing another
that
6
has
to
now
8.
turned into basically a manhunt here as they try and find those 2 suspects who ran out of the vehicle, dumping a stolen Honda Accord along Roscoe Boulevard after leading police on a high-speed chase through the San Fernando Valley. At times doing extreme speeds over 100 miles per hour, 110 on the freeway, and even colliding with a couple of vehicles. And now you can see it has ended in a suspect search as they try and track down those 2 in the backyards.
No, that's like a crazy question. You know that, right? You know me. I don't. Somebody said, "How does your girl deal with you being live?" I don't know. The same way that. I mean, what? I don't get that question. I don't know if that's just like a super. That's like me asking, "What is your address?"
Again, it was a male and a male driver, a female passenger in that stolen car, and they just dumped the car and went running for it.
Shout out to you,
really,
girl. Nice seeing you.
Toying with the helicopter, even flashing gang signs at the helicopter at one point.
I did see you last night.
It certainly appears, from my vantage point, that these 2 might have very well
we'll leave it at
managed to escape here. They could, for all we know, they really could be anywhere. There could be information that LAPD is working with that leads them to believe that they are still in this area, or perhaps even in one of these houses. But right now, it certainly sounds like they're just kind of searching in the dark.
Toy. I get it. People ask me that shit all the time. I get it though. I get what you're saying. But I mean, I'm gonna do what I love. And if somebody doesn't appreciate what I love, then I would be a single man. Simple as that. I'm gonna do what I love, my passions, everything that I love. If somebody ever had a problem with that, they just could never be with me. I would not be the man for that person. I tried to stay up last night. I worked days. When I woke up, you were still live. Yeah, I told you. We was live for 11 hours last. We will be in the. You never know. This one might end up around the same time frame. I did come on a little bit later though than last night. I came on at 10:30, I believe. But I don't see nothing going down here. Like, what are we doing? They're on somebody here. Oh, those people are on bikes with flashlights. So we got somebody on bikes with flashlights. We got, and this was the area again. This was the area where he ran into this little brush here. So he couldn't have got farther. If anything, he climbed under the house, or yeah, they're probably checking between here right now. They got to be. There's no way. Or they're waiting for dogs. One of the two. You know? They're waiting for dogs. One of the two. Thank you, Rook. I appreciate that, bro. It's good for focus on the relationship, on the other things. Yeah, it's called work. Yeah. I get it though. I get some of the things that I asked, but relationship needs to be. I appreciate that, Rook. I meant to upload Ellen Greenberg's story for today, but I didn't get around to it. Which I fully have everything back on it. Why do I feel like this is dead though? He said that's how every relationship needs to be, must be part of go for. It's a good deal, T-REV. Bring on the dogs. That's exactly what's about to happen. They're about to bring on them damn dogs and get on his ass. He said, Trev, I bought a headband with flash spackers. I could listen. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Me while you were in my here all night. I fell asleep to the live, woke up to the live, had to rewatch while working today. Probably going to be the same tonight. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Try not to wake you up, Bobby. Yeah, you said don't forget the pepper. What's going on, Allie? Welcome. Looks like I don't know what the hell is going on here. Did they really lose him?
Copy that.
Okay.
Well, this is a clear indication here that it certainly appears that helicopter has lost visual. You see the units that have pulled into
Lost
that house
visual.
or in that intersection have gone back to their patrol cars, and something tells me,
That's
as I
what's
mentioned
up, brother.
earlier,
What's going
that
on,
this may
Mikey?
very well
Welcome.
be over.
Ross Hatch.
It just took too long, quite frankly, to get units in position here. That's the car.
Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you
female
come in. We
passenger.
are diving
I don't
into
know
the
if it's the-
topic. I do know the title, so you don't have to remind me. But you know, we like catching these.
Next to the stolen vehicle. So perhaps one person in custody here,
What's going on, Elser? Welcome.
and by all accounts, the driver
I got you.
still at large. But they may be able to use her. She may lead them to him. And
Hopefully
so
he
that may
didn't
be
slip
how
into
this
that
all
house
ends.
and like holding him.
He's
Yeah.
probably hiding out somewhere here. But for all intents and purposes, this pursuit is over. We hope they can track him down. We obviously want to see both of these two off the street. A dangerous pursuit, putting lots of lives in danger here as they...
Ginger Root, it's actually a chase. There's just they do these chases, right? And I see him a lot. So they were chasing this guy and I guess the girl, and they got out. He jumped out the vehicle and he's been on the run. And that's what I was catching the end of it live.
Thank you for watching. I'm Chris Christie for ABC7 Eyewitness News. Join us live in just about a half hour.
Well, there you go. If you want to, they're about to stop now, so we're done too. But yeah, definitely. We're about to jump into some stuff though. We're gonna jump into some stuff. I do want to talk about the defense returning to the King Road residence. So we had the sources are coming out and saying that the defense is returning to the King Road residence as of today, or you may I know in Cali right now it's what 10:27. So coming into the 14th, allegedly they're supposed to be going back there today, and multiple sources been reporting it. But I want to hear more from Let's hear it from right here real quick though. Let me hear this.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I got some new information in the Moscow, Idaho, Brian Kohlberger case. Listen up, everyone. The Brian Kohlberger defense team is sending their own investigators back to the 1122 King Road home. Yes, they're going. Very, very soon, they will be back at the Moscow, Idaho home. Sources have told me. I put out a tweet about this, too. Breaking. Brian Kohlberger's defense team has made arrangements to have their own investigators go back to the 1122 King Road home.
JLR.
You heard it here first.
Justice says source B Steve Gonsalves to JLR. I don't know that. I don't know that to be, like I said, I've seen a couple reports on it today and this video, right? So I can't specifically say, Steve Gonsalves is the source to JLR because I don't know that. I could never put that out in the air. I don't know that. I was never told that. So, I mean, I've seen their picture together, etc., but I was never told that.
What are they looking for? Could this be related to investigators revisiting the home on
Steve bought JLR's cap?
Remember they were there? And the transfer of forensics.
What's going on, Mar?
For analysis that soon followed. Remember, folks, they were there. The prosecution team was there. FBI was doing reconstruction, but it's believed that the FBI and authorities and whoever was there collected more evidence. And remember, the prosecution was supposed to turn over IGG material to the judge by December 1st. So the judge can analyze and give.
Thank you, Divine, for the 11
Brian
months.
Kohlberger defense what of that information. But right before that deadline, there was a motion filed in the courts to have forensic evidence to be analyzed. Was that new evidence that the prosecution obtained against Brian Kohlberger? Forensic evidence. Now I'm told that the Kohlberger defense is going back to the home. There are investigators to look around.
So let me think of this here. So they're going back. The defense team is going back to the house. That's the word. That's the source is saying, right? They're going back to the house. But how much can you do with that house being as much as it's been cleaned? So what are you accomplishing right now by the defense going back? Maybe they're not going back for, I don't know. There's no telling what they're going back for, but I don't get what they're going to get accomplished with shit being cleaned up there already, right? I mean, that's just how I'm looking at it. Regina says, like anything in the house is going to actually help Brian. Nah, they try and explain another DNA of Brian's found. Okay, I got you, in my opinion. Slow mode, I only assume T. I got you. Okay. Ali Brooks says, T-REV CG message with harsh reality and said Dylan and Bethany wants nothing to do with the case. Something to that effect. Sorry to mention another creator around here. It's okay, Ali Brooks. I've seen it. What's going on, King Scarlet? Shout out to you. Unknown. I don't answer unknown phone calls. I won't. Refuse to. Show your face, not your waist. That's kind of how I look at it.
What could possibly be at the Moscow, Idaho home that Brian Kohlberger's defense team,
what's going on, Jewel,
are looking for? What
Welcome.
could be there? Investigators.
Magnolia
We're talking about Richard Battanti. Remember, we heard that name, Richard Battanti. He works for the Brian Kohlberger defense. He's a former police officer, also investigator for Boeing. What could this be? Could this be the defense countering what the prosecution has? Or could this be some new theory and speculation that the defense has to help Brian Kohlberger in his case? Brian Kohlberger waived his right to a speedy trial. And I speculated on JLR Investigates that this waiving of speedy trial rights could hurt Brian Kohlberger because the prosecution has more time to build a deeper case against him, a more elaborate case, get more evidence. And I believe that they possibly could have more evidence, or because we've been seeing a lot of these sealed supplemental requests for discovery. We're on our 10th supplemental request for discovery, folks. We don't know the information out of that. But if forensic stuff is being sent for evaluation, it's safe to assume that there could be blood, could be more DNA, something. And the defense is like, okay, we're going to send our own team to the house and inspect all over the home. Now imagine, folks, if they would have torn down that King Road address. The victims' families were working to get that not done, right? They planned to demolish the home. So actually, maybe the victims' families just saved the day if the prosecution found more evidence inside that home after the fact, and now the defense wants to go back to that home. Will whatever they collect, if they collect anything, the defense, or whatever they gather, whatnot, will the prosecution counter that again and go back to the 1122 King Road, like a cat and mouse game in this case? But you heard it first on JLR Investigations. The defense team investigators will, maybe the defense team too, but at least I know the defense team investigators plan to go back to that home. Subscribe to my channel, hit the notification button. I get the goods. This is the go-to channel.
Get the goods. You heard him. JLR put this video out today. Also, there's a couple sources that talked about it. Now, the defense going back to the house. What are they doing? 916, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. It's Fluffles.
What's going on, Fluffles?
Hi. So I just wanted to give a couple of my thoughts. They were talking about the possibility that Brian could have gone into was it the second story window or third?
Second story.
Okay. The one thing, logically for me, we have seen absolutely nobody taking any kind of fingerprints from that window. We've seen nothing but live,
eventually
FBI and crime scene investigators go to that property.
Mm-hmm.
Yet I haven't seen anybody take anywhere around those windows. Have you?
Have I seen anybody doing what?
Taking any prints or any pictures around any windowsill? That has not happened. And we haven't seen.
Well, I mean, I can't say affirmatively because the video that I have specifically is only 2-3 minutes long, and they were in there so much longer than that. So it's hard to really tell what they took pictures of and what they didn't. I can only see what they did off the video that I do have. So it's we only got so much to look at, right? That's how I view it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. I think that for me, I keep hearing all these theories and whatnot, and I just, for me, I don't know. I think that he absolutely went into the sliding glass door.
Right.
I don't think he went. I heard, I know you think that he may have come back in. I don't think that. I really don't. I think that he went in. Because if you look at the Linda Lane footage, right, the only way that he would have gone back in, if that theory is correct, that he went out and came back in, then it would have been right then, out and then in. But let's think about that for a second, because in the PA, Dylan Mortensen is saying what happened is that she saw him twice.
Mm-hmm.
So she saw him. Did she see him going up the stairs and then actually going back by again? Or no, she saw him going down to Xana's room and then exiting past her room. So she saw him twice. Right? Am I right?
She saw him twice?
So, right. For the PA, she saw him twice. He went by her room once, and then she saw him going back out, right?
I thought it was just the part where she had opened and seen.
Just at one time?
Yeah.
I thought it was twice.
I'm pretty sure it was once from what I recall.
All right. Well, you probably okay. Well, really? Okay. But anyway, yeah.
But then again, it's how many. But then again, there is details that are hidden, so we really don't know how many times she really seen them. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's how I look at it. You know, we really don't. We know what was told to us.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say is that, initially I was really anti her. I mean, I was like, okay, this girl is an awful human. I can't even believe that she saw it and, growing up in the country and whatnot, I'm like, Jesus Christ, how could you not respond to that?
Mm-hmm.
But after like a while, I think that she's probably, in my opinion, I think that she's probably on drugs or drunk, and she was scared, and I think that she maybe selfishly just went to bed. And you think about it, so she went to bed. She's a college student. It's 4 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m. or whatever it was. She doesn't wake up until 11, so that's she's gotten like 7 hours of sleep. She wakes up with a huge hangover, and I don't know. I think she was just a kid. But I mean, I'm not a big supporter of hers, but I think that I don't know. I went from hating her to thinking, all right, I'm gonna take it easy on her a little bit.
G caller, I'm not sure. What? I mean, it's. Is this Sleuthie Goosey on the phone? No, that's definitely not Sleuthie Goosey on the phone.
It's okay. You can take it in a
Absolutely
call. I
not.
just want to call and tell you I
No.
love you guys, and I got a few thoughts, but to be honest with you, I just think that everybody knows way more on this than I do. But that's all I wanted to say.
I mean, but it depends. If you're looking at other stuff and then you miss details, I mean, that can't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, but I do with all my heart believe that this is just Brian Kohlberger. And so somebody did say, they were talking about there was 2 other DNAs. We have a 4th Amendment. You cannot, you can't just say, number one, that's a party house. You know how many DNAs are up in that house? Like probably 150 or more. Everybody's DNA is in there. Okay, it's a party home. So they identified 2 DNAs in the vicinity. One's on a glove outside, and then one's somewhere in the house. Right. So of course there'd be male DNA in there. I mean, how many female DNAs did we find in there? I mean, if they were to do a full investigation on how many DNA profiles they were to find in that house, I mean, it would be a bazillion. I mean, there's like a ton of people in and out, in and out, in and out. But there's only one male DNA on the knife sheath, and that's a big deal, guys. That's a big deal. The other one's on the gloves, and the other one's, who knows, maybe on a cup. I think it's a big stretch to think that there's a conspiracy going on. I think that's really sad. So that's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. So,
I'll let somebody else call in.
So you're more on the side of it isn't.
No, sir. I think that's just Brian Kohlberger. I think he's the only one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're more on that side of you think it's him, 100%.
Oh, I 100%. I think that he was stalking them. I think that he was stalking Maddie, in my opinion, and I think that he may have gone into the house prior when nobody was there, or into within a party, and he was, not really seen. I maybe like 6 months prior or 4 months prior, or he went in. He knew something about that house for him to be able to skedaddle up and down. Wow. I think that he was not expecting Ethan and Xana. I think Xana came out first. I don't think he was expecting that at all. I think he went up there to fucking murder Maddie. So that's my time. I will let you go, but thank you. I love you.
I love you back, Fluffles. Thank you so much for calling in with your thoughts. And thank you for being a voice in the community. Lock your doors. And if you think of anything else, call back.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Shout out to her for starting off the show. We appreciate it. And you feel free to call in 219-885-9693 with your thoughts, your theories, etc. And your face, not your waist. Won't do it. I'm sorry. I just don't answer unknown calls and never will. I did one time, and the person was yelling the N-word with the hard ER over and over and over and over again. So sorry, that ruined it for all unknown callers. You will never get answered again. You're going to keep attempting, but you're going to keep getting declined.
With the Brian Kohlberger case, let me know what you think. We will talk soon.
Like I said, hold on 1 second. I can't wait for you. Said I can't wait for this trial to start. Divine Timing says. You said I heard the DNA was semen. Ooh. Interesting. Not doing it. Sorry. You can keep trying though. Exactly, caller. Same caller. Let me pull the next. One of the best to do, but one of the best to movement. Key witnesses to testify. Who are the key witnesses to testify in Brian Kohlberger's trial? I don't know. I don't get that. Key witnesses to testify in Brian Kohlberger's quadruple murder trial. Now, another thing going on right now in this case, which I'm gonna pull up because I wanted to read this article. They got Idaho prosecutors submit disputed Brian Kohlberger DNA evidence to judge for review, right? Idaho prosecutors have submitted disputed DNA evidence to the court that student stabbing suspect Brian Kohlberger once handed over to him as he hopes to beat 4 first-degree murder charges in a burglary count in November of the 2022 massacre of 4 University Idaho students. Prosecutors say that police used investigative or IGG evidence to generate leads, but not to obtain any warrants in the case. They allegedly confirmed a match between a DNA sample on the knife sheath found at the crime scene to Kohlberger's cheek swab. Now it's saying here police recovered a K-bar knife sheath under the body, obviously, of 21-year-old victim Madison Mogan, who was found with stab wounds in an upstairs bedroom alongside her best friend Kaylee Gonsalves. So their house, it says their housemate Xana Kernodle, 20, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, also 20, were also killed. 2 other housemates survived, including one who saw a masked man matching Kohlberger's description walk out the back door, according to court documents. In a filing dated November 30th and released over the weekend, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson wrote that his office had submitted the IGG information in its possession, custody, or control. The fight over whether the IGG evidence should be disclosed has been a sticking point for the defense as it demands more information through the discovery process. Judge John Judge gave Kohlberger's defense a minor victory in October, ordering the prosecution to share the evidence with him for an in-camera review and an inspection by the judge done in private. So he is expected to examine the IGG evidence and decide how much of it, if any, should be shared with the defense. The state's argument that the IGG investigation is wholly irrelevant since it was not used in obtaining any warrants and will not be used at trial is well supported, Judge wrote previously. Nonetheless, Kohlberger is entitled to view at least some of the IGG information in preparing his defense, even if it may ultimately be found to be irrelevant. Now, what does that say? Judge denies Idaho student murder suspect Brian Kohlberger. Okay, yeah, we know all that. We know they dismissed all that. But I did want to touch up on that part. They are sure, you said they are sure keeping the 911 call very, very sacred. Can't figure that out. Release the call already. And I think that the reason they haven't released that call at all, Shannon, is for the simple fact that it holds details into this case that are probably going to be used, in the courtroom, obviously. But I think that it might entail some details in the phone call, which is why they haven't released it. You get what I'm saying? It makes a lot of sense if the person who made the 911 call said some stuff about the scene. So you got to play that into factor also. Thank you, caller. Great call. Damn, I'm still behind. Yay, time for a bowl and T-REV. Said time for a bowl and T-REV. He's a stalker, and he said he's a stalker, or she said, I think Toys, she ought to correct me if I'm wrong. He's a stalker and stalked several women. Yes, he's been in the house before and probably even established a relationship with Murphy.
Oh my God.
Unknown. I'm telling you, I'm not answering you. Why do you keep trying? You said school 4 people with a hell of a fights managed to strip and speed off all in 5 to 8 minutes. No chance. Which goes to lead. While last night I was sitting here, I said that I specifically believe that he went in twice I don't think that he rapped in once, and it may just be once, but I think he went in twice. I really do. I think he went in twice. 870, you're on the show. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, brother, it's me. It's Regina, your favorite bugaboo. Anyway,
on?
so somebody said something, and I want to say that it is actually kind of likely. I mean, it's, college kids, that it was semen they found near the girls. Okay. Well, I actually have been doing some research on it, and I have an explanation as to why, if there was semen found near the victims' bodies, why it wasn't entered into DNA evidence for testing as opposed to other elements of things that were tested around the bodies. Okay, semen, your swimmers, your sperm, have a very short shelf life. They only swim for about a week. So if you've got two fresh victims that have been murdered and you take semen samples and all the swimmers are dead and they've been dead for a week, there's no point in testing that DNA for them being, you see what I'm saying? It wouldn't be relevant to the case because it would be weak-old DNA and it would serve no bearing as to what just happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. A lot of sense.
So I think that's exactly why the other sources of DNA were ruled out, because they were past expired on the time that they would be relevant to the case.
So I mean, it definitely makes sense. That's for sure. But
it's true. It's true. Your sperm swimmers only live for a week outside the human body.
But it's
so
like this. So that would mean that he had to, it would mean he had to do something.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
Exactly.
It would mean he had to do something. And where's the time for that? The time for that is when, what?
Okay. The DNA is still present. The DNA from the swimmers is still present. But if the swimmers are dead, they are old swimmers. They've been outside the body for about a week, and that means that they're not relevant. That means that the person ejaculated a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
There's people in chat saying, oh, you can still test and get the DNA. You're exactly correct. You can get a DNA sample from dead sperms, but it doesn't mean that they're viable sperms.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're all dead, they've been there longer than a week.
Mm-hmm. So, but we got, if that's the case, you think that he went in, and I don't even want to say it. Like, what I'm going to add. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think he went there to gender assault Maddie, and I think his plans got foiled. I think that's what he initially went there for. But I don't think he did get to SA her. I think that the other DNA samples, the reason they haven't been tested is because they aren't relevant, because they were old samples from partners that she willingly partook in. You feel me?
Yeah, that shit, dude. Whoa. We might need to check. Oh, damn. Thanks for that link, by the way. The Gonsalves family page has sent out a message 3 hours ago on Facebook. Again, the Gonsalves family page. They said, I wanted to address a YouTube video brought to my attention today by a foreign creator who claimed to have received death threats due to his content. When I initially tried to be helpful, it seems his claims may have been a ploy for attention. We support all the victims associated with the 1122 King residents. With the 1122 King Road residents or resistance, it says. We have been threatened, but not by any of our girls' college friends. Individuals like this grifter tarnish the reputation of honest YouTubers, and the manipulative attempts to exploit victims' families should be condemned. Despite our family's stance against baseless content, he turned vague words around to create controversy. Twisting victims against themselves is unacceptable. And we want to be clear, we stand united with all victims of this case. From the Gonsalves family page.
Yeah, I know the certain content creator everybody's talking about. I ain't trying to be disrespectful, T-REV, but it's harsh reality. He supposedly got death threats about all this in this case. I don't know how credible that would be, considering he's in the United Kingdom and really has no bearing whatsoever on anything. I haven't seen any evidence that proves he was threatened. He hasn't put up any evidence that it went down. It's just something he's saying on his thing. So I think he's full of crap. But that's just me.
I'm sorry, but they seem very upset by that. It looks like, and the certain it didn't say the creator's name in there, but that was posted on the Gonsalves family page.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ain't that messed up? Not only do you got to deal with the death of your children and basically the trial of the century involving their death and having to deal with all this, but you got to deal with creators out there trying to get a name and make attention for themselves based off of your loss. Ain't that something?
Yeah, this wild. It's a harsh Scott threat. Like people are okay. I see the name that's coming out a lot. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no. We don't want to do that. We don't attack victims over here. I don't know. I think for me, victim shaming is like the worst thing you could possibly do.
I think that the victims and what they're going through gives them the right to say however they feel about anything they feel, and everybody else just needs to buck up and give them their space and let them grieve.
I just don't. The victim shaming shit is crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For real. Like it's
crazy. I just wanted to call and let you know about the sperm, and someone said 15, 30 minutes. That depends on the environment. But technically the forensic site I found said that sperm can live up to a week outside of the body. And if they use the swimmers in forensic testing whenever they're dealing with victims of sexual assault, actually. Because if the victim has had relations with someone willingly and then are sexually assaulted, they have to differentiate in time frames of the sperm and when it was left there. So that's why they use the rule about the swimmers. If it's a week old, then it's old semen and it's not viable anymore. The DNA is still there, but it's dead. And that means that the sperm has been there for a week or longer. So that's what I found, and I thought that you might find that interesting because I believe that is exactly why the other DNA samples weren't tested, because they were old.
What's going on?
They were degraded.
Yeah, this he went to S.A. Maddie. I've said it from day one. Nothing's changed my mind, says Brad. Damn, a lot of people.
Oh, and Fluffy, shout out to you, girl. You were awesome when you called in. I was totally saying something and you like spit it out before I could even get it taken. But I was like, holy crap, she's awesome.
I didn't see none of that. Somebody said Horace made a post that Ethan died in the hospital and related. It totally.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Horace did that.
Okay. A while back, somebody hit me up and told me that there's no birth certificates for none of these victims and that the Gonsalves families was money laundering, and I kicked them the fuck out of here because I think they're off their rocker.
Yeah, well,
no
bullshit. Actually,
like you cannot make an empty statement like that with no receipts behind it.
Well, let me explain to you what Harsh did. Harsh looked up obituary for someone else with the same name as Ethan Chapin. That was actually a different age or born on a different day or whatever. But he posted it that Ethan Chapin died in the hospital and everything was lying. And then he had to come out and make a new video about, oh, this was the wrong guy. Yeah, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to do a thorough investigation from Great Britain whenever the murder happened in the United States, though. I mean, really, if you look at it, all of the stuff that Harsh has been putting out is secondhand information, and half of it's wrong.
It's a weird topic, but interesting. Yeah, that's wild. But no, I appreciate you calling in, Regina. I think that shit's crazy.
Yep. Anyways, I love you guys. Shout out to Rev Gang, T-REV. Man, last night's stream was so much fun. You and Osmic had me cracking up so hard. I mean, y'all hit on some really good points, but y'all also left it, lighter than all these other dread channels that they're totally just, what's the word I'm looking for here? tragedy pimps. Tragedy pimps, that's it. Y'all are not tragedy pimps. I don't care what nobody says.
It's crazy.
I appreciate the light and love you bring to these cases, and keeping a voice for the voiceless. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Regina. I appreciate you. See, I'm about to lose my shit. So well draft. Represent UK superb. Oh, I was like, what? Hey, look, people like who you like. Like who you like. Continue to support who you support. Do you? I wouldn't let people's opinions about anybody. There's opinions about me out there. There's opinions about JLR out there. There's opinions about every single person that you know. There's opinions about everybody. So like what you like, love what you love.
The only thing that affects my opinion of people is how they present themselves to me. That's what I go on.
What's going on, Joe?
That's what I go on. That's what you got to go on. Mm-hmm. And what you see someone doing to other people, they will do to you. So just keep that in mind. You ain't special whenever it comes to the grand scheme of things. If someone's doing dirty to someone else and you're kicking it with that person, they're going to dirty you up. You know what I'm saying?
Truth seeker. Who hasn't been wrong?
I've been wrong a time or two. I've been wrong a time or two, but I'll own up to my mistakes, damn it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Amanda.
Thank you. All right, brother. I'm going to get off here and let somebody else call in. I love you, brother. I love you, Rep Gang. All y'all in chat, hit that like.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Regina. I'll talk to you soon. I'll talk to you shortly. Lock your doors, stay safe, and you know the drill.
God bless, brother. Later. Always.
Shout out to her, man, but that sperm stuff? That was nasty. I don't know much about all that. I mean, hey, it could be, but character. Hi, everyone. What's going on? What's going on, Dana? Welcome. Unknown. Like, bro, you just don't give up, do you? But you're not gonna get through. I'm not gonna answer to you. You said that creator got what he wanted. For everyone to talk about him, just ignore him. It's so shameful what people will do. Well, some people will do. I'm in Ireland. Shout out to Ireland, Lisa. Shout out to Ireland. Loyalty is everything. Rev Game family, the awesome group of people. Thank you for keeping it. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Pin a rose on your nose, as always. Ours hasn't. Okay. That's what I was saying. I didn't know what True Seeker was talking about. I was trying to see. He said Harsh been wrong. He hasn't been wrong. Won't answer it. Sorry. Try again. Oh. Try again. Hold up. The heck? I didn't click on that. Get out of here with that. I want to see these witnesses.
Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Madison Mogan were discovered slaughtered inside their off-campus home on Kings Road in Moscow, Idaho. A 7-week manhunt.
What's going on? Welcome, Terry Jones.
Student who studied in a nearby town.
Worthington.
Brian Koberger.
I recognize that name.
Thousands of miles away from the crime scene at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. The former PhD student declined to offer a plea at his arraignment and has since waived his right to a speedy trial, meaning a trial has been put on pause indefinitely. But what can we expect when what could be the case of the century begins? According to former prosecutor, now criminal defense attorney Matthew Mangino, the case has been built on a lot of circumstantial evidence.
That doesn't mean that you can't prove a circumstantial case. Certainly, many cases are proved without direct eyewitnesses and other things. What I would like to see
317 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
He wrote.
What is going on?
Hey, what's happening? I was just letting you know today. I seen them talking about that defense is going back into the house to check on something, and the prosecutor's going with them.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about that?
Yes, sir. I absolutely did. 100%.
Okay. Well, I know that you're a all-nighter like me. I just want to make sure that you heard that.
Yes, sir. I definitely heard that. That's what I was just playing before. Sources are coming out and saying, look, they're going back to the house allegedly today, which would be on the 14th. For some, it's still the 13th, but on the 14th, allegedly they're going back today. So we'll see.
Okay, just wanted to just let you know that. I appreciate you answering.
No doubt, brother. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, bro. All right.
God bless. Shout out to him, man. I appreciate him. Appreciate him.
Obviously, connecting the dots. You know, we know that
Your nose
there's
ready.
Telephone evidence.
Your Christmas
His
tree?
cell phone,
Living
Brian
room?
Kohlberger's cell
It's in
phone,
the living
was
room.
in the area of where these murders occurred. We know there's videotape that surveillance cameras, you know, home cameras, traffic cameras have captured his vehicle, this white Elantra. And then we know that there is
I
DNA
think he is
evidence,
allegedly.
although it's very minute. It's on a sheath that was found at the
Just
crime scene, and it was
based off that, based off the things that I've heard from talking to a couple people, yeah, I absolutely believe that it's Brian Kohlberger. 100% allegedly. I believe that Papa Rodgers is 100% Brian Kohlberger. After talking to the few people that I have talked to, yes.
it was matched through genealogy, DNA, and you know, ultimately when he was arrested, DNA was drawn, and there is a match between the two. So, you know, how did that get there? How did
775? You're live. What's going on?
a match between the two? So, you know, how did that
775? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
I'll just making sure. Now I thought I heard myself, so I was like, "What's going on?" Yes, I
Oh,
can.
I'm sorry. Let me take it off speaker.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Talk to us.
No, I was just wondering because, like, I know that, you know, I've been out of the loop a while, so I don't know what exactly has been talked about lately. But, like, about him doing everything, and I know that it's been on a lot of people's minds. Like, there hasn't been any kind of speculation, or like they were thinking that maybe there was some other people involved, or maybe, you know what I'm saying, another person, or maybe he used another thing of intimidation rather than just a knife. Like, you know what I'm saying? How could he keep them all like contained and things like that? It's just kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around that. That's what's been kind of bothering me. So I know people probably already talked about that, but you know,
Well, you said like keeping them contained.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like he goes in there and he, like, if he starts killing somebody with a knife, the other person could run. Like, how is he able to, you know, keep them in one spot without them running everywhere? Like, I felt like there could have been
A
another
handgun?
mode of handgun or something like that. So, you know, for more intimidation, and that's what's been kind of on my mind. I don't know. You know?
I mean, that's a good point that you're bringing up, because what was he found with? You know what I mean? He had a gun.
I didn't know that.
He
See,
had a gun. So I also have speculated, like, damn, did he subdue that? Like, you know what I mean? With a gun, and instead of just, you know, being loud, or I don't know, or he got in there, they were sleeping, or one was awake and he called one and the other one was sleeping. I have no idea, because at first when we heard they were allegedly sleeping at the time, and then, you know, things started to go all over the place. So
And then there was like a lot of screaming, so I was just kind of like, I don't know, that it was just hard for me to. That's all I wanted to ask, because that just was really bothering me. So,
yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that's all. So,
well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling in and
all right.
sharing. I mean, definitely. You say you ain't watched in a while, and there's a lot. There's a lot to catch up on, as far as like, when's the last time you watched?
No, I watched like a couple days ago, but like I be busy with school and work, so I missed some of the lives. So I missed last night's live, but I watched the one the day before, you know, the live before then.
You ain't missed much then. You ain't missed much. You're in there though. You're good.
And this Tara Pink, by the way, so I don't know if it came up on
Tara, yeah, I'm
yeah.
familiar with you, Tara. What's going on? Shout out to you, Tara. I appreciate the support to the channel, the love, all that. Thank you so much for being so kind, and I appreciate your love and light.
All right, bye.
Thank you, Tara. Wonderful person, love her. I didn't know that was Tara at first. I want to hear about these witnesses testifying.
You know to you know, move forward with the genealogical investigation.
What witnesses are testifying? Unknown. You're not getting through. I'm sorry.
Of independent businesses, and ultimately, how do they make that match? So those are all questions that I think
fix it. I gotta.
jurors are going to want to hear. How do you connect all these dots
Let
together?
me share
The
this.
state has touted the use of DNA to build its case, which detectives say linked Koberger directly to the crime scene. The biggest touted link, DNA discovered on the
But I'll tell you what is crazy right now. What we got 496 people in here. I'm about to run like an 8 to 12 hour live, and we only got 176 likes on this bad boy. FTA for the algorithm. Make sure you share it to your platforms, wherever. Like button at least. $3.99, baby.
button snap of a knife sheath found near the body of Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. Matthew Mangino says this DNA will play a crucial role in the trial, but it's not the only hand the prosecutors could deal.
What we also know is that this is a very
602. I'm on with you. What's going on?
Hi, this is Toy.
Toy, what's going
Toy
on?
Erie.
What's going on?
I got so much to say. I didn't think you'd let me on because I don't know if I'm showing whatever I got to show.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that mostly the girls, the survivors. I think Dylan is innocent of anything. It just breaks my heart to hear them going after her and saying, "Why didn't she call?" I think she might have called. I think she might have called 911 even, and they talked her down. She called 911. They said, "Well, do you hear it now?" And she said, "No, no." "Are you hearing it now?" "No, no." And then finally they said, "Well, call us if you hear anything else." And guess what? She didn't hear anything else. That's one scenario I could see. And another one is those college students, those Greek kids, were discouraged from calling 911. And they were told to call the RAs or house mothers or whatever. And what if she called one of them and the same thing? They talked her down.
Interesting.
We'll come over and look at it in the morning.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they're not releasing the 911 calls. That makes me very suspicious because we got Gannon's 911 call immediately. We got everybody else's 911 call right away. And we still don't have the Idaho 4.
At all. Yeah, and I think that, and then this is me speculating absolutely 1,000%, right? But I mean, we got to look at it like this. If they're not releasing it, it's obvious that something in there is just, something in there just don't, it's, I don't know. Something in there
the other
is
thing,
said.
you know what, T-REV, the other thing is they've got so much against this guy that if they let anything else out, they would taint a jury. And they're not going to let any more information out because he's already pretty much guilty. In my eyes, he did it. I can't imagine. So if they got other DNA samples in his car or in his house or something, they can't release that and have a jury. Think about that.
I got you.
Are you still there?
Yeah, no, I'm here. That's so. This one dragged my mind. This case.
Oh, it's so interesting.
Not only is it interesting, it's just it's the mysterious. It's everything that's so mysterious, right?
Yeah, it's got so many nooks and crannies and sideways glances and shit. Holy cow.
It's the mysterious things, and then when it comes down to it, somebody gets arrested, and it seems like for some people it's still not good enough that okay, somebody's arrested and now they're presenting evidence. They're saying that they have, and I want to believe them. And if the defense team is able to prove otherwise, I've always said that, then let's move on from that. But
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. Prove me wrong. Prove all my theories wrong.
It's crazy. I want to see what they do. I'm curious to what they do. And they're going, the defense is going back to the house allegedly today. So
yeah, I'm seeing this case going out till 2025. I really do.
that's funny you said that because I said that either end of 2024 or 2025. I think the trial will be.
Yeah, they're going to push it.
I said the same exact.
But this is amazing, and he's the perfect guy. he looks like a serial killer.
I mean,
You know, he's just scary looking.
I've seen some pretty weird people in my time, but you know, I've seen weirder than Kohlberger.
Oh heck yeah, but
guy not even
scary.
he's not even in jail. You know. It's I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, he looks empty to me. I think the same exact thing, but
yeah.
At the same time, I've seen wilder.
I'm just waiting for one bit of evidence to prove me wrong. That's why I watch these shows, is to find something that's going to blow me away and say, oh, it's not him. It hasn't happened yet.
It's not him. I hope we don't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I hope we don't, but that's what I'm on here for. Otherwise, I'd be watching something else.
Exactly. And if say ended up beating it, then where do you start at after that, right?
Well, there's got to be someone else then. If he beats it, it's somebody else.
That's what I'm saying. Either it's somebody else, or imagine getting off like, for instance, allegedly, I think the Casey Anthony 100% guilty.
Yeah, I think
Allegedly.
Ann is making sure that none of this. What's his name? That guy that killed his wife and her and the guy at the waiter. The waiter. Anyways, what's his name? Anyways, the guy that killed. Yeah, he got off. That's rare, and he did it. But you're not going to see that happen in this case.
No. I don't know. Why would cops cover it up unless perps took blood and threw it on law enforcement's property?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much. You are the best. I love your show. You do amazing on these calls. I can't believe the quality of calls you get and how you handle them.
Thank you.
And you give everybody a voice.
Well, I'm just waking up. I really honestly woke up about an hour and a half ago.
Whoa.
Yeah,
okay.
I actually was like laying and couldn't fall. I didn't fall asleep till like 3 p.m. today. And then I woke up.
Oh, you were all jazzed.
I woke up at like 11.
You were all adrenaline infused.
I'm just getting I'm just waking up right now, so it's like I'm just getting started. My day's just getting started. I'm getting revved up. I'll be live again like 8 to 10 hours at least today. So,
moly. Well, I got a sick house. I got to take care of everybody. I got 6 sick guys in my house that I got to watch out for.
Well, I'm sorry that you're going. I don't know what the situation is, but prayers for them to get better. And
yeah, we're working on it. They got Lynn, the nurse, on hand, or Toy Airy, the nurse.
Well, I appreciate
and my trusty Boo Boo, the nurse dog, who helps me out. Okay, you go and take good care and get some good calls.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Like I said, lock your door, stay safe, and prayers for everybody that you're taking care of sick. I hope they get better.
They will.
God bless you, ma'am. I hopefully hear from you again. Thank you for being a voice in the community too. Bye-bye. Shout out to her. Prayers to her. Shout out to her. Don't be afraid. Call in 219-885-9693. Why are they going to ask me? What? They try. They really do try unknown, but it's just not happening. It's not happening.
Minute piece of DNA
1 second.
that was on this sheath that matches him. You know, how does that place him there? Is there any other explanation for this this DNA being found there? Is this potentially just touch DNA, which is a very small amount of DNA that could have been transferred by who knows what means as part of this investigation? I also look for there to be a lot of talk about the lack of DNA evidence. And we know that there is no DNA evidence, or at least that's what we know from media reports, that there's no DNA evidence that was found in Kohlberger's vehicle from any of the victims in this case, and no other DNA evidence found in his apartment from any of the victims of this.
Unknown. You keep calling. Call from your number, and we'll answer it. Show your
So
face,
that's
not
going
your
to be
waist.
significant because we know that this was a brutal massacre of these 4 young college students.
OJ definitely did it. OJ Simpson, fat yes. What's going on, Gail? Michael says, dude's not really visible or visibly weird. You would never single him out from a crowd if you didn't know him, in my opinion. I agree. I gotta agree with that statement. Keeping it real. 810, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm for you 100% Kohlberger did it, but I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
They got his car, right? They got Kohlberger's car, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely got that. Oh yeah.
Okay. And I called my mechanic on this too.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they pull his black box? That black box will tell you whether it was running or whether it was off, whether his seatbelt was dispatched or not. Why not pull that black box? That'll tell you whether he was there or not. When it was running, because who's gonna kill 4 people and leave their car running?
That's a good point, and I'm glad you said that because Regina Wright, that's in chat, she's brought that up before, and she looked up the actual make and model, right? She looked up the actual make and model, and thank you, Shannon. When she looked up the make and model, I think it covers up. I can't remember how many cycles when you turn, when you start your ignition, but I know it covers up to like 800 hours or something like that. I forget. We could pull it up this live, Regina. If you can find that again, send it to me. I want to pull that back up. Because
every time that car starts and every time it shuts off, it's going to record it on that black box, just like it would for the airbag when it deploys. Your seatbelt deploys, it's going to tell you too.
Yeah.
Same thing when it's locking.
I wonder if that may be anything in the gag order,
I don't know. Could be, but I've not heard anybody else mention it.
But I kind of sit around and I think, like, if you plan to drive your car to a scene, right?
Right.
And you're committing this, that's why I think he's done this before, allegedly, because you did these questionnaires, you've asked people all these questions, and you've been looking into these things and studying for this, and then all of a sudden, what you've done graduated to a quadruple homicide.
4 people like that? No.
All right, no.
No, I think you did it 100% myself, but pull that black box. That'll tell you for sure. Who's going to find their car? Seriously.
And hold on, let me see. It's him. Tara says it's him. TJ. The black box, though, we'll have to look back up on that model again. I know it, like I said, she had it. Burla Report, I have covered this. I know you sent it to me before. Send it to me again because I can't find it. The actual make model of it. And then you can hold black box helps. T-REV on it now. You can even call in and explain to people because some people don't understand that there's a lot of different models of the Elantra in general. So you got to make sure you get the right one,
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up though, because it's always it is a very good point.
I thought so. Why not? Why not? The cops got the car. You've already pulled it apart this far. Keep going.
Exactly.
That's my opinion. Thank you so much for what you do and your moderators. And dude, rock and roll, smoke a bowl.
Rock and roll. Was that you that said that in chat earlier?
Yeah.
Rock and roll, smoke a bowl.
You bet.
I like that one. I like that saying.
Have at
it. Thank you. I
Take
appreciate
care.
it.
God be with you, and thank you for all you do, man.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you too. Lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your car doors. Double locks, double glocks. Keep it cocked. Love you. And
yep, love
I will
you
talk
too,
to you
sir.
soon.
Take care.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Much love to her. Dana says there was a guy who he reminds me a lot of, who would stare at me over bookshelves in the store I worked at a regular basis. In hindsight, I had a stalker. Unknown, don't fly over here. You keep trying to. Appreciate it. He hasn't denied he was driving his car in that area. Yeah, we know that because I mean the alibi is long, long live live, long drives, right? That's exactly what it was. No black box for him, but I'm interested in the car, says C-Town Finest. Turn to the ground in Eugene. Yeah. Remember when we had a guy pulled up out there live? Remember that? We had that dude pulled up out there live.
And there was a lot of blood. And, typically, you might find some trace of blood somewhere with the defendant when you have so much of it from 4 victims here. I don't think it's going to be all about
You
DNA.
guys think
I think that's going to play a role.
Oh, Caroline.
It's not.
I think that Brian Kohlberger is guilty, allegedly. Yes, absolutely, 100%. But I listen to everybody.
As though, you have blood smears of Kohlberger, on the apartment wall and, in his car or something like that. That you don't have that. Okay. You do have his DNA there for some, if you're the defense, some, inexplicable reason, but you're also going to challenge, how it got there and how it led to his arrest in this case. And was there probable cause even to arrest him?
530, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself, ma'am?
I'm good. It's one of the real ones.
One of the real ones?
Yeah.
Who's this?
Bringing in again. Northern California.
Northern California in the building. What's going on? So what's on your mind? Talk to me.
So everyone was bringing up like the black box case. And it was super interesting because I remember in like the Kylie Rodney case and a few others, that was like a big topic. But it was like my understanding that if a car, even if it had a black box, if it wasn't activated, or I don't know, because I just remember everyone was saying like, oh, well, for Kylie Rodney, like if there's a black box, the truth will come out. And there was never really any information brought up from that. So I was wondering, like, does that have to be activated, or is that something that continuously works?
That's a great question. And she just literally sent me the email again. I had to pull it up because we did talk about it before. I don't remember the exact accurate details, especially because it said something about, it covered, I forget, was it cover up to like 700 or 800 hours, and then a certain amount of ignition, the many times as you start your ignition, what I mean? Like it only covers up to so much. So I'm gonna have to look at it again to get the accurate numbers. Regina, I don't see no email back yet though. I'm looking right now. I don't see it.
Yeah, like I said, no, I was just curious about it because I know there's like specific cars that actually have the black box, and I remember like Kylie's car that allegedly was in the lake was supposedly supposed to have a black box, and then nothing ever came of that.
Yeah,
so there's nothing ever.
Nothing ever came of that. The whole black box with Kylie, and I remember that being a very hot topic in that case, also.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yeah.
We were all I actually remember doing this. We talked about it for hours.
I'm
still
that, and then
the
Trinity Bacchus case too. I remember talking about that with you on a live.
What did we talk about?
It was that other missing girl in Grass Valley, the Trinity Bacchus case.
Oh my goodness, the Trinity Bacchus case is right in the drainage. Super sad. So young, died in the drainage, was at the aunt's house. Yeah, that case is embedded in my head. I know all the details in that too. We were on that shit.
I remember because I emailed you about that. But anyways, I was saying like with the black box, like I know, and like I've heard it brought up in so many other cases, and then there was never, like I've never actually seen any evidence presented from a black box. So I'd be really interested to see if that's the case in this one or not.
I'm still looking for the email from Regina so we can pull it up, but I'm not seeing it. Still didn't get it, Regina. I want to pull up that blog. I definitely want to pull it up so we could talk about it. It was creepy, Prosser Gang, and I was only in college and too naive and didn't even think about walking to my car at night. Damn. That's crazy.
Can I ask you a question while I have you
Yeah,
on the phone?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So I know it's been a topic that's brought up quite a bit, and I know it's a little bit sensitive, but I'm curious what the thoughts of the surviving roommates are.
What you said, you wonder what the thoughts are with Steve and what?
With the surviving roommates?
Pertaining to,
I don't know, just the case. Like, are they going to be subpoenaed to show up in court? Have they been
1,000%.
already?
I think
You think so?
1,000%. If they wouldn't be, that'd be absolutely insane because first of all, you know, her statements are inside the PCA, so she's definitely gonna probably be in that courtroom. I would say 90%. I'd bet my life on it that she's gonna be in that courtroom. In fact, Dylan, at
Yeah.
least. You get what I'm saying? Bethany? Now I'm
Yeah, I was going to
50-50
say what's
across the
interesting
board.
is there's not only one, but there's two. So.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what Bethany's seen.
Mhm.
So I can't, you know, we heard a rumor, oh, Bethany's seen a naked man, or Bethany, you know, blah, 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 but we haven't heard anything or seen any statements made on Bethany's behalf besides she holds exculpatory evidence, you know, and just shit like that, you know?
Mhm. Mhm.
What we heard.
But it's all hearsay at this point. It's like what,
E
there's no like background,
Exactly.
no supporting details. Yeah.
They closed it and said they closed the Kylie Rodney case, Fat Joe. They said that case was an accident, right? And I call
Yeah, and then
bullshit.
the interesting thing was that the CHP report hadn't came out yet, and it was supposed to be released like approximately sometime now, and it has not been yet. But I know there's like a couple different levels that had to close it. But as far as I had known, until the CHP report had been finalized, it's not like officially closed.
Your show, but months back. Yeah, we did. I know we did talk about it. Remember? Yeah. See, Monarch, I know you remember. Yes, Regina spoke about it on another show with an, oh my God, we need a car expert to answer her question. Yes. Regina did come up. She brought that up. We talked about it. And I just can't
I
remember.
think I was here for that, and it was something about like you have to have like a specialty person come in and retract the data off of it, and like it's a big deal. Like not anyone can do it, but it takes, you have to like activate it or something. I know nothing about it, but I felt like it was kind of like a lengthy process to get the info off of Black Box. So
I see people talking about this vehicle that was found in Eugene, or I seen one person actually. I think it was a comment, but saying that vehicle in Eugene was weird. But if you were here with me live, you remember the guy hit me up and he pulled up on the scene. He came up live on panel while he was checking the car out, getting the VIN number, and it was a white Elantra. And I remember we were all like, "Oh my God, this might be it." But it ended up not. It ended up not being, in some weird, mysterious way, but it was just, I don't know. It was weird. It's weird circumstances, and the fact that we were right in the middle of that was wild. What's going on, G? Welcome.
Yeah, well, I think it's funny because everyone's like so hyperactive to white Elantras at that time. So it's like if that story would have broke headlines any other time, it probably would have been brushed right under the rug. But because it was a white Elantra, it raised so much concern and so much attention.
Just saying, she put the link in chat. So she's saying she put the link in chat. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna click on it. All right, so I'm gonna pull this over here. It says records for 2015 Hyundai Elantra. I got that pulled up. So give me 1 second. And let's see. Here's the VIN. Let's drop down here. Regina problems. Okay, so ID component. Regina, let me know where I need to go. You know what's up on this shit. I don't know what I'm looking at. Where's my car experts? You know?
I can also hop off if anyone else wanted to call in who has a little bit more specialty education.
That's
covering
okay.
this. I definitely don't, but
It's like I appreciate you calling in. You can call back again too. I'm gonna be on for a while, so.
Yeah, thank you. But no, like I said, every time I hear black box, I'm like, I always hear this topic brought up in cases, yet I never see like anything presented from it. So I'd be really curious if it happened. But yeah.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I'm about to cough, so excuse me. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't apologize.
So sorry. Good gracious.
Let it go. Let it go.
All right, I'm good now. All right. But no, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. I appreciate the kind words. I appreciate your support. And I look forward to hearing from you again.
Yeah, definitely. I will be back and I'll step down and chat for a little bit. So
God bless you. Thank you.
yeah.
Lock your doors too.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
No doubt. Same to you too. Happy holidays. Shout out to her. I appreciate it. In hot in here. All right, so we need more information for sure. All right. Okay, here we go. 870. 870, you on the show. What's up? What's up, Regina?
Okay. Now, I sent you this. What I sent you, this is Brian's actual car VIN number report from the manufacturer for his car. Now, if y'all don't believe me that it's his car, his VIN number, you can do it real quick and reverse search the VIN number. It'll give you his license plate number. That's how I found it. I used Brian's license plate number, found the VIN number, and looked it up for the actual manufacturer specs on his car. So, if you'll look down the list, it says problems and issues for VIN pattern, and then it'll have the build sheet.
Okay.
Keep scrolling down till you see the boxes.
I got you.
The grayish boxes with words written beside them.
Make it smaller so people can see. Okay, so you talk about transmission code?
Okay, yes, right below transmission code. You see all those boxes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, those are onboard computer operated programs in Brian's car. Everything that uses a I'm having a brain fart. A fuse or collects data in his car is on this list, okay? And it also gives the specs of his car, what it's equipped with. Okay? So if you'll look, I'm going to tell you a list of the things. Listen, people, everyone out there, you can go to burla.com. Now, there's two different Burlas. One of them is for forensics and automotive. That's the one you want to go to. Specifically, look that up and you'll find the link. You can actually use Brian Koberger's VIN number and enter it into one of the programs on the Burla site, and it will tell you the exact software program number and ID that they use to run a Burla report on Brian Koberger's car. Now, I'm not saying they did, but they do have a program to do the Burla report on Brian's car, and you can actually look it up to order that software through the Burla company if you're a police officer.
Wow.
Okay.
So
yeah, I've done a lot of research into this. But if you'll look down, I'm going to tell you some of the specifics. And yes, Brian's car did have an EDR recorder, an event data recorder. But that's not all they use to do these reports. They can find out when your car doors were open, at what time.
There's my 50th mama, Missy RN. What's going on, Missy? No. Keep going, Regina. You're good.
So these are some of the things that they might actually use that are on this list to do a full diagnostics forensic report on Brian's car. 2841G7 emissions regulation. That it does emissions regulation every time you hit the gas on your car. So it records what speed you were going and everything in your vehicle. That does that. The gas control, EVAP gas control. OBD onboard diagnostics. That's your car's computer that has all the information like did the light work in your car whenever you open the door? Did whenever you did you turn the radio on in your car? Did it get that signal to turn your radio? I mean, it does all that. Your onboard diagnostic says, and it also says whenever your car has an event like your emissions were too high, or your transmission's having problems. That's what the mechanic uses to tell you what's wrong with your car too. Okay. Now, if you'll go down. I don't know what number it is, but he had an EDR in his car. His car was equipped with a black box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for it. It's in here. I'll tell you what number.
You broke it down already before, and I should have clipped that part and put it out because I think it was a very good point that you made. And I remember we dove right into it and we were looking at, the I can't remember the exact like, cycles it said.
2,100 ignition cycles, or like 800 hours of driving time, I do believe was the specs on that.
And then it was what, 700-800 hours, right?
Yes.
I remember this shit because I mean you broke it down well. I was actually pretty surprised. And I was like, damn, Regina was on this shit. You were deep diving it. And she said that looking at the black box is pointless, but I mean, okay, we got to think of the crime took place on November 13th, 2022.
Here it is. I'll count down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, look down at number 37.
Mm-hmm.
At number 37 on the list of gray boxes. Count down 37. I think I counted it right. I don't know how to scroll up, so I might be a few off.
That's 7 at A1. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 again at A1. Let's go down a little bit. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's D1. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37.
Okay, it's around there somewhere. What?
What's the name of it?
The EDRs.
The EDR? Okay, I'm on it.
Okay, that is the event data recorder. That is the black box that everyone is talking about. His car is equipped with one.
Okay, so let's get this across for everybody who is listening right now. This VIN number is Brian Kohlberger's?
Yes, it is 100% absolutely. They can look it up for themselves with his license plate number, his car specs.
Bing bang.
Mm. I don't know. I like that. I like the fact that you did that. And yeah. I'm glad you're bringing it back up again, just for the simple fact that it's important to know. Okay, so the crimes happened November 13th. He got arrested. What date was it again? December 28th? December 27th? December. I know it was between that time. Right?
Of what? I'm sorry. He got arrested. He got arrested the Friday. The news broke that he was arrested the first Friday after Christmas, because I predicted that too, if you'll remember, and it happened.
You did predict it. You predicted that he would get arrested around that time. I remember the prediction. I remember going back and looking it up. But
his car was reported November the 29th by the security guard.
Pretty weird. Kohlberger. Yeah, we remember that his car was reported the 28th or the 29th of November. And then you had Brittany just said, Brittany's says, pretty weird. Kohlberger went to Kopaka's apartment complex first. Allegedly, it's on various street cameras and doorbell cams that night. What?
But where are those camera recordings? Where are those videos? I haven't seen them. I haven't seen any videos of that. But here's the whole thing.
Never seen no videos.
It doesn't matter if the black box itself recorded or was rewritten on all of the data, because there are other components, like the ones that I was listing of Brian Kohberger's car, that record events that are completely separate from the black box that can be used in forensics.
Mar says that's news to me. The plumbing says they say Kopaka was a MC trainer, right? Wasn't All right. So for some people, it seems like maybe some people didn't ever listen to the Darren live that I did, where Darren came on and he talked about the whole Brent Kopaka. I would advise a lot of people to go back and listen to that when you get time. If you haven't, you can hear a lot about Brent Kopaka.
I see a lot of confusion in the chat. Listen to what I'm telling you. Your car has more than one computer in it. All of those computers run on software that has to communicate back and forth with other software. And every time it does, there's a log made that they use in forensics that is completely outside of your EDR. The event data recorder is only used for recording accidents and stuff like that. And it only records for a few seconds. It's the other computers in your car that make the best forensic reports, not the EDR. Go to Burla and their website and look this up if you don't believe me for yourselves. I want you to see it for yourselves. But Brian Kohberger's car has forensic software specifically made for that make and model of vehicle that they can use. That if you go to Burla, you can look the software up yourself, and it tells you not all of the things that it will give in the report, but it gives you a list of things that it does in this report.
Yeah, this is wild.
I honestly, this is why I've been saying that I think his car itself, even though they don't have DNA evidence from his car, I think that car still gave up evidence against Brian Kohberger, and I think it was all digital. Think about it. If Brian's car has Brian's car door opening during that time that he wasn't circling the block, but was still in the vicinity of 1122 King Road, do you think that's not going to be good evidence against Brian Kohberger? Say Brian's car door opened up at 4 whatever a.m. or 3 whatever a.m. and then 5 minutes later it closed and he was seen driving around the parking lot again. You see what I'm saying? That would put him not driving his car, but the door opening and closing during the times of those murders as well. That would be evidence against Brian Kohberger that is not DNA evidence, but was evidence from his car.
Star Magazine covers were on 4chan 10 days before Kohberger's arrest, and the exact magazine covers were printed on January 2nd. Says Brittany's in chat. It's the first I'm hearing that.
So, anyways, that's what I was talking about. I just come up here to, you asked me if I could find that and look it up and stuff real quick, so I thought I'd do that for you.
You did, like I said last time, you broke it down too good. So I was like, damn. I wasn't even thinking about anything like that. And I remember you and Hollis, or actually it was Hollis, said Regina had some good information about the vehicle. You ought to check it out. And I was like, yeah, tell her to hit me up. And then you hit me up and sent it. And I was like, wow. I wasn't thinking about that.
You guys are so welcome.
So
you're so welcome. Well, I'll tell you what led to my fascination with Brian Kohberger's car and actually going and looking this all up. I'll tell you what led to it. There's a little bit of story behind it. You know how when you just let your YouTube play randomly after you watch the show, you'll just keep letting it play, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't even remember the name of the show, but this detective series come on, and this cop used the data from a car to literally go to the spot where the body was and found the victim. And I was like, how the hell did they do that? So I started looking into all of this and found out, all of this.
So,
And this
but
is shit that investigators and you know, experts do, and that's cool that you did that. I think it's neat. Shit, I mean that you know we could do this stuff too. You just gotta
you just gotta do it.
You gotta apply yourself and figure out what direction to go in. Once you figure that out, you'll get a hang of it. We're in an era now that if you don't know how to do something, I guarantee you could type it on YouTube, Google, anywhere, and you'll figure out how to do it. If you really want to do it, you'll figure out how to do it within an hour. But if you're not committed, you're not gonna ever figure it out. But yeah, that.
I don't know. It sparked something in me, and I was like, and it took forever too, because at first I couldn't find his license plate number, and I knew I had to start with his license plate number to get his VIN number.
Right.
But once I found that license plate number, I mean, it was just a rabbit hole of information and data on his car. So, because then I started looking up. What I did was after I found his VIN number and his actual car, and this is specific to Brian's car. Everything that is on this list, Brian's car is equipped with. If Brian's car is not equipped with it, it will not be on this list. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I started going down, looking at these different things and seeing what they did, you know, with the car and stuff. And you would not believe how many computers are in your car that are recording data that you have no clue they can use against you.
Right. That's wild.
And the thing is, Hollis, my girl, she called Burla. She tried calling, not Burla, she called a vehicle dealer. And I wish Hollis would call in right after me and tell you what information she got out of them, because car dealers are not wanting to tell you exactly what data your car is recording because of this.
Yes, he's RT has. That's wild. Yes, I'm sure she will. Oh man, I know I didn't.
Hollis, call in after me. Call in after me, Hollis. Tell them what you did.
I'd love to hear about it. Definitely, I'd love to hear about it.
So, but me and Hollis, I found all this information out, and Hollis took it even a step forward. So I'm gonna let her tell you what she found out and stuff. But I just thought I'd, share that with y'all. Here are the specs for Brian Koberger's car. It is what it is.
Love it.
The data's there or it's not there. If it didn't record, it didn't record. If it did record, it did record. But just because the EDR was overridden, if it was overridden, does not mean that there is not forensic data from his car that they have against him. So there you go.
Yeah, that's a dope one. That's a dope thumbnail. Oops, I didn't mean to drag it over. The Rev Gang has the best sleuths in the game. Another reason. Best channel. Tootsie Roll said, I called the headquarters and spoke to the engineers. Sounds of silence. What? Private radio. Pirate? Has anyone ever looked into the lady Dustin Martin who went to the journalist only press conference and lied about her name and being what? LCSC Pathfinder? I've seen almost no coverage of this. No, I ain't heard nothing about that whatsoever. Nothing. Not one thing on it. But yeah, I appreciate you calling in on that. The cars so not have a black box. Cars do not have a black box. Is that what you just said, Honky Wood?
Yes, they do. It's called an EDR. So do airplanes, but airplane ones are different than car EDRs. And they record a lot longer too, airplane ones do, but not car EDRs. But anyways, look it up for yourselves, you guys. Don't be misinformed. Don't take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Look it up for yourselves. Look it up for yourselves. And just because you Google something the first time and find one answer, don't keep looking. I mean, don't not keep looking, because a lot of times one report someone paid to put out, and there's a report out there from a scientist that didn't, and you should trust the person that didn't pay to put the report out more than you should the person you pay to put a report out. I'm telling you, it's sketchy. Do it for yourselves. Look it up for yourselves. Don't trust anyone. All right. I love you guys. Rev Gang, shout out to Rev. Thank you for letting me put this up there and stuff. I appreciate it so much, you giving us a voice. Hollis, call in. All right. Love you, Rev Gang. Love you, brother.
Love you back.
Bye.
Like you do it. Shout out to Regina again. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. If you are smart with black boxes or anything in that manner, let's hear from you. Let's hear it. Where the car guys at? Where the car guys? I need to share this real quick, by the way. I don't think I got a chance to. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. Okay, I had to post this real quick. My bad. Okay, I'm just posting this on Twitter. 313 on with me. What's going on?
What's up, T-REV, brother? It's Mike D.
What's going on, Mike P? Or Mike D?
Hey, listen, I know what Gina was talking about on
Okay.
the card, man. The modules, you know how you got the main computer brain? You got that, man. They're on a vehicle, man. If you watch the Alex Murdaugh trial and the YNW Melly trial, you will be able to find out anything and everything about what Gina was just talking about, like when it comes down to all the software, the database, everything like that, man. Like I watched the Alex Murdaugh trial and the YNW Melly, and that's how I learned about that.
Wow.
And then also about like with the still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Oh, all right. I just
Kick
thought
it.
I broke up.
No, you good.
But I want to get back onto like some of the old school stuff, man, since you're doing this like marathon thing. All right.
Talk to me.
The Dave Morrissey video, you know how I felt about that from day one, about the call in, which I'm glad that finally came out, man. Also, the video about the car. Remember the video where the car was sitting right in front of the house the next morning and everything, doing that live video?
Yeah.
I've been going back into my likes from like all your streams that you've done since the very first time that I came on your stream. When I came live on the video on your stream with you and everything.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. You wanted to come back up again.
Yeah. My thing was, man, like I said, I've always thought that not Maddie, but Kaylee was the main target, because from what they're saying and what they said, it's supposedly that she got it the worst out of all of them, right? So my thing is like I've always thought is that I honestly think that he was inside the house before like anybody even came home. And then like you said, like I started thinking about what you said, how you felt that he came in 2 times. Like I've thought that he probably, came in the 1 time and then got first 2 first, and then sat there and went like in Kaylee's room and waited for like Maddie and Kaylee to come back. Because didn't he get Ethan and Xana first?
Yeah.
So my thing is when he got Ethan and Xana first, isn't that when Dylan and
no. I don't know, because it's not, I don't know. I don't want to say, because I start to think about did he get Ethan and Xana first, right? I do think about that. But then again, I also think about the way that it played out in the PCA. So when I look at it in the PCA, I'm seeing, all right, Brian comes in, allegedly Brian comes in and goes upstairs. And then is seen walking from Xana and Ethan's direction out and exits. Because if you look at that angle that Dylan had from her room, the only way to go is to exit. So that would make sense that, okay, that's where I seen that guy walk by and go out the back door and exit. So it makes sense that he went up, did that, and then walked past or whatever, and then came back by her, and she happened to crack the door and see the bushy eyebrows and all that, allegedly.
Yeah. I always thought from the beginning, man, that he like climbed up those trees, man, like army style. You got to think about it, man, the way that they're painting him, like he was, running all these miles late at night and everything. So if he's out running these miles, late at night, I mean, come on, man, he could be climbing up one of them trees to go up there to the top balcony and go through one of the bedroom windows or that sliding door, because they had the sliding door right there on the backside too.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my thing. Like, I always thought that he had it towards Maddie and Kaylee, man. Like, because Kaylee was the oldest one out of all four of them. She carried herself more, adult, mature, like, but at the same time, back at the beginning, wasn't all that stuff being said that, he was supposedly like, didn't like that LGBTQ and all that. Like, here he could have thought that, yeah, Maddie was, could have been the main target because she was working at the restaurant. And
Right.
then seeing that Maddie and Kaylee, how close they was with each other, like sisterly, type. And here he was like,
out.
you know what, if I got,
I got to point this out. Did you watch the Datelines?
Which one?
Just didn't, like, if you watched Datelines 48 Hours?
Yeah, I watch Dateline 48 Hours. I watch all true crime. I watch all that.
Is it me or is this chick right here? Was she on there? Far left. Sorry, so this is obviously the house that had the rain cam, etc. Which
I can't see nothing right now because I'm on my phone and stuff, man. And it's like if I play the video and stuff on the live stream, it'll probably cut in out and echo.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, I just never. Last time I called and stuff like that, because yeah, man, you gotta remember last time, man, I was live actually on the stream with you.
DM heard the ruckus first. No,
but I mean the Dateline and stuff. Yeah, I mean I've watched a lot of the Dateline. It just depends on which one you're talking about. And plus, I just went into like all my watch videos and and all that stuff from like way back at the beginning. Remember that video where that guy was talking and you could see his picture in the computer?
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually two computers right there, man. And it's like he's sitting right at like a desk or something. You remember that one?
Yes, I do. I've seen tons of them. Shit, I probably got it saved in my folder right now.
I'll email it to you because I was just getting ready to put it in the chat, man. I was going to email you this video and stuff and see, what you thought about, because supposedly that video where the car was sitting in front of the house the next morning before the cops was even called, 911 was called, anything, that person, whoever was doing that live stream in the car, that still hasn't even been proven if it was him or if it's been debunked yet, has it?
That was in the car where?
Remember at the right at the very beginning.
Oh, you're talking about in the news clip?
You
remember? Is that the one you're talking about? Because there's the one where it was like the day or 2 days after. I want to say it was the day after, to be honest with you. There was a news station out there.
The day after.
They were standing. And actually, I know I have this video on my computer, and I'm gonna find it while I'm talking to you, because
the one that I'm talking about is where there was like a laptop computer or something playing, and there was news clippings right there, like it was a video playing, but the guy was actually talking, and you can see his face, like inside the screen, and then also there's like a second keyboard. Right,
you're talking about the video I got pulled up on the screen right now. His name's Josco, by the way. Josco 1972. John Scott. That's what it says. I have it pulled up right here now.
I'll be able to tell you here in a second.
Oh yeah, I think you're definitely talking about this. And Maria against Evil, she was definitely on there. She was definitely on there, huh? I believe that's the video. I definitely believe that's the video.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I'm talking about right now.
Oh, I knew it was. I told you I had that joint in the file.
Yeah, that.
I knew I did.
But that one. But remember the one when the car though, man, at the very beginning, like when the what was it? Right before the Dave Morrissey phone call come in, is when the video of the car, they were sitting right out in front of the house, sitting in the car doing the live stream.
Sitting in the car doing the live stream.
Yeah, it was the next because you. I remember you and who else was it? And there was a bunch of other people that were sitting there saying that the video has no longer been seen. That like you just said it not too long ago and stuff. Like right before that they. What they do, like they banned you, shadow banned you and stuff like that. Like right before you got shadow banned, you were talking about it and stuff, and I brought it up in the chat and stuff like that back then too, about like that one video, because that's when you started talking about the Dave Morrissey thing, about the phone call thing again. And then that's when and then all of a sudden when you came back with the shadow, from being on shadow banned, that's when you dropped that video about that phone call, that it was proven.
Yep.
And then, and then right before the phone call, because remember the girl in PA and stuff that called in on the stream that said that she seen that white Elantra with what was that, with the Washington? She lived in PA and she called in and said that she seen that white Elantra with the Washington license plate and was wondering why she's seeing this white Elantra with a Washington license plate in PA. And then she called in on the stream too about that. And you told her about, it wouldn't hurt to, call the FBI, give them the information. And then all of a sudden, like what happened right after that, here BK got caught, and it was like right around that time is when the video was, man. It was, I swear I remember it, because there's a lot of people in the chat that remembers it too, where that video specifically, man, whoever it was sitting in the vehicle, and they had a laptop or something like that was like right there by the shifter, and they were doing a live video, having their phone or something towards the house, recording and everything. And from that point all the way up until now, man, I have never seen you talk about that video. I know you talked about it, saying that it can no longer be found. And my thing is, has that ever been proven? Has that ever been, debunked?
Mm-hmm. Well, I got some good memories. I'm trying to think about the video that you're talking about.
It was right before I came on the live stream. When you let me come on your live stream, it was right before that.
I know, but I don't know. It's not ringing a bell with me right now.
I'll keep looking through my stuff, man, and I'll see. I'm pretty sure I got it.
And I could know exactly what you're talking about, but it's not. For some reason, it's just not ringing. Wasn't it someone named Kayla that called in and said that she seen an Elantra in Pennsylvania? Yeah.
Yep. It was before that. It was before that.
So it was before that.
It was literally right after. I think it was like 2 days. It was during the time when all the Papa Rodgers stuff was going on with Reddit, what's that, 4channel or channel, whatever. Like, I know that it's all them other channels that I hear you talk about. I don't go on them. You're the only one I go on, bro. I don't mess with nobody else. I told you, I'm Rev Gang for life, brother.
Do you, man? But enjoy who you enjoy, man. That's enjoy.
No,
who
I know.
You
I ain't
enjoy,
got nothing
love
against.
who you
I
love,
ain't got
bro.
nothing against nobody else. It's just I hear of all these other channels and stuff from watching you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
So that's why, like, even like with Drip Drop, like I believe Drip Drop, even when it first came out, I honestly, man, something is telling me it was either like 4channel or it was Drip Drop that originally first came out with the footage. And then you brought it out, I think, right after that, or it popped up on your stream somehow. And then that's where you showed the video where the car was sitting. It was right on the, I think it was even on the news. What was it? One of the news channels, I think. Like right when it happened at first, man. But from that point up until now, man, I haven't heard anything about that video, and that's why, like, I've always like stood on my ground about that video, man, because it was like, look at what everybody thought about the Dave Morrissey phone call, man.
And still do.
In my opinion, huh?
And still do.
Yeah. And my thing is, you know what? I stood on that from day one, and I said that if I was wrong, I'd apologize. But I'm glad that you did that, man. And it's the same way with that video, man, that with that car sitting in front of that house. I remember you playing it on one of your streams, bro. And it was like right when I first came on, like even watching.
Oh! You I know exactly where I know what you're talking about right now. I could probably go find it in 2 seconds. I know what you're talking about now. I know
Because I think even
exactly.
when I came,
I got you.
huh?
I know exactly what you're talking about. I got you. Watch this. Let me do a
Now you're
magic
gonna have
trick. Let me do a magic trick real quick. Let me go to this. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm gonna have to take it back to an old live, right? You said it was before the whole Dave Morris, right?
Yep, it was
Okay.
before the Dave Morrissey,
Copy.
and it was before the girl called in about the white Elantra and PA with the Washington license plate.
Copy that.
And I believe it, and I know for a fact it was before I came on the live stream, because when you let me get on the live stream, man, like that's what really got me wanting to get on the live stream with you, like because I remember it to this day, man. Everybody in the chat was like, "Let Mike D come up, let him come up, let him come up, let him come up," like, and that was one of the main things, man, that caught my attention to that, man. I was like, God, man, like I swear up and down, I think that's him.
I'm gonna find it right now. Give me. I'm looking for this particular video. Where's it at here? I know I'm close. I'm right by it.
I'm trying to think what else was going on at the time when
No, I know I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna find it because I know what you mean. But that's Jack D's crib.
Was that Jack D's crib?
Yeah, that's Jack D's house. I mean, long story short, if we want to jump to it
No, Jack. Unless you're talking about something else, but
you talk
know
about
the
when they were
house
standing on the roof and that white vehicle was down there.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. This was just a video of the car alone by itself, sitting right in front. You know how you got how the kids had their cars all parked right there in the front of the car or front of the house, and then the driveway was all that big, area. It was like they were sitting right there because there was a dump. I believe there was a dumpster or something like that the car was sitting by, and it was facing like if I'm trying to like if you're sitting east and west, the house would be on the left where the cars, the driveway, all that stuff like that, and it would be more like it was cocked on like an angle to where they were doing like a live video with their phone, but also at the same time had like a laptop or something like that down there by the shifter, in the center console part, and they were sitting there just recording, talking about about the scene and everything. Why they're sitting right there in front of the house.
That's that Josco dude that you're talking about, though. The laptop sitting right in front of the house.
It was the next morning, man. Right, it was before the 911, supposedly, allegedly, when the 911 phone call was made.
I've never. Honestly, please find that for me, because now I'm in left field.
I'm gonna try my hardest to find it, bro. Like seriously, man.
I'm playing in left field. I got 2 errors. There's 2 outs left. They're about to score the winning run. I'm down bad. Find that for. I'm curious about what you're talking about now. You got my curiosity. I think I know what you're talking about, but now it's like,
like if man, I know a lot. Like I said, man, I talk about it in the chat and stuff like that a lot, man. And I know I see a lot of people sitting there saying that, they agree with me and stuff. They feel the same way. Like, they know what I'm talking about. They remember the video. Like right before I called in, man, like I literally said something about it, and Christine Micro said that she remembered the video.
Okay, so yeah, car driving around, creeping around, that was weird. I'm not saying that I don't remember it right now, but when I look at it, I'm like, what? Oh, this? Oh yeah, come on. Like it's probably something like that, right? Because there's so many clips out here. There's so many clips out here, and from people going there, media going there. There's just
I just know it. I know it was like the next morning, bro, when all that happened, man. Like it was during the time allegedly why 911. Like it was more like the person was sitting right there in front of the house waiting to see that. This is how I take it, man. From when I seen the video, and I know for a fact 110% positive, I've seen it on your channel, brother. And I hope and pray to God that we can find this man, because from what I know from watching you all this time, and and your dedication and loyalty and all that stuff, man, for to get justice for them, and to come with facts and receipts and all that. Like, that's one thing about you. Like everybody says, man, you always come with facts, man. And people in the Rev Gang family, man, we all try to help you at the same time, bring facts and come with facts, because so nobody can sit there and say, oh, this, that, they're just talking, they don't have this, they don't have that. But I am, bro. I'm going to try my hardest, man, because it's been bugging me for the longest about that video, man, because like I said, when I first came on your channel, man, those two things were besides, the 4 kids, what happened to them and everything, dude. And, I say my prayers and love, man, to the families, because at the time when that happened, brother, my 19-year-old, well, she's 21 now, but my 21-year-old daughter, man, she was out there in Washington going to college and stuff out there at the time when that happened, man.
Wow.
So like, yeah, but I'm gonna try my hardest to find them, man. I know exactly around what time it was when I seen it, and I know it was right before I came on your live and all that, man.
Jeff, I don't know if that's what he's talking about or not, to be honest with you. He's not talking about Jeff says he's not talking about when the reporter was standing in front of the house and the white car seen way in the background going up the hill.
Nope.
That's what I thought too initially, and he said no. So I'm like, oh wow.
No.
I'm really low. I want to see that clip. I want to see the clip he's talking about, because I'm really not. It's not hitting. Oh my God!
You know what I'll do is I'll go up on. Yeah, divine timing. I'm still here. What I'll do is I'll go up on your channel thing, man, because like I'm still going through mine. Like I'm sitting in here in the chat, bro, and then I'll go out of the chat and the stream, man, and I'll go back into like all my liked videos, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I go through every single one of your streams, man. I go through each one of them to try to find it, bro, because I know for a fact, man, that it was on your channel, bro. And I have not heard nobody else even talk about it, bring up about it, anything, dude.
Can you give me a better breakdown one more time of it? There's people asking, can we get a breakdown?
Bing bang. Of when it was?
Yeah, just a breakdown in general. What the video what you remember, like full on.
What
again.
I remember the video is right after the murder first happened, when all the stuff was going on social media, where supposedly Papa Rodgers, where all this stuff was being talked about on Reddit, Grip Drops channel, all these other channels and stuff like that, and you were coming with receipts and facts about it, but all these other channels and stuff too, as well as yourself, were all, because this is when the murder first happened. All this stuff was being done on social media and stuff, and he was like throwing hints out there, and that's how it supposedly came out that the Papa Rodgers was him.
Yeah.
Along with was it Inside Looking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was during that time when all that stuff was going on. From what I remember, the video seeing on your channel, brother, was right after the murders, from the morning to when because it was daylight out when this car was sitting there. It was daylight out. It was from in the morning time up until, oh my God, I want to say 9:30, 10:30ish in the morning.
Right.
Is when the car was sitting there, and the person was sitting there doing a live video on like their cell phone, because you could even, there was like 2 separate times where the way the phone and the laptop that was on the like by the shifter part, you can get like a glance of his face, dude. And I, to this day, man, I honestly think it was him sitting in front of that house waiting to see if 911 was called yet, man, because my honest opinion, like you said, I honestly think that he was in there the one time. He hurry up, got out of there. I honestly think that, like somebody was saying that, supposedly Bethany seen somebody naked run across the window or, outside in front of the window or something.
Yeah.
Like he could have sat there and took his clothes, stripped down, butt naked, threw them in a plastic bag, had the knife wrapped up in the bag, ran to his car naked, and could have sped off and then turned around, threw that bag and that knife. Because didn't they say that he stopped allegedly somewhere along by the river from the GPS on his phone?
I'm looking at this little thing right here, and from the did he stop by the river?
Yeah, didn't they say that there was a point in time where he stopped driving and he was like from the GPS of his phone that there was like some river that he stopped by or something?
I don't remember all that.
Because they were thinking because I know, like in the chat and stuff like that, people were talking about like, he could have sat there and threw, the clothes in the river. Like that's what I thought. I think, my theory is that he could have threw the clothes with the knife wrapped up into the clothes into the river, because you think about it, clothes in a bag. I mean, that'll float down the river. You got dead bodies that float down the river.
That's
you
a
got
fact.
You yourself. Huh?
That's a fact. Hold on. Jeff says, is he remembering the Josco video as if he recorded it in front of the house? I think so, because the Josco video has exactly the laptop with the dude's face in it and everything. And yes, we did watch it on my channel.
I would probably have to. I would have to see it. T.
It's the Josco shit from TikTok. Let me go on the TikTok real quick, because I swear it is. Matter of fact,
I don't even know who's Josco. I don't even know who that is.
Josco's the guy.
That's the first time I ever heard of like this person. I've never heard you say the name on your channel, brother.
Well, I didn't. It actually was sent over to me. I think maybe Jeff even pushed it over to me and was like, "Yeah, this Josco guy." And I'm trying to find that video, the laptop video on YouTube. I don't see it on here, so I guess I'm gonna have to go back to, where's it at? It's in the video that I had. His name Josco something 19 something. I'm gonna look and find again though. I think he is talking about that, Jeff. I really do think he's talking about that. I think he's talking about Snake River. Yeah, it by a river. Daniel Johnson said. Angelica said no. All gifting is random, even from T. Can't pick. I don't know. They gave us some new features, so I don't know. We'll see how it works. Let me see if it's working now. Oh, right here. Let's see if it works.
See, I got you. I'm live with you on here too, so I can see it.
Oh yeah, here. Turn your gifting on. I'm about to give 5 memberships to you guys. I'm gonna give 5 memberships, and just make sure you turn on your member. If you turn it on, you got to turn gifting on.
Congratulations to those gifted members.
I'll gift it here shortly. I'm gonna give a little time for people to turn it on, and then I'll do it. Graphic designer. This one right here though. This graphic designer that created this, I kind of feel like the accuracy might be off, because, and I want to talk about it for the simple fact that Jeff had sent me this video a while ago that I'm about to pull up right now, and I kind of talked about it yesterday or last night or today or however you want to put it. This one right here. I'm serious. This one right here. It shows specifically 330, 339, 356, 405, and then 407. But the other video that I just had up before that shows the breakdown, like there's this model that somebody built of how he allegedly drove in and just turned up and then back down and then drove past the house.
Yeah, I remember all that. No, that's definitely not that.
So I don't know here. In case this is some doctored shit, I remember that video. Please read what? Please read my what? My previous comment. Let's see. Let's pop up on the. I'll find it.
That's why I said, T, like, man, a lot, dude. a lot of people, man, I see, man, every time I talk about it on your streams, brother, it's like, man, so many people are like, I remember that video. I remember that video. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, man, like that video, because since it has not been proven yet, because far as I know, and from what I've seen and been watching, you know, from just your channel and your channel only, like I have not heard or seen that video brought up ever since then.
I'm finding
time,
it.
I think one time, brother, you sat there and mentioned about it, that you come out of nowhere, and it was during the time about the right before you got shadow banned.
Look, can you look at your screen?
Huh?
Can you look at the screen right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen. I'm live right there. I'm live with the chat and everything.
All right, hold up. There's something should be coming up here in 1 second. Why is it not playing? What's going on?
This is the one where it's got the two computers, I think, where it's got the new.
Why is it not playing though? I don't get it. Right here. This has a bunch of the shots. Are you referring to this?
I'll have to watch it and see.
Huh.
There's that. I mean, no, that's the one that I was just. That's the one that I was going to email you and stuff like that right before I just called in on your channel. Was that one, because I came across that one, man, and I'm like, God, man, I said that thing, that's old, man. That's like 11 months ago, like. But it was a clipping, man, and it. Oh, dude.
Well, no doubt. Go check it out, find it, and then let me know when you find it and send it to me.
Hey, you got that video? You got the video still where I was in on the live with you?
Oh, bro, those lives are all up. You can go back and look.
Well, I'll have to go back, because honestly, I swear, man, I think you played it on the day that I was, where you let me come up on the live on your stream with you.
Yeah, go back there. Yeah, it's still up. It's on there. I don't know, man. I did 200 and something lives, so I really couldn't pinpoint which one it is.
Yeah,
but
I know.
You know.
Trust me, that's why I said I've been looking like crazy, bro. I'm like, man, I know this mother effer somewhere in here.
Yeah, dude, definitely find it and let me know. Let me know when you find it and send it to me.
Yeah, I will for sure, brother. I'll get up off here, man, so somebody else can call in. Hey, also, bro, like, I want to get in touch with you, man, about that you know, that one cold case, man, of a good friend of mine. I emailed you about, bro. Like, it's been like 20 years, man, and it still has not been solved, brother. And there's a video of the person that shot her, like execution stuff. Like, it's crazy, bro.
No, I got you.
So yeah, like it. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it if you probably heard of it, man. I just don't. You know, I ain't gonna say too much about it right now and stuff until like I talk to you off, you know, the channel and everything about it, brother. Because it's, you know, it's real close to me and my family, and you know, the person's like family and stuff, man. And it just about 3 months ago, her mom and her sister and them, they all just did a thing about her, you know, situation, and that it still has not been solved. And yeah, dude, like I'm getting choked up right now talking about it, man. Like, that's how.
No doubt. We'll definitely talk off the air, man.
hurts,
I'm the easiest to get a hold of in Discord. Other than that, people have the hardest time getting a hold of me until I'm live. So, but
Well,
yeah,
Discord.
Yeah, I'm always there. That's the easiest spot to get a hold of me at, and that's the easiest spot.
But hey, you know what? Hey, right here, you got my cell phone number right here, brother, that I'm calling from. That's my direct cell phone number.
Okay.
That's the only number I got, man. Call me, text me, man. Like, I've definitely, you know, hit you up and, you know, talk to you about this, because like I said, man, I think that, you know, there's a couple other good cases, man, that I think would be really good, that could, you know, be beneficial and help you, you know, with your platform, and, you know, along with anybody else that's going through stuff like this and, you know, life, man, you know, because there's a lot of cases out here that are unsolved, man, that everybody deserves justice. And,
thank you,
you know, and it takes people like all of us and you, and, you know, to come together to, you know, help bring justice, man, for all these people, and, you know, do the stuff that we love to do, and, you know, our dedication, our loyalty, you know, all that. So, but I'll get up off here, brother, so somebody else can call in, man. It was nice talking to you, bro, and I'll definitely I'm gonna go hunt that video down, man, because it's bugging the hell out of me.
No doubt, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Find it for me. Let me know because now I gotta see it.
All right, brother. You have a good one, man. Salute.
You too, brother.
To the
Salute.
fam too. Much love, man.
Thank you, brother. God bless. I'll
God
talk to you
bless you
soon,
too,
Mike.
bro. Yep.
Lock up. Lock them doors. Shout out to Mikey though. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, thanks. I didn't see who got it. I think Supercell got it. 5 people got it. That's cool. I'll do another one shortly. 504, you're in the door. What's going on? You're live.
Bro, what up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Man, I just got back from an AA meeting, man. Shit is crazy tonight, bro. They were talking about a bunch of weird shit at AA meeting, bro. So I didn't want to get on stream drinking and, streaming, but what up, bro?
What's going on, Asman?
Man, I'm just chilling, bro. What's up? Yeah, see, I've been watching, bro. I just ain't been saying much in chat. I seen you text me.
Yeah,
I'll be bush watching tonight because there had some events happen today. I was just watching from the bushes, being a Brian Koberger. That's weird.
Being a Brian Kohlberger. You're
Nah,
welcome, Supercell.
Huh?
I was talking to Supercell. Thank you for the gift. That's all. So. But yeah, man. So what's going on tonight?
I mean, that video he's talking about, that's definitely when the news reporter was there. I mean, he kept going on about the video and then, like, trying to convince you to remember the video. But, I mean, I know which one he's talking about, but that's not Brian Kohlberger's car. That's not Brian Kohlberger's phone. That's not his laptop. That's, I mean, we'll see when he finds it. I mean, I ain't got no ill will against him, but, I mean, yeah, he's not thinking. I mean, he's thinking that's Brian Kohlberger's car, and it's not. I mean, I can see how you would think that, but that's not it.
I see a few people that think maybe he is mixing up the Josco. Jeff said, I think he's mixing the Josco with the other.
One of the reporters or something.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe this is a video. I just don't remember specifically what he's talking about. Like that, I don't remember. I remember a laptop and a guy's facing a laptop, and that's Josco. But anything other than that, like a reporter going out there with the laptop, the only person I know that went out there and set up a desk and sat down, had laptops and shit, was Nancy Grace.
Yeah, and I mean, I was gonna say, I mean, no disrespect to you, but you kind of sound like Kim. I mean, just the way you was going on about it, like no disrespect, man. Don't come for me. But I mean, that's kind of basically what she was doing. You know what I mean? Just trying to shit. I mean, I just didn't see the point of what he was saying at first, and then I was like, oh, he was trying to say that's Brian Kohlberger. But back to what Regina was saying, bro. So we covered this last night. His car is gonna have all of that data on it. You know what I mean? I was thinking about this today, dude. For him to go around that many times, and then I turned the stream on right when they were saying he went to Brian Kopacker's house or whatever, supposedly.
Yes, I see that. There was a comment in there that somebody said that.
Yeah, I don't see that being possible because I don't think Brian Kopacker had anything to do with this shit. Somebody possibly said it to connect the two, but again, I don't see that shit happening.
Yeah, Brent Kopacka. Yeah, no. They said somebody said something about there was some footage of him going to the, but I'm like, where's that at? I'd love to watch it. We'll watch it live right now.
For real.
We'll watch it live.
I mean, what I was saying, I was thinking about that whole Brian Kopacker thing earlier. They said he fired his gun how many times?
They said that he who Brent?
No, yeah, Brent Kopacker. My bad.
What was it, 4? I forget exactly the number of times. I can't even.
I mean, he fired quite a few times, dude. That didn't happen. I mean, the people said his roommates said they wasn't in fear for their life. You know what I mean? Like you could plug that into any freaking power supply and it's not going to turn the light on.
I get what you. Okay, Mike D. All right. It wasn't a reporter, brother. It was definitely a young male sitting in a car and was doing a live stream facing towards the house. Bing bong. Okay. So it was a lot. Or and Mikey, was that or Mikey? I know you used to go by Mikey D. Mike, it's Mike D now. But was it on? Was it specifically the next day? You know, what around what date did that person go live by the house?
He was saying it was the morning before the cops was even called.
I'm in left field.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was saying. I was like, that can't be possible.
I don't know. Maybe he's thinking of two different things. I mean, if you know, some people do get me with these type of things though. They come and they'll remind me of something, and I'll totally forget about it. And then when they send it to me, I'm like, holy crap! Come on, I know this.
I appreciate a lot. I like the difference in opinion, but I mean, no.
I think he's gonna find it now. I know he's on a mission. Mike's on a mission right now. Mike is on a mission right now. Kristen says, I want to hear Plumbing's theory about the skin dog buddy. The skin dog buddy. You want to hear the what? You want to hear his theory? Call it up, Plumbing. I'm down. Kate Parker, welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I don't think the dog was ever skinned. The thing that they had with the animals being skinned, I think it was like a coyote or something. It was like a prank or whatever.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I think done. Constance says, I think done. There are times you consider pleading out just to start getting the time going. Plumbing explained. We're all on a mission now. Yeah, Ashley says we're all on a. We could definitely, if you want to take a walk down memory lane, I could definitely pop up these old lives and we can get busy. There's a bunch of content in all those lives that nobody's never seen. I mean, that a lot of people seen, but it has so much stuff layered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because I've reviewed so much within 8 to 12 hours of those streams.
Oh, hell yeah.
So much on those lives. It's absolutely crazy. The theories, everything is insane.
And I remember saying it dozens of times. Like, I sound crazy thinking like this, but hear me out. You know what I mean? Like,
Skin buddy. I remember doing a video on that. The buddy part, the skin dog. A JLR went and interviewed the woman. They sat down. I remember that shit. And
I tell you what, like just talking about it, yesterday and shit. And being me living in a different location, it does have a different feel and shit, bro. Like, I don't know, like it's a more positive feel, I guess. I mean, I'm living in a whole different crime unrelated around this area.
Yeah, that's what's up.
The most crime I might happen around here, somebody's dog kills a chicken.
Crazy.
It definitely feels a lot different. I don't know. It's weird.
Buddy's within 3 miles. This is so sad. Poor buddy.
Yeah, but what was the dog the girl had? Was it Buddy? No.
You said, was it what?
What was the dog that they shared's name? It wasn't Buddy.
Yeah, it was Buddy. Yeah.
It was Buddy?
Mm-hmm. It was. I did a video on it after the interview dropped.
Right. You know what else I remember too? Remember the construction worker that claimed he was gonna kill his old lady? Like a little ways away from there, and they arrested him and shit, and he had scratches all over his arms.
Yep.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was him. At first,
a lot of people might not even know about that. So if at the beginning, right? At the beginning when it first started off, that's when that's when it first started off. That's when that dude, I forget what his name was. It wasn't the Jeremy dude. It was a whole separate person. And he ended up.
As soon as I seen the look on his face and his mugshot, I was like, "Oh yeah, he did this. Look at his face."
He stabbed or something. I forget what it was. He tried to stab his girl
or whatever, and the kid got in the middle of it and shit.
We were all hyped on it, like that's the dude. That might be the dude, and it wasn't. But
and I did, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and I felt bad for it afterwards. What sold me on him being a fucking suspect was just the look he had on his face and his mugshot. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, he just looked guilty as shit.
That's crazy.
But yeah, bro, I'll be watching. Let somebody else come jump up here if they want.
No doubt,
I'm out. I'm trying to charge this phone. I think I ruined it today, and this is a brand new fucking phone. I got it wet when I went to the gym, and apparently it's not waterproof.
Dang.
Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, it'll gain a charge, but dude, it drops down so fast. Like, and I'm not even on StreamYards. You know what I mean? That's just crazy. But yeah, bro, I'll let you. I'll be in chat.
Hit me up, my boy. I'll talk to you.
All right, for sure. Later, chat.
I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Eisman, man. Let me see. What kind of dog was that again? What would you do something like that? Brian's checklist. Jeff made that picture a while back. Jeff made that picture. He made a bunch of them, right? Tons of them. There was 21985. There it is. We're good. Justice Body. Hold up. Buddy was different than Coyote's instances. Both are terrible. What about the skull found in the dumpster? Skull found in the dumpster from unknown, not happening. Show your face, not your waist.
Bing bang. Oh my God.
Oh wow. Didn't show coyotes do that. Didn't know coyotes do that. Let's exit this. Let's exit this. Are you gonna keep? I don't know why this unknown person keeps calling, but you're just wasting your time, right? You know, I don't mind hitting decline. I really don't. I'm gonna talk about starting from here. Let's go ahead and run this.
Department.
Nah, nope, not today, sir.
That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor,
Nah,
Bill
you
Thompson,
can't block an unknown caller.
University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence.
So when you go back and revisit these, right? When you go back and revisit these, you gonna keep calling? Can't call from your number? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Say something. If you want to keep calling from unknown, I'm gonna pick it up. But why you hang up now? What's up? All that energy just to hang up. Damn. I found the one where the male reporting and the white car is behind him. Is that it? What the hell? Hold up. Which video is that? I might know that one too.
University of Idaho Dean of Students.
I want to dive into this.
Madison Moog. This was an isolated, targeted attack.
There we go.
Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack.
Boom. Based on details at the scene, we indicated that this was an isolated, targeted attack. I mean, that's pretty much that. Just gives away that signs at the scene indicated that. Hello? Hello? You going to keep calling? Boy, don't make me turn it off.
We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is
that
still out
hater's
there.
going to be put on do not disturb.
We cannot
though.
say that there's no threat to the
Make
community.
him chill for a little bit.
And as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
Haters.
Report any suspicious activity.
That white car.
And be aware of your surroundings at all times.
People will get sued.
What we do know,
privacy.
or what we don't know, excuse me.
People will get sued
The
for
identity
invasion
and
of
location
privacy.
of the suspect.
That's a fact.
The location of the knife or any
Do a
clothing that
reverse
was
number
worn by the
lookup.
suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police.
I'm about to fix it though. Watch this.
We're
Watch this.
reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone with a tip to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Thank you, Chief Fry.
Why do they have the Why do they have the U of I president speak? You know, anybody ever think about that? Like, isn't it supposed to be like a all? I mean, I get it. It's a college town. It had to do with college students, and I'm sure the college students and parents probably had plenty of answers, and they wanted to bring them to the forefront to speak. But I mean, this is a homicide investigation. That's how I look at it, right? This is a homicide investigation. Why was man? I don't know. Let's see listen to what he said.
I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean
Dookie
of
says,
students.
"Money, Mr. Green, where you at the
will be
corner club
available
that
for
night?
questions
PR
after
probably.
all of the statements are made.
PR? Yeah.
The
I can see
crime
that.
to us, this
I can
crime
see
and the
that.
loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things,
I'm
it's
just
not a
saying,
situation.
this is a quadruple homicide, and we're bringing up the deans. I don't know. I've thought that every time I've watched it. By the way, it's not the first time I've thought of it. I've thought it every time I've seen them, and it's like this is a quadruple homicide. This isn't a prank at the school or anything like that. These are 4 students. I mean,
Our close-knit campus is used to dealing with.
reassurance, Ali says.
First, my deepest condolences to the families.
Because the kids were kind of in their care. I mean, I get he's visibly upset. He's definitely visibly upset in this, but because the kids were kind of in their care, which not really though. They're adults. 2021, they're going to the college. Right? I mean, they take care of themselves, their rent, their house, where they were staying, etc. Just like when politician comes in, says Tad. Suki says, why does he say they are not immune to these things? That's a good question.
And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Zena, and Madison. Excuse me.
Hide. Okay, no, I don't want that.
Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually push for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our...
I'm sorry, but for me personally, I always like to go back and revisit. I don't know about you guys, but I like to go back and revisit these, especially the pressers, because I feel like you're getting like just a little bit of stuff that they put out, like the targeted attack, right? You're just so cute. You can call in over and over again and just be unknown and sit around in Honda Civics with knee pads on and drive around like a little fucking weirdo with 100 YouTube accounts and call in podcasts you have all night long. Have a great night. Have fun. We enjoy it around here.
For students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them.
Are you a telepath?
While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow police, we feel
317 Sip from Heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Star to the motherfucking lean.
What's going on?
I'm just blocking calls. That's all.
You said what?
I said I'm just blocking that call.
Yeah. Oh, that shit. I appreciate it.
How are you doing, love?
I'm chilling.
Chilling.
You just dealing with the trolls,
Yes, sir, I do. Hey, listen, I just wanted to call and give you a shout out. Tell you here in Indiana, we're feeling the love. I see the 219 up there. And, but I did want to say something about, let me turn this down. Do y'all hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
we hear you perfectly fine.
I'm hearing me, and that's disturbing. But I wanted to say something about the dean. So my youngest is in college. He lives, oh God, don't come after me, people. He lives in a frat house. And if something like this happened on his campus, I, as a parent, because he doesn't live on campus per se, I definitely wouldn't want to be hearing from the dean, because that would tell me as a parent, are they looking for somebody on campus? You see what I mean? Like, do you
Right.
guys think this is a student who went into this? Because a lot of the sorority, frat houses, party houses, whatever, they're not owned by the campus. You know, they're private entities. So if a dean is coming up and talking about a murder that happened near their campus to students that went there, I would automatically assume, oh my God, is this a person that goes to school here that they're looking for?
Right.
And I'm pulling my kid out.
So it would just
So
make it.
that,
You would pull your kid out if you heard or if you seen this right here.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, would you?
Okay. Yeah, I mean makes sense. That's why
Yeah,
I said it. To
you got
me,
the,
it's always been weird that when they called him up, the dean of students come, or I just always thought that was weird. Now, this is the town of Moscow. It's a small town. I get it, a great college town. I understand that, but I just always thought it was weird that they brought him up, because, like I said, this is a homicide investigation. It wasn't no prank. You know what I mean. People lost their lives, and
right.
but I see both sides, but at the same time, I don't know. I
Yeah,
guess
but
I
your
can see
first,
both sides, but
my first reaction would be, they have the dean up there talking. I understand these were students that went there, but they did not live in the dorms on campus. You got the dean talking. They don't know who this dude is that went in there and did these unalivings. I'm pulling my kid till y'all figure this stuff out. That's what I'm saying. So I will let you go. There's just my thought on it. And I love you. And thanks for everything you're doing. Appreciate you being here.
I appreciate you calling in. But it's definitely interesting to hear that you would definitely pull them out instantly.
And yeah, and you know what? Oh man, I'm probably saying too much.
You're fine. You don't have to,
So my kid is a Sigma Chi frat.
Okay. Yeah.
Fraternity. So of course that's what got me on this, because when it came out, of course, Sigma Chi was all over the place, and so I was.
Well, I know Sigma Chi is all over the United States. So you mean Sigma Chi like in Idaho, or?
As in the fraternity, just the name. So see,
okay, yeah.
My son, who's in college, is the baby of 5.
Yes, ma'am.
And none of my other kids went to college. I knew nothing about fraternity, sorority, knew nothing about college life, basically, till he went. I didn't even know he rushed for a fraternity. I didn't know what none of that meant until like the night that he was waiting on the call to find out if he had gotten in. And so then I had to start doing all this research, like, what the hell is going on? What does this mean? Did you just join the Army? What happened? And anyway, so I've had to find out a lot of stuff that I can find out, because it is completely secretive. You would not believe how freaking secretive my kid is. So, yeah, so that's where I got invested in this whole thing, because, oh my God, Sigma Chi, it's the Sigma Chi guys. You know what I mean? And then the fraternity was, a lot of people that don't like fraternities or whatever, they were raked down the coals and up the coals and stuff. And then the ones, who actually have been in a fraternity, have family members in the fraternity or whatever, like myself, we're just like, hold on, they're just kids, And so I had to do a lot of questioning with my son. Some of the answers I got, some of the answers I didn't. But the deal is that what people don't understand about the fraternity, and I've heard this, is why do they have to be so secretive? Well, my same question would be, what, the Lions Club, the Shriners Club, all those people, they're all secretive. Everybody that's in some sort of society, different society, has their own secretive thing going on, and nobody questioned it. You know what I mean? So, that's the way that I chalk it up to. Whenever I talk to my boy and I ask him, certain things, he's like, "Mom, I'm not going to tell you that because I took an oath. There's just some things we don't talk about." But he said, "I will tell you this, and I'm going to share this with you." What he said to me. He said, "I will tell you this. If those brothers had anything to do with it," and it went around. Believe me, like I said, I'm in Indiana, and that happened over in Idaho. When these unalivings happened, it went out to all the chapters that these had happened and that there were Sigma Chi brothers, and one of them had lost their life in this. And my son did tell me, he said, "Mom," he said, "Sigma Chi has some," he said, "and it's not just Sigma Chi," he said, "fraternities in themselves have the best lawyers." He said, "and I'm telling you right now," he said, "if one of my brothers did something like this," he said, "I have the integrity of Sigma Chi, yes, that's why I am one of them." He said, "but I was raised by you." He said, "I would come to Dad, I would come to you and say, 'Hey, what do I do about this? Like, I'm in a brotherhood. My brother did this. This precedes everything else I am. It's just wrong." He said, "So out of all the secrecy that goes around," he said, "there's always one person that's going to stand and say, this is wrong, and brotherhood or no brotherhood, you're going to pay for what you've done." He said, "So it would have been given up in the very beginning. And then everybody was talking about, am I talking too much? Do you want me to shut up because you're not going to stand me?
I'm listening. Keep going. Cook. You're cooking right now. I love hearing the knowledge. Keep going.
Okay, because it's really hard to offend me.
No. You're not annoying me. Not one bit. I'm listening to what you're saying, and it's actually very informative.
All right. So, and then I asked him about, like, why didn't the members come out in the beginning when they knew their fraternity was being trashed, that the brothers were being trashed,
right,
and all this? And he said, so there is a line of seniority, whatever. And he said, so me as a brother, he said, I'm not going to walk out there and talk to you guys. I'm going to talk to the police who come and talk to me. I can't speak on my chapter, even though my son is risk management this year of, until next year. I'm sorry, until the 14th is when they have inauguration, which he's being inaugurated for the president of his chapter. So, but this year he did risk management. And he said, me as risk management that stands at the door and makes sure that people aren't coming into our fraternity causing problems and shit. He said, I can't even go out there and talk to him. He said, there's a line of seniority. He said, the president will go and talk to the police, and then they will give whatever interview they think that they need to give. But before he even does that, it goes through not the international, but the national Sigma Chi, whatever, the organization. And they tell them what to say and what not to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then he said, but let me ask you this. He said, yes. He said, we are, no, I'm not WSU. I'm Ball State University, Mom.
I think they just, I think what she meant by that, I don't know, I could be totally wrong. She said, this is the real WSU, Mom. Damn. I think she means like, you're actually coming with facts rather than coming with bullshit. The real WSU. I don't know. That's what I got from it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay. I just don't want you to think that I'm somebody out here exploiting this stuff, because I'm not.
No,
You're actually only the second person I've ever told this to. But, and now I'm telling, all of the fam. Okay.
I got no problem. I think, like I said, that's very informative. We're all listening right now. Everybody's listening.
So, he told me that he said, this is the way, he said, now I'm not going to come out and speak on it. I don't know anything about it. You know, that's not my chapter. He said, but this is a good way to look at it. He said, whenever all the police came in, the FBI, everybody came in, he said, where did the FBI stay? They stayed at Sigma Chi. Right?
Right.
Go back and look at it. So, I mean, if anybody has any questions about it, they can go back and look at it. The Sigma Chi house is where the FBI was staying at. He said, Mom, if the FBI or the police or anybody thought that house had anything to do with these unalivings, he said, there's no damn way they're going to be putting their DNA in our house, you know, using the bathroom, eating with the brothers, you know, doing all the stuff that they're doing, when this could very well be part of the crime scene. And I was like, I did send you to college to learn something. What the hell? That made a lot of sense to me. So it's just a different perspective of somebody who, you know, he is in Sigma Chi, and I'm very, very proud of him. And fraternities are very much partying kind of guys, and sororities are very much. But you know what? I'm going to say half, and I think it's over half of every college. That's what it's about. It's about partying, whether you're in a fraternity or not in a fraternity. You know, these kids are just being kids. So I think they get a bad rap. I think, yeah, is there stuff going on that probably shouldn't be going on as far as hazing and stuff? Yeah, I would, yeah. And is it right or wrong? I don't know. I'm not the one to say that. I mean, it's my choice whether I want to join a fraternity or not. So I don't know. There's my take on it. I'm just saying, you know, all those that want to go out there and talk about, you know, the fraternity brothers, that they still think that they didn't do enough with the fraternity, and something happened at Sigma Chi and something happened on Banfield and this and that and the other. Just look at the facts. Just use your freaking common sense. Remember we talked about last night, dummying it down? People just, you know, this is just 101. The police would not be staying in that house. If there was any crime scene there, the police would not be staying in that house. And just because we haven't heard that, hey, they went over and talked to this person and this person, we don't have names, doesn't mean that they haven't talked to them.
Exactly. And that's what I try to tell people all the time. You know, like,
and I asked them,
they said in these that they conducted over 100 interviews.
Yes, sir. And I asked my son, trying to be careful not to call his name out, but I asked my son, I said, so do all you brothers get along, or like, are you in love with, you know, are these your ride or dies? And he's like, we have disagreements. He said, we're just like anybody else. We don't all have personalities that match. That's why we've got a click here and a click there. But in the end, we're brothers, and we're going to stand up for the brotherhood. He said, it's no different than anywhere else. You're friends 1 minute, the next minute you're not. And it's just, he said, we're no different than anybody else. It's just that we take an oath and we believe in this way of life. And so, so I asked, the reason why I was asking about that is because the big fight, you know, Xana pulled Ethan off of him, and that person came back and killed all these people because of that. And, you know, it's just rampant craziness stuff. So I guess I'm just defending, and I'm sorry if that offends people. Not sorry, kind of. But before I defended, I went and I checked it out. And before I checked it out, I paid attention to my own thoughts on it. Like, you know, like he said, Mom, the police would not have stayed in that house. Mom, this would not be happening. Mom, you know, this is not happening. And there are some real honest people in this world, no matter what you're following or what society you're in, that are going to stand up for what's right. And I was like, damn, I raised a good boy. I hope to God he makes a lot of money and takes care of me. I'm for real.
I don't blame you. And I'm sure you will. You raised them right. Sounds like you raised them right. You know?
Yes, sir.
It does. You
But
did a good
anyways,
job. And congratulations on your boy going to college and chasing his
thank you.
dream.
I'm so proud of Yes, sir. I'm really proud of that kid. But I will let you guys go, and I appreciate you giving me the time just to speak on that and give my 2 cents. And maybe I said a little bit more than what I was supposed to say, and I hope not.
Oh, you.
But I just
Give us
wanted
insight on
everybody
the
to
frat,
think.
right?
Yeah.
You know, the sorority or in the Sigma Chi's. You gave us I get it. Yeah, you gave us the breakdown, the code. It was very informative. I appreciate you doing that too. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I hope you do have a blessed night. And hopefully I hear from you again. I know as soon as I get off here with you, we're gonna, the unknowns are gonna be trying to, show their waist and not their face. But
That's all right, honey. We got thick skin, and just keep deleting them.
I'm chilling. I'm good.
But I wish you the best, and thanks for being around with the night crew. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Us insomniacs.
Absolutely.
We got to stick together.
Absolutely.
Thanks, T-REV. Have a
Thank
good night, honey.
You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
God bless. I appreciate it. Lock your doors too. My lock your doors t-shirt. Come on, Mr. Unknown. I know you're ready. I know you're ready. Come on, buddy.
Flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us.
Just listen to what he says.
And the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family.
Unlock my door? The f does that mean? Lock your doors. Unlock your door. Hell no, I'm not unlocking my door. I don't know about how the fight Ethan had with his brothers. Has that ever been confirmed? No, we've heard rumors on that, but no. I don't think it's ever been confirmed. I've never seen it be confirmed. I've seen the rumor though come out so many different times. Yeah, I mean, that's stalking. What do you know? Stalking, I guess that's what you do when you're a felon stalking. Stalking pickets. What's going on, Woods? Shout out to Woods coming by. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Let's hear Mr. Dean talk it out, though. Oh, that's all he said? Literally? Hold on.
Known. And we'll move through this together as a Vandal family.
I thought he talked a little longer. Okay, so he just said a couple words.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries. And these murders have shaken us to our very core.
Thank you, Jody. I
You heard the
appreciate
university
that.
president as well as the chief of police talk about
I'm about to find this video I want to go over
community,
to.
and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that's all lost
I'm
their
pulling it
loved
out right
ones,
now.
the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource.
All right, let me pause this for 1 second because I actually want to go over this right here again. I do. I really do. I really do. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. No way. Doors locked.
I try not to think too much about any of the darker side of the aspects. I just try to stay positive. There'll be days where I
Thank you,
have to
Angelica.
focus
I
on the
appreciate
negativity, but today's not one of them. I miss her smile, and that she was so giving. When she came home, she was always giving me a hug, always making sure she got a hug before she left the house. Just the simple things. These girls were born 14 days apart. We loved them both so much. It was a great, great story, and I'm sad that it ended, and we lost them both at the same time. I'll never see this car as mine. She paid for it. She felt like this was a super cute car.
It was emotional riding with Steve in Kaylee's car on her birthday. We saw that vehicle at that home each day inside the crime scene tape.
What's going on, Bonnie? Hi, everyone. Just woke up, can't fall back asleep, so decided to join you guys. That's crazy. Driving in her car, I can only imagine what he's feeling. She even just said it felt, can't imagine that.
Kaylee and her friends Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the University of Idaho. And that car was part of the reason Kaylee was in town that weekend of the murders.
When she bought her car, it wasn't her birthday, but it was a gift that she gave herself because she just got a new job. So I remember her being super excited for that and, showing Maddie and driving down there and showing her friends off with it.
I've seen that video.
Those friends, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk, all lived together in the house on King Road, along with Kaylee's dog, Murphy.
Murphy, you've been a bad boy.
There's a video of all 5 of the girls together in the home posted just 2 weeks before the murders. They're laughing, making fun of each other, imitating each other.
Did anyone do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here.
If you look back at their moments, you can actually see their whole lives. These girls really did do the social media stuff.
Get down. Get down.
And these girls, they were everywhere. So people got a taste and a look and a feel of who they really were. I think people connected with that. And then if you go back, you can see
they were everywhere. So Steve says, they were everywhere. And then that's what brings up, where did he run across? I mean, I've heard the rumor also that they allegedly ran across Koberger, possibly at the college, that he's been to the college and all that. I've heard that. I don't know, if that's where he did see anybody and became obsessed. If so, if he is the right guy, right? We got to think about what we all want to know is, where did he come from? Where did they become targets? If it isn't, right? That's what we need to hone in on that. What's the motive? Is the motive of just a obsession? Right? Or was there some type of encounter that we don't know about? Because if you guys take it back a little bit, I remember when Steve and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve and Christy had both said that they're starting to see some type of a connection, correct? I do remember that very well. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. See, the guy reporting in front of 1122 King with the laptop was a British reporter. I think he said something controversial that kind of pissed people off. Okay. So maybe that's what Mikey was talking about.
bing bang. I hate to say it, but the last hours of their lives.
Those last hours included 2 photos posted by Kaylee. On one of them, she wrote, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people." According to investigators, that last night, Ethan and Xana go to a party at the Sigma Chi house. They're there till about 1:45 a.m. that morning. Maddie and Kaylee go downtown Moscow, to a bar called the Corner Club. And then about 1:30 a.m., they walk to a food truck to grab a bite to eat.
And then what was the next? Don't forget to remove the
Carbonara.
The carbonara back of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you do not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
So about 10 minutes later, the video shows Maddie reaching to grab the food they ordered. Kaylee has her cell phone up as if she's filming the moment. They're laughing with each other until you see them run out of the frame. By 2 a.m., all 5 girls and Ethan Chapin were back at the house on King Road. In just over 2 hours, 4 of the
Actually, you know
6
what? I'm not gonna
would
do
be
that.
dead.
Nobody said it's 4:11 in the morning.
Here.
Is it?
My name is
Early.
Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate.
Now, this is what we were just going over.
The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Based on details.
But in Barbosa, I think there is a possibility that he met him at the restaurant to the vegan place. Asked one of them out. They said no. Boom. Then that creates an angry person. So if they're, like I said, with them saying that they're starting to see some type of connection at one point, and they kind of stopped talking about it after that, right? And then also, I do remember the times before Kohlberger was arrested, is that somebody was being cleared too fast when that interview with the Gonsalves family.
Details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Right away, I think everyone knew this was going to be a big story. I mean, you've got 4 college students taken down at once inside the same home, and the chief comes out pretty quickly and says, listen, no forced entry here. This was a targeted, isolated attack. So most of us thought should be solved pretty quickly, but that's not what happened here.
We need to make sure we clarify. Have them restart this feed, or. We arrived in Moscow
Cheers.
just days after the murders, and you could immediately sense that this was a community on edge, and you could understand why. 4 young people have been brutally murdered, and nobody knows why, and nobody knows who's responsible. I actually met a group of professors from the University of Idaho. They were out for a bike ride, and they really summed up what the community was going through.
It has deeply affected all our students and our faculty and our staff, and it's been just a struggle to get through this last week. So,
How hungry is this university, this town, for answers?
very much so. The fact that there isn't an answer makes this even worse.
All of us are shaken. I've heard from people all across the country talking about this tragedy. It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson. Any new details?
Nothing that I can share.
How was the crime scene?
I can't talk about it. Everybody's working together. The investigation is still active, absolutely.
How long they're going to stay here at the home?
Don't know, as long as they need to.
I ended up sitting down with Bill Thompson in his office. And remember, they had not identified a suspect. And a lot of people were wondering, are they going to solve this? And it was one of his answers to me
Bill Thompson, he's fired up right there.
that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying. Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would,
Jack D.
but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm not probably, I'm in a different situation because
was a target,
of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind has to spin like, okay, what is going on?
Some people can commit crimes, and there is no justice for that family.
What the families and public didn't know about the investigation.
Partly under her body, partly under her comforter, on her bed, likely left there by the killer.
So I'm just also thinking about it. I wonder if they're going there. I wonder if the defense is going there tomorrow because they think in their head that they know what the prosecution is trying to go for. So I think that they're going there to test some things out. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. We've seen how these defense teams work. AJ Armstrong case. I got to see that one firsthand. So to see them go back to different spots and look at different, they're gonna have plenty of experts do this. So I'm not really baffled about the defense team going back to the house. We just had the prosecution or the FBI went back to the house and got video footage, etc. That is bizarre, Plumbing. What Plumbing say? One of the hardest things for me to wrap my head around is how there were so many cars in the driveway and he still went in solo with a knife. Sorry if that hurt your ears, but I gotta hit this.
Bing bang, bing bang, bing bang.
It's just a fact, right? It's just a fact. Let's face it. That is a fact. And not only that, for you to do that shows me that you've been in that location. One, you know who's in that building. You know what the rooms. I don't know. I feel like he knew where he wanted to go. I feel like he's been in this place beforehand. I feel like he's went inside this house at night and did a test run walkthrough. Oh, they leave the back door unlocked. Oh, wow. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what I think. Allegedly speculating. That's not, I don't, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true, but I really do think he did a couple test runs, drove over there, walked it, even walked in just to see how he can move around. I'm sorry, but I do. May sound crazy to some people, but I think he did that. I agree. Shanley Painter is fire. I think he was DM's guest. So you think that he was DM's guest? Dylan Mortensen's guest. Wow. Interesting. I don't know though, Dylan Mortensen's guest. I feel like if he was Dylan Mortensen's guest, then he would just be trying to drag her ass into this and pin a murder or pin her part of it, right? If she was his guest. But I get the speculation too, though. I definitely understand it. I've definitely thought about that too. So you're not, Meg, don't feel alone on that because I've thought about it. I pondered on it, Plumbing says, I think it was Enan Harsh, homie. Or he was Enan Harsh. Good gosh. Wood Fairy says BK arrived June. 2 months later, KG moved from her own apartment to 1122 King Road in August. KG only stays at 1122 2 months and moves back home. A few weeks later, 1122 happens. Well, elaborate a little bit more on that for me, Plumbing. I'm curious what you mean by that. I think he was Enan Harsh? What do you mean by that? Do you think like he was creepy? What do you mean? Break that down for me. I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. I want to get it right. Angelica says he don't look like her type at all. Devil Doll says Hollis and Grandpa's mom was from. Oh, okay. You're Hollis. Are you saying Devil Doll? You're saying your grandpa's mom was from Iris? So I'm proud of that. Okay. And part of the UK, so you're not far off. I love the Irish accent. Makes sense. I've heard your voice before, so I know that you got a deep accent too. Devil Doll, you got a deep accent. Say Hollis, yes, girl. I remember when 5-0 was there. Okay, I know what you're saying. Remember when 5-0 was there? Those guys said that they didn't even know whose house they were in. And yeah, I do remember that. And that was weird too. Like, you don't even know whose house you're in. That shit is sus. That's weird. That just means that people were coming in and out of this house for the fact that could Brian Kohlberger build up enough balls to just walk into a party like that? Or did he go there like I'm thinking and speculating that he went at night afterwards and seen and was like, oh, damn, these are beautiful girls and they leave the back door open? Who knows? Allegedly speculating all day long. So don't kill me for speculating. Yo, Trev, brother, I've been on a mission, bro. Where is all your streams? So you got to go click on lives. You got to click on lives, my brother. You got to click on lives. So get out of videos, scroll over to the right past community or next to community and click on lives. Unknown. You're not getting through. Keep trying. Nice try. Try again later. You know?
Stop the cap.
Y'all got the accents, not me. Well, I'm really from Australia. I'm known to catch a gator too if I've been out there. I'm about to go right in my house. I can't do it. I'll end up talking Australian, UK-ish. Covering for the girls, bro. He knew whose house he was at.
Moscow is a very typical university town.
Right
It
off.
has a vibrant downtown with places to eat, places to drink.
If you're coming in, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's 3:22 a.m. We've been live for what, 3 hours? Probably gonna be live for another 5, 6 hours, maybe 7, maybe 8. I don't know, maybe 9. It just depends. Make sure you hit that like button though. See, you are getting stalked. If I'm not getting stalked. Double locks, double glocks. You don't do that to me. Cross on my shit. Try to hurt my family. Bing bong.
Places to gather.
There's not really much surrounding Moscow. Rolling hills of just wheat fields and various other farms. Small town feel. I think it's roughly 25,000 people, give or take a couple thousand.
I think of North Idaho as a pretty off the map type of place, pretty safe place, very family friendly, and to have
I'm sorry, but I'm thinking about this right now. Who the hell said Dylan was a transvestite? I'm sorry. I want to know where that came from, right? Because it's pretty annoying, right? It's pretty annoying when you hear people say, Dylan Mortensen, she's a man. That's a man. Where is proof that she's a man or was, and why does that matter anyways? But people still say that and put that out there and say that she's transgender. So, okay, if she's transgender and you're going to make that type of assumption and put it in the air, then show it, right? That Justin dude, Lisa says. I've seen somebody say that too, Justin, before PKC did. PKC said Justin also. It was the first Justin I seen. True, I remember that. You come in my house, I take role as judge, executioner. I see you, Regina. I'm good. I'm not coming over. I promise. That was a 4chan rumor. To the point says. Thank you. To the point. 4chan rumor. Bayou Babe says that was so crazy. Divine Timing says she's not. She's very beautiful. Low 12. I remember that. Like, what the hell? Lisa says that Justin, dude. I did read that. What's going on, Joe? Nice to see you in chat. Wood Fairy also. Wood Fairy, I think you were around during Kylie. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Suki, I believe she was trying to get away from from Moscow for a reason. Something or someone there made her feel uncomfortable, in my opinion. Why she didn't want to return. That WKDE. I don't know, man. You're talking about Kaylee, correct? Right? Is that what you're talking about? We're talking about Kaylee Wood Fairy. She said receipts. She's no man. I'll say that. Suki says, so what if she is? Right. That's what I'm saying. But I just thought it was crazy. She's not. So rude. I thought it was rude too, just to assume that, hey, this is a tranny. And that was thrown out there. I just feel like it was super reckless. But I wanted to know where it came from originally, because you know how information travels. It kind of traveled over this way, and somebody called in, I think, and was like, yeah, well, Dylan's transgender. And I was like, hold up, what do you mean? Where'd you hear that? Oh, well, I seen it over here. Okay, you're seeing it on YouTube pages. That's not confirmed. She's definitely not transgender. Alice says because she is an Amazon of a woman, that's all. What, athletic built, right? Libby Live, Justin said it. Tara Bear says that's an uneducated, unintelligent human wanting their voice heard. Brutal. Teresa says a lot of people have said that from all over YouTube, but I'm like, you. Why should it matter? Exactly, Teresa. Tell them again. Washington Mommy. No, I just called you Washington Mommy. I don't know why I said that, but WAMI. Wami. I'm gonna call you Wami. No telling how many times Kohlberger could have been watching them from that parking lot behind their house. That's a fact too. Which Jeff had made a good video with the whole map. It comes back. You got the trees back there so you could park. He could get out, walk the little line, come up by Walenta and try to get different angles to peek in the window. You had Kaylee's room specifically in view from Walenta, right? That's on that backside. So it's more than possible that right there is a stalker's paradise, especially if you don't have any blinds up or anything like that. Peeping Tom, see that? I mean, that's a Peeping Tom's friggin', playground. It's a Peeping Tom's playground. Good gracious. You said she has beautiful lips. Some women pay to have lip fillers. Huh. Justin, okay, I see a lot of people
murders, and then the guys just running around on loose is a little unnerving.
Weeks after the murders of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, no arrest had been made. To the point that a lot of the students there on campus had cleared out because there was this fear among the community, and even some of the victims' family members had fears that the investigation was stalled.
I had private investigators and different things, and that's why they don't want to slow down, Steve. This thing. Me as a father, it's never fast enough, and I want to just charge ahead like probably just like
you never have to worry about that again.
Bing bong. Like a dumbass, but that's what I knew.
What the families and the public didn't know was that the detectives had some significant evidence and leads, including DNA and a potential eyewitness. At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall.
So people keep getting that confused. Some people will say that Kaylee was sleeping in her room, and I went and listened to these panels, and somebody said it best last night. They're like, man, some people are just brainless, right? I was like, yeah, I get it, because people don't read documents. People don't look at documents. They don't listen to anything. They go based off of little things that is passed along to people between chats and stuff like that. And I feel like you're setting yourself up to look stupid if you go off something like that without fact checking behind it. So you could take what is said with a little grain of salt, but please just do a little research on it, right? Because the internet's going to show you everything. You're going to be up. There's not one thing. Nobody on the internet can hide. The only people that can hide are these little AI machines and people that are behind that. You get what I'm saying? So anything that comes out, look it up. You'll find it. The internet will lead you to your answers. You will get there. Just do the research.
In Kaylee's room, Ethan and Xana were a floor below. Across from them was Dylan Mortensen, and on the 1st floor was Bethany Funk, who was in her room.
Dylan will be a key witness in all this because she's on the same floor as 2 of the murders. And she opens her door
we don't have fake
different times. Now, the first couple of times, she really didn't see anything, but she was hearing voices. Maybe it was the dog. Maybe somebody was crying or something. She wasn't quite clear what she heard. But the 3rd time she opens the door, she sees this tall figure dressed in all dark colors, and she noticed his bushy eyebrows. And then this man walks right past her.
Imagine what it would be like to be a young woman who opens the door and sees this man all in black, and all you really see are his eyebrows, and he's tall and he's big. And he just killed 4 people with a knife. He walks right past you and out the door. How close to death were you? It gives me shivers to just think about what that is. And that must just roll through her head every single day.
I agree with you.
That's going to stick with a jury.
Bing bong.
Finish him.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen
on, Blue Elvis?
shock
Welcome.
when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide. And basically, it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
The major piece of evidence that the public didn't know about was a knife sheath left behind likely by the killer. It was found partly under Madison.
Let's talk about this too for 1 second, because I think it's important to touch on. If he dropped the knife sheath, what the else did he leave behind, evidence wise? If he dropped the knife sheath during a struggle with the two victims, Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, upstairs on that 3rd floor bedroom, if he dropped the sheath, what else do you think that this guy left behind, or the perpetrators left behind? Right? Because we didn't know about this sheath until the PCA came out. But if he dropped that, what other mistakes did he make? Because if you really think about it, if all they have is a knife sheath and phone pangs, right? Which I absolutely don't believe whatsoever. I still think they could get a conviction with just that, but I think they have a shit ton more, just for the simple fact that he made a crucial error. And that crucial error was that knife sheath. Now put everything else together. That's how I look at it. Put everything else together after that. Exactly, you're right.
Bing bang.
I'm serious too. Like, you got to really think. I believe there is an ass ton of evidence, or ass ton of shit we don't know. Yeah, for sure. Plumbing says, how does he not notice he dropped the case to his knife though? Or do you think he just couldn't find it? That's a good question. I don't know. I think it was just a complete struggle. It turned into something upstairs, right? I think this is what happened. It turned into a struggle. Maybe both got up or something happened. Maybe Kaylee got on him or something and tried to, you know what I mean? And there was a struggle. And that's what happened. And he got done doing what he did and took off. And that sheath was there under he didn't want to get any evidence on it, or you know what I mean? He tried his hardest to not get it. You get what I'm saying? That's how I'm seeing it. The guy just had a struggle upstairs. Boom, boom. He's rushing to get up out of there. The first thing he's thinking about after he does all that, damn, I'm going to get caught. Right? Pure adrenaline. I am interested to see what the two girls say on the witness stand. Terror Bear says True T and perhaps Dark. He got in and out in 10 minutes according to the previous 3D reenactment shown. He wasn't worried about covering his tracks or details. Tad says, if the roommate heard something she thought was just the girl playing with the dog, I don't think there was much of a struggle. It's a good assessment too. Think he was high also, just saying. Devil Doll says if they caught him waving to every camera in Moscow the night of the murders, even a camera in the street, where is the video evidence of him on camera? The 11 times his phone pinged. Okay, I get what you're saying. Hollis says, I think he was in his moment and never even realized it was gone. Blue Elvis, yeah, he was on a high. Definitely on some type of high, man. Like I said, I think he would go back twice. I don't think that it was the 8 minutes and 9 minutes that a lot of people talk about, because and the reason why I do say that also is if we go back and look at the Linda Lane footage, it's 339 or what, 331, 339 and up that vehicle is going around, and it's all within minutes of gaps. So if that's time that he could have went in and went out. If the Linda Lane footage is legit and that's that, and they're able to confirm that, then that kind of will give you, a timeline in your head of he could have went in twice. All 5 passes are time stamped on there. Jeff did that shit a while ago and sent me the video, so it kind of helped out looking at it. And then you had JLR that went out there on foot and walked up to the camera that it was allegedly from, and you can see that it's the camera. That's just how I look at that. Angelica says he thought he was so smart, in my opinion, planned everything out, got his kill kit, but things in life, especially murder, isn't ever going to end as planned. He probably doesn't know where Sheath was lost. That's a good point. Wood Fairy says, don't forget there was a Bluetooth speaker, etc., that was reportedly present in Madison Mogen's bedroom. The house also allegedly had Alexa, so it could have been audio recorded. Maybe.
Oh my God!
That's a good point. Woo. Woo. Arlene says, I agree with you, T-REV. He could have dropped or left other things behind. I believe it's a slam dunk case.
Bing bang.
Mogen's body and the comforter on her bed. On the snap of that knife sheath was DNA.
So investigators had DNA from the crime scene, and they took the DNA and they ran it through the National Crime Database, and there were no hits, no matches. But the DNA was still useful because you could eliminate potential suspects. And there were a lot of them. Not only ones that law enforcement was looking at, but a whole bunch that people online, all those true crime sleuths that are out there, were looking at as well.
I'd made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious, or he was the...
Do you remember this phase? The Jeremy Regan phase? I mean, I'm sure we all do. Dollar Sterling says, someone let Koberger in. He would never have gone in on his own. With 6 cars outside, he wasn't that brave. Someone let him in. That's a broad one.
Murder.
Hey, respect.
My name is Jeremy Regan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met
Very
Jeremy
possible.
Regan about a week after the murders.
That's
He was
very
a neighbor of the girls on King Road.
As much as it's possible, I just don't see him keeping everything on the hush for one to save somebody. You know what I mean? That's the shit that you see happen in movies today. They're Mariah Carey. They're singing. You know what I mean? They're gonna sing to get whatever they can.
Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer.
Vinny shouting this out.
What was it like to be accused of something
Love
so
Vinny.
horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context. For some people, it was definitely worse than others. I know the various Jacks and Jakes, they got hammered.
Jack Decor and Jake Schreiger. These two guys are the boyfriends of Kaylee and Maddie. As a matter of fact, Jack shared a dog, Murph, with Kaylee. So a lot of people are looking at them, and investigators looked at them as well, but cleared them. So law enforcement says these guys are innocent, but the folks online weren't convinced.
There was also Jack Showalter, who was at the food truck when Maddie and Kaylee were there. He became known as Hoodie Guy. So people were analyzing the food truck video.
The Jack Showalter went to Africa. Remember that? Jack Showalter went to Africa. I remember that being reported on the news widely. If he went, Jeff says, if he went into the house killing in 2 phases, he got to manage the blood. Yeah, that's a fact. And I do think about that when I think about, I do think about that when I'm, speculating on it. I'm like, okay, that's 2 times that you would have to, go into a scene contaminated, right? Like that's just more contamination in general. So that's a great point, and I've definitely thought about that. Doesn't that increase the chances he gets blood in the passenger compartment of the car? Absolutely. I think it would. But then again, was he wearing something? but it wouldn't make sense because then he would have to take that off, go out, and then realize, oh shit, I forgot the knife sheath, and then there's evidence, right? There's evidence. So yeah, I get that part too. The doors were unlocked because there was no breaking and entering. I see. Miss Barboza says, and the DNA on the sheath, I believe, was from him practicing with a knife, pulling it out in his room, planning the killings or killing. Good night, RLF. I don't know if you're saying good night to me, someone else, but good night. I appreciate you coming by. Thank you. Love and light. Love and light. Love and light. In fact, all right, there we go. That's the two shower curtains, Jeff. The shower curtain theory. That shower curtain theory is wild. Idaho is sus as says Michael 360. Hey T, really going through it right now, and happy to have you here on live. Don't feel so alone now. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You good? Well, I'm glad I'm here and you can hang out, and hopefully whatever you're going through, you can get past that this morning. So I got faith you can.
Video, and they thought he looked quite suspicious.
There's been a lot of speculation and rumors. We are the official source of information. Individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful.
Another early focus of the investigation was video. Detectives gathered recordings from homes, businesses all around the time of the murders in that area. And one thing stood out. One vehicle stood out. That was a white Hyundai Elantra.
We're looking for that car because we believe through our investigation that that car was in the area during the time of the murders.
According to investigators, beginning at 3:29 a.m., the white Elantra made 3 separate passes by the house on King Road. Then at 4:04, they say it was back for a 4th time, stopping in front of the house before traveling on to do a 3-point turn. It then drove past the house again and out of the camera's view. At 4:20, it was back in view and leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
So everyone's looking for this car, this white Elantra. And there's an officer, a campus police officer from Washington State University, across the state border, who decides to run a list of all the white Elantras on campus. And he finds one. It's registered to a guy named Brian Kohlberger.
They end up finding his car in
The part about okay, so I'm looking that the whole entire article is nowhere to be found. I can't find it no more. There is postings about it. The whole Bethany Funk, or she's seen somebody running from the location naked, or like that whole thing was posted. I don't even remember the website, but there is postings talking about it. If you look it up right now, you'll find something about it, but you won't see the original post. Now it talks about the news of Bethany Funk being subpoenaed to testify was received after Funk filed a motion to dismiss a subpoena that was submitted by Brian Kohlberger's defense team, which demanded she would appear at a preliminary hearing in Idaho in June of this year. Now, Kohlberger remains in custody for 4 counts of murder and 1 of felony burglary. He was arrested in Pennsylvania on December 30th. We know that. His arrest happened 6 weeks after the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Xander Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, were discovered at their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. Now, both Funk and Dylan Mortensen, the other surviving roommate, were home at the time when the slayings occurred. According to the police, Mortensen stated that she had woken up around 4 a.m. and was shocked to find a masked intruder outside her door. The terrified undergrad locked herself in the room, and neither she nor Funk reported the crime to the police for another 8 hours. Funk awoke to find the bodies of her housemates located at the upper floor of their off-campus home. Now, it says investigators have stated that the 2 surviving housemates have been cooperative with the investigation, and the 2 women were ruled out as suspects. Mortensen's account of what happened on the night of the murders was later included in a search warrant for Kohberger's property. However, Funk's recollection from that night has never been released to the public. Kohberger's legal team filed a subpoena in Nevada claiming that Funk has exculpatory knowledge from the night of the murders that only she can provide the court. Funk's attorney fired back at the defense team, stating that her claim is without support. This subpoena would force Funk to testify as part of Kohberger's defense. The filing stated that there is no further information or detail pertaining to the substance of this testimony. Now it says, the alleged exculpatory information of Miss Funk of why it would be entertained at the preliminary hearing. The defense team argues that Funk's testimony is the key to the trial and could clear the murder charges levied against their client. In March, Kohberger's defense team submitted an affidavit from a criminal investigator, Richard Bottanti, supporting the team's efforts to subpoena Funk. It says Bottanti wrote in the affidavit that Bethany Funk has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger. Portions of information Miss Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. Miss Funk's information is unique to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness, which is absolutely insane to me when I hear that, right? So when I hear that, I mean, that just blows my mind when I read that. And I wonder what if it's going to come up. And I think it is going to come up. I think they're going to talk more about that. Raising my bullshit flag. I don't know. That's some big statements made right there. They're claiming that she has the key to get him exonerated. That's what they're saying. So I don't think they're going to run. I don't think they'll shy away from that. I really don't. I think they're just going to add it into part of the defense. That's how I'm looking at it. DM didn't think he really left. Might be why she just locked her door and stayed quiet. Well, we never seen any statements made by Funk anywhere, right? Good morning to you too, Sailor. I appreciate you coming by. Cheryl says, good morning, one. And hold up. Good morning, one. Or good morning, everyone. And all early up and praising the Lord. Thank you, Cheryl. Yes, Haunted Haley. Shout out to you, Haunted Haley. Haunted Haley's been around since Kylie, too.
The parking lot of Kohberger's campus apartment. When they run his name, they find that he had been pulled over twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello, sir. I am Officer Loangus. Stop spamming audio and video.
Hold on 1 second here. Let me get down to, you said, have I seen that? BF heard frat boys, and if she did, who did she hear? She must have recognized voices. Huh. If they don't mention in the opening statements, it's a bullshit flag. Thank you, Sailor. I appreciate that. Liz says, Liz, thank you. She's the type of car undercover law enforcement driving while handing tickets. Question type car undercover law enforcement driving while handing tickets. Where are, like in Idaho or where? Because I'm curious with that question. Because I'm pretty sure it's different everywhere in a lot of different states. At least from what I've seen with my own eyes.
Reported.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so you know, yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly, yeah, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few. It's like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Kohberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now, when you get a phone number, it changes everything because you get access to it in a different way. That's one more piece of evidence, one more piece of the puzzle. Is it enough to see what the puzzle says?
That's you,
Not
Woody,
necessarily, but you get closer.
There, bro.
According to investigators, Koberger's phone records showed that between 2:27 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. the morning of the murders, Koberger's phone was turned off or in airplane mode or possibly out of battery, but it wasn't connecting to any cell phone tower.
Yes.
Sometimes it's not about evidence. It's about the lack of evidence that actually matters. In this particular case, we had a cell phone that was turned off for a very specific window of time. During a window of time where 4 people were murdered, and he is the singular suspect. That means something.
Investigators say that when they looked back at Koberger's cell phone records in the 5 months leading up to the murders, that his phone was in the area of the girl's home on 12 separate occasions.
This was not just something where he happened to be in the region one time and it's easily explainable. The problem is now you really have to be able to explain.
Yeah, we did 12 last night. Hold up, Rap. Don't give no one my number. Man, it's too late. I done emailed it out to about 30,000 people, bro. You should be getting some calls very soon. Elvis?
That other dozen times the month before. You better.
You guys really think we're going to do this again tonight? Y'all really think it's that guy? You guys really think it's that guy? That's crazy. You guys really think that that's the same person? So you guys don't believe that podcast debunked it? Man, you're gonna make me pull that bad boy up again. I don't. Yes. So yes, I see that Blue Elvis does. Yeah, of course. Oh snap! Sorry, I'm like, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. We can't get enough. Oh, we will. I always do. I've said since the PCA came out, even if the state didn't use BF and DM for witnesses, and Taylor would, law enforcement determined the timeline based on BF and DM's phone data, not the victims, per PCA. Why? I'm just curious to see what's in those snaps and all that. I don't know. I feel like they were cleared based off the phone data, though. You know, like I feel like the officers investigated Bethany and Dylan right off the rip and cleared them. And I mean, they were in the same house, so they're going to be the first. It's always going to be the people in the house and family members and stuff that they talk to first, and then they move out from there. Who would have hurt you? Who would have hurt your daughter? Who would have blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? They jump into all that. So, but I don't know. Even if the state didn't use BF and DM for witnesses, and Taylor would. And she's trying to do that with Bethany, but we haven't seen no statements from Bethany, right? It was just Dylan's statements that were in the PCA. So we don't have no idea what Bethany said, and saying that she is a material witness, right? Saying that she's a material witness is just, it puts my mind in a different place. I'm like, what did she see then? She's a material witness. And if you look up, again, I want to look it up. I'm going to read, we'll read what a material witness is. That's what they had her marked as, right? Material witness definition in law. We're going to jump into it. A witness whose evidence is likely to be sufficiently important to influence the outcome of a trial. And that's what the state is calling her, a material witness. Again, a witness whose evidence is likely to be sufficiently important to influence the outcome of a trial. That's big to me. She's seen something, right? I think she's seen something just based off of seeing that she's a material witness. Call don't even matter in the grand scheme. Yeah, no, it definitely don't matter. It definitely doesn't. I don't understand why he's not in shackles in court. How could Bethany have seen anything living in the basement? Yeah, damn, all the way down at the bottom, which is that first door, whether I guess you can call it the basement, but it's really right by the front door. So dismissal, Night, love y'all. I got a tree with my son. Gonna decorate today. Okay, that's what's up, man. God bless you and your family. Appreciate you, Blue Elvis. Thank you for the laughs, and God bless you and your family, man. She said those eyes are compelling too. A lot of people, a lot of people say that. And then the same people who say that, I see people go, well, you can't tell if somebody's a killer by their eyes. I get it.
Have a pretty good reason for this.
A lot of them have some evil eyes.
Coming up, the arrest.
Hey, Brian. How you feeling? How you feeling, Brian?
How strong is the evidence against Brian Kohberger?
You read the affidavit and you just find out that
Moscow Campus PD and MPD around 3 a.m. took very long time to write out 3 to 4 to 5 tickets for having open bottles or whatever. What kind of car were those two cops in training driving? White Elantra, see it? No, I don't, but you can send me the video and we'll pull it up and we'll find out what kind of car it is. For some reason, it's not ringing a bell with me right now. Are you talking about the Banfield? Hold up, I got that video right here. Hold up, thank God. Here, I got you. 1 second. I know what you're talking about. We'll take care of this issue right now.
Why don't you guys all have a drink tonight?
You all three out here.
Now, I don't know whose vehicle's who here. Okay, so we're walking across. This is what you're talking about, right? Let me know. Is this the footage that you're talking about when they were in the Banfield? I'm curious. That's what you mean. Okay, Banfield has black vehicles, I do believe. So new evidence. Sailor, tomorrow or today, allegedly, the defense is going there today to the house. So sources are telling people that they are going to the house today, that the defense is going to the house today. So, okay, so you are talking about this, Liz. I just wanted to make sure. What kind of vehicle? Let's see.
All right, if you guys all want to stand somewhere in this area.
I can't really tell. And it cuts right here anyway, but I can't tell. I don't know what the vehicles are, what kind they are. Okay, you can see another shot here. Yeah, I'll show none of their faces. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I don't even want to. That's silver. Yes, definitely silver for sure. That'll be interesting, Sailor. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting. I'm curious what they're going back there for today. Maybe it's for part of the defense, which obviously it is. But maybe they caught wind. Okay, the FBI's doing this. They went and got this. All right, well, we got this. Let's do this. So you know how it is. It's always a chess match between them all. Just wanted to pull that up, pull this back up. Let's get back into it.
he was stalking them, he was hunting them. He was just a person looking for an opportunity.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample. We got this guy. We've got this guy.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
Good morning, Rebecca. Welcome, welcome.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
Mr. Kohberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI evidence response team for processing.
According to a Monroe County, Pennsylvania prosecutor, when SWAT arrived at the family home of Brian Kohberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Kohberger was found awake
in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The DNA found on the knife sheath under Madison Mogan's body was the piece of the puzzle investigators needed 3 days.
And who does that? And who separates trash? I think that he knew that they were watching him. In fact, I think that he knew so much to the point that they were watching him that he had his eye on them. I think he knew he was being trailed, separating the trash. You definitely know you're being looked at. You're not just separating the trash for no reason. That's not just something normal that you do. I'm sorry. I mean, the only thing we separate is recycling. Right,
Before Koberger's arrest, detectives used trash from Koberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping. This is a quad murder. That has to be elation in that squad room, in that war room, when they're sitting together and they're looking at each other and going, we got this guy. We've got this guy.
After Brian Koberger was taken into custody in Pennsylvania, he met with an attorney who said publicly that Koberger told him he believed that he would be exonerated.
He is very intelligent. In my hour conversation with him, that comes off. I can tell that. And he understands where we are right now.
Hey, Brian.
How you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian? Even though Brian Koberger wasn't fighting extradition, he still had to appear in a Pennsylvania courtroom. I was inside of that courtroom when he walked in, and everyone was able to see him for the first time. His mother broke down into tears. The Koberger family, they were sitting on the front row of that courtroom. He made sure to make that eye contact with them, and he kept looking at them.
Big breaking news, folks, just moments ago. Here it is, the arrival of the accused killer in Idaho.
It was quite a scene when Koberger arrived back in Idaho. He was taken off the plane in Pullman and put into a pickup truck, and then a caravan of law enforcement vehicles drove him into the Latah County Jail parking lot where media and even members of the public were outside waiting for him. The next time we saw him would be in a courtroom.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unlike in his Pennsylvania appearance, where Koberger looked back to see his family in the courtroom, he seemed to make a point in Idaho not to do so, likely because he knew the victims' families would be in the gallery.
I feel like he's scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him. He picked the wrong family.
So once the suspect appears in court, prosecutors release the probable cause affidavit, and this stuff is filled with detail after detail after detail, things we didn't know. 18.
So he would look back. He wouldn't look at him, and Steve's like, you picked the wrong family, bucko. You picked the wrong family.
Bing bang.
Finish him. Pages worth. And at that point,
hold on, so let me read a couple of these. Only trash I put into its own Ziploc is the packaging or butcher paper from the butcher. I have 3 Dobermans that know how to open doors and free trash cans. Brian says, I wonder if BK wasn't watching them through devices. If maybe he had deer cams in those trees in the backyard way before the crime happened.
oh my God.
Damn, bro, that's some wild shit. That's wild. Thank you, Sailor. Thank you, T-REV, for all the hours of hard work, and thank you for the best minds. Proud to be a part of the Rev Game family. So remind me this morning to upload the story of Ellen Greenberg. I don't want to forget that because I have it fully finished with the thumbnail and everything. So I want to upload that today. Hopefully I don't forget to do that. I meant to do it earlier, but I didn't. That's bad. Bayou, did we just become best friends? Koberger is so strange. No doubt he was at book lectures by feminist authors. Full of women? Pics easy to find. Is that the one where he's sitting on a couch? Is he sitting on a couch or what? Is that the one you're talking about?
The public got some answers, but more importantly, the families finally got some answers.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The affidavit in this case lays out the evidence against Brian Koberger, but there is a gag order here, so we don't know everything the prosecution has. But a lot of people think he's the guy, he must be guilty. But there's a long way to go, and a lot of people think that this case isn't a slam dunk.
It's absolutely disgusting. This guy does not have a presumption of innocence. He has the assumption of guilt. I'm Sarah Azari. I'm a criminal trial attorney in Los Angeles. I'm currently a legal analyst for News Nation, and I am the host of the Presumption podcast. You know, pre-trial convictions of high-profile defendants in high-profile cases is nothing new, but Koberger is a whole other level, and I think not.
Is that the real Doggo? Is that the real Doggo? I don't know if that's the real Doggo or not. Or is it a troll? People be trolling. You know how the trolls are. I don't know. Make sure somebody ain't trolling. Make sure somebody ain't trolling under Doggo's name in here. If it's the real Doggo, that's the real Doggo. But I hate when people try to use other people's names and troll.
Found him guilty of slaying the 4 Idaho students, but we've decided that he's going to get the death penalty.
The most significant piece of evidence for prosecutors is the DNA of the defendant found on the knife sheath of the alleged murder weapon located underneath victim Madison Mogan's body.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. So if Brian Koberger is person A and he touches this knife sheath, and then somehow this knife sheath is picked up by somebody else. I mean, he could touch it, he could handle it, it could be anything. And then that person then...
908, it's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, Trev, it's Chris. How are you, brother?
Chris. Hey, man, what's going on? It's nice to hear from you, brother.
Yeah, you're banging it out, man. I'll tell you. Banging it out.
Well, yeah, you know, I told people be ready for marathons. You know?
Yeah, all good stuff, man.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I went back to you know, the one. I don't know if this was ever mentioned before, but one of the indictments against him, Koberger, was the what you call it. They had two charges under one indictment. One was for burglary, and one was for B&E. With the intent to commit homicide, and then the other 4 were, you know, first-degree homicide.
Right.
So why would they put a burglary charge in there? Do you think he took something from the house, like a trophy or something?
So why? Okay. Why would they put felony burglary on there? That's good. That's a good point. Let's get into that. Let's look up felony burglary in Idaho so we can get, you know, a breakdown. Because
it was specified, you know, it was specified.
So again, it's you know, a person who breaks and enters the building or structure of another person with intent to commit a felony or theft. So yeah, I see where they got him at. I see what they did there. They gave him felony burglary because he went in there with intent to commit a felony.
Right.
But did he? I don't know if he stole anything or anything like that, right? So, you know,
we don't know.
I can't say that he stole something, but or took trophies, because I haven't seen any of the evidence yet. But we definitely, I mean, breaking and entering.
If you watch the judge, the first one, that was the woman where he goes, I understand, you know, she says burglary. And then the second one was B&E with basically B&E would attempt to commit homicide. They had it, and then it was under the one indictment, but she actually gave out the terms for each charge under that one indictment.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I read it from the judge. What she said. And then she goes, "Do you understand?" And then you could get 10 years for the burglary, up to 10 years, but no more than 10 years. And then she goes back to B&E with a to commit a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
Because 10 years, this could be, and it was under the one indictment. I think they put two charges under the one indictment because they had different numbers for each one.
Right.
So I don't know if they, I'm thinking like burglary. I'm like, this guy gave up. I missed that. I'm kind of like thinking like, maybe he grabbed something from the house, like he wanted a trophy.
I talked. I talked to Jennifer before, and she talked, and she specifically, I really wanted to talk to her for the simple fact that, I know she was around when that ID shit was mentioned, and she spoke on it.
Right.
So I'm glad that she stepped off of the mainstream media and came down here with us and was able to take in questions from all of us. And she told me anytime that we want her on as a community, let her know. I said, okay. With her expertise and stuff. You get what I'm saying? Like I do like her expertise on certain things. I don't want to overuse our, because we're friends. Me and her are friends. Me and Jennifer are friends. We talk about different cases, and she shares different things with me, and I'm thankful for that because
sure, yeah,
it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
To be able to have somebody like that to come around and answer some of these questions that we have, right? So the fact that what I'm getting at is the ID. She specifically just straight told us like that it was from Cuomo's team, and that Chris Cuomo's team found out that an ID that was found belonged to the residents. So when it's a broad statement when you hear that, right? But I also sit back right now and I'm thinking about it. It's not easy to just get a hold of Chris Cuomo's team.
No.
You get what I'm saying? It's not easy to do that. It isn't.
No.
Like nobody can just reach out right now and get a hold of Chris Cuomo's team and say, "Hey, yeah, we got ID." No, it doesn't work that way. Good luck. Try to. You could get a hold of them, but you're gonna have to pull a lot of strings and maybe spend some money too.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's they got some good people. They have a whole staff. They have an army of people that just keep going through paperwork and stuff, and what comes up, and it's like Oliver Stone and JFK. I just watched that the President Betrayed, the JFK documentary. He's got 4 episodes on there. I just bought it off of Prime. I watched it the other night. Excellent. Very, very well done. And Oliver Stone's got an army working for him, man. He did some great work with JFK stuff. That's a that's a rabbit hole and a half.
hey, with the Idaho case, right? In this ID situation,
yeah,
it's when the trial comes out, and if it comes out that there was an ID and connected to that residence, I'm gonna consider what I listen to a little more. I'm gonna still take everything with a grain of salt, but remember, some rumors that we hear are true, and some rumors that we hear are complete bullshit.
Sure.
And we'll find out at trial which ones were legit and which ones were BS. And
Absolutely.
we'll be able to decipher that from there. And that's how I'm going to take it from this one. Because I've like this case, I'm so sucked into, and the rumors that come out to be true, which I think are going to be a good amount of them. Allegedly, obviously, I don't know that to be the case, but I'm serious. I think a lot of stuff is going to come out to be true and from rumors that we have heard.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff there we don't know, but all you can do is speculate. But you speculate off the 100% information that you have that came out of law enforcement, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean that's isn't that odd for someone to have people's different IDs in their car?
Yeah.
You know, like I can't even think of like why that would be
Thank you, Haley.
possible. I don't know why that would be possible to have a bunch of different IDs in the car that you would be carrying around. Could be other people. Maybe he was stalking or something like that. Who knows? You know, but yeah, I hope this. You know, I hope the trial comes soon, and I hope they just everyone finds out the why, and it's so important to find out the why because you want to try if there's any way that something like this can be prevented again, or something can be done to save just one life.
Man,
means a lot.
You know what really will save a lot of lives is if, you know, and you can't force everybody to do this. We can't force everybody to do these type of things, but we could try our best to spread the awareness of, you know, maybe people you guys should consider setting up cameras around your house, motion sensor and hooked to your phone, like the RAM cams, you know what I mean? And you get the alerts to your phone, etc. Because it's just for the simple fact that you never know who's preying on you, right? You never know who's preying on you. And it'd be best if you had precautions that could block certain things, like maybe an alarm system in the house, and you set the alarm, you lock up the house before you go lay down. If somebody breaks in, it goes off and it alerts police. I mean, I know plenty of people who have those systems, but not everybody can afford those. So if you can't afford that, you should be able to afford a decent, you know, monitoring system around, etc. Which I do think that they had that there in Moscow. Also, I do think that they have some stuff there around the King Road residence. For instance, we have the one that's right next door that picked up audio from the house, etc. You know?
Yeah. There's yeah, I mean, in today's day and age, you really, you even start with the cheapest thing that'll just show maybe your front door,
Mm-hmm.
you know, something like that, and then you never know, it just it's always when you're off guard, when you're not on your best.
Yeah.
Maybe you're down, maybe you're exhausted, you're sleeping like you said, and then someone's roaming around in your house. You just don't want that.
Not only that, the reason why I think, Chris, I don't know if you heard me say this earlier, Chris, but I think that whoever the perp is, whether it's, which I do think is Kohlberger, but I'm going to say allegedly because he's not convicted yet. And I want to, if say he does somehow, something ends up coming up and it's crazy, then it is what it is. But like, I do think they got the right guy, like I said, but
I do too. I
feel that he went into this, Chris, like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard me, but I feel like he did a couple test runs to where you would walk up to somebody's, back door, house, or wherever, and or scope out the joint, you see what's going on, and then you're like, oh, I see they're over here partying, blah blah blah. You go and you check the back door, see if it's unlocked, open it. But I'm saying this happened after the fact that he studied who he was obsessed with and what they were doing and who came and gone and who was at that house, because you got to think about this, 5 or 6 cars parked out in front of this house. Who in their right mind is pulling up and walking into a house like that? You don't know who has a gun, so you definitely scope this joint out, and you definitely know who's in here, because you definitely, and if you don't, you're definitely wild. And I don't think that he's that stupid. I don't think that he's that stupid to just walk into a house with 5 cars not knowing what's on the other side. So
absolutely,
that's where I stand at with it. And if I really do think that he knew what was on the other side of that sliding door.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing about that too. For some reason, I was thinking this too. For some reason, he was so determined to get into that house that night. It had to be that night. I mean, he's driving back and forth, doing U-turns, coming back and forth, and he was so determined to get into that house that night. So I don't know if something happened that night where it just something with one of the girls or something. It was a fit of rage where he just had it. because you pull up, you see all the cars there, then you see the DoorDash dropping off a delivery, then you take off, you're making U-turns coming back and forth. It sounded like he was in a rage, like he had it, he was determined. And then you think back, you're like, well, Kaylee had to, Kelly was leaving, and that was her last night there, I think, right? And maybe he knew about it, you know, and said, I got to get in this house.
Pulled the trigger early on the plans.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know.
It's hard to say. I mean, it would make sense that Kaylee was the target, being, you know, her circumstances with her leaving, but he would have to know that, though. We also got to think about that. We would have to know that. So did she have any post up saying, hey, I'm moving or I'm in town, or I'm this, or, you know, because he was watching also.
Yeah. Well, supposedly he was watching him on Twitter or something, right? Twitter and a couple other social media sites. So he could have been posting that up.
What's going on? What is true?
My last night out with my besties or something, you know, and then he's like, I got to get in that house that night, you know, it's got to be now. And then see all the cars parked out there and everything. It's just a crazy person enraged does something like that. I mean, you know, so maybe the rage took over him. He's got a long history of being odd with women and stuff like that, you know, so
Good morning, Beth. Yeah, I personally, you know, I've heard the same things that you were just talking about, and as far as like him being a hot-headed with women, you know, I've seen those people come out and talk, but it's always when something happens that people want to come out and talk, right?
You know, you know.
I'm not saying that I don't believe them. That's not what I'm not saying that I don't believe them, but I just think it's ironic that everybody wants to talk as soon as something happens. You know what I mean? That's just what I think about that part. But I mean, you know,
they don't
as
see
far
the
as
warning, they don't pay attention to the warning signs till something happens.
now, there's a few now. I'm just talking about the girls in particularly, because I don't. It's hard to say that. Like I want to believe them, right? But I was reading around and seen some things about like, you didn't even date her with aunts and all that. So I don't know. Like, you know, it's a weird situation. I don't even want to jump on that. We're gonna hear a lot about it during trial, though. They're gonna take. I mean, because these people that took to the internet, the mainstream media, talked about him, and you know, talked about the weird dates and shit like that. What was that girl I was on? I actually have it recorded on my other computer in my other room right now. My whole entire Chris Cuomo experience. I recorded it all backstage, and she was actually the one that allegedly took, or that he took on a date or whatever. She went on before me, and then I came on after her on News Nation. But I watched her segment. I was live with her, sitting right there.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you guys were backstage, and you could, you know, okay.
Yeah, the Tinder date. Yes, the Tinder date. 1000%. Thank you for that. I couldn't remember what it was, but yes, it is the Tinder date.
You know that Ashley Banfield was John Walsh's top reporter. She worked for John Walsh.
No, I did not know that.
So he said, you know how John Walsh is, right? I know you're a fan too. So
yeah, absolutely. You all day. I know John Walsh and his son.
We talked about that on one of the streams, but he said he was. You could look it up as News Nation on YouTube, and he was talking about Brian Laundrie. He's calling dirty laundries and all that stuff. And he started to go on a rant. I mean, he was like, "This is bullshit," and this and that. She was like, "Oh, we have to go to commercial," and then he started like telling her, you know, she used to work with me. She was my best reporter. She always got the job done, and then she didn't go to commercial. You can find it on there. It's a clip of John Walsh, Brian Laundrie, and he just starts going off, and she's trying to push it to a commercial, and then he starts talking about her like she's great, she was the best, and you know, about Ashley Banfield.
He tried to tickle her. Good God!
Yeah, he started going off on the laundry. He's like, they're just blah 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 blah, and bullshit, and blah. And she's like, oh, okay, now we're gonna go to commercial break. And he goes, oh, Ashley used to work with me. She was the best person I ever had. She was my top person. And yeah, it's on there. It's on YouTube, News Nation. You can see it. Yeah.
That's crazy. Something keeps unplugging my light. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. So
I didn't know she worked for him. No, that's absolutely.
I didn't know either. That News Nation clip came up one day, and I was watching because John Walsh was on there, and I was like, I haven't heard him really say a peep out of what's called Idaho 4, but but yeah. So.
So did you hear about the whole? So tomorrow today, later in the day, the defense is supposed to be going to the residence today.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. I wonder what they're gonna do in there. I don't know. I wonder, gathering more evidence. Yeah, should take that house down, right? Take the house, knock it down. Another thing too with the house is
don't knock that down.
Yeah, even
keep it up.
Even if the jury doesn't want to go inside the house, all them camera views, because that house is kind of odd angle, set into the back of the hill, and then you got the one road going up on the incline, and you got the road underneath, and then you got the houses behind it. Maybe people want to see where the camera angles came from, and the jury. I don't know. The other thing they say, is oh, the jury doesn't need it, and this and that, and crime sleuths, armchair detectives, but we're all potential jurors, right? We could be on a jury, so we're the public talking in and saying, hey, talking about true crime and cases, but we're your jurors, we're your potential jurors, so it's not all lawyers on the jury, so.
Yeah,
I can't stand I can't understand anyone why they will want to take down a crime scene when you got an active trial coming up and a thing like this, especially for a quadruple. If it was a domestic thing and it was taken care of right away, I would be I could understand it to a certain extent, but to knock down, why don't you knock down the apartment building where he lived in WSU over there? What's the? I don't know. To me, it's just crazy why people want to push that thing to get it knocked down. I don't know.
I don't understand it either, Chris. Like, I really don't. You want they want to knock the freaking house down before the trial. Like, as much as they were pushing for it back then, I'm glad I made that petition that I made, because I do feel like we all made a difference when we put that out and we're passing it around, and it went, kind of on Twitter, it was going around so crazy. And I'm glad that it took off the way that it did. And I feel like us as a community made an impact, and hopefully, I feel like it did. I feel like it made an impact, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Hopefully they keep the house up until after the trial. If they tear it down after the trial, okay, cool. But at least keep it up till after the trial. Just for sound purposes. Like, what if they really do want to go there? For instance, come on now, Murdaugh, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that was totally the right thing, because even with the 3D imaging and stuff, I know they have like a video game, you can go in there and walk, but if you go in there and then you could feel like you're say 6 foot, right, and you go into the hallway and say, wow, this is tight in here, and then you open the one door that goes into the one room, even if they cut stuff out of it, which they probably did, the floor, the walls, whatever, took stuff out of there, furniture, it doesn't really matter, because you have the hallways, the stairs going up. It wasn't he walked into the back door, went to one room, and then walked out the back and then left again. He went upstairs, back downstairs, and so it's important in case it's needed. It's just in case it's needed. Like I said too, you have the angles of the cameras. You have camera, going up on the hill there. You got cameras. You got cameras on the left, cameras in the front, and you have all different angles of the house. So if you're coming down the hill, you see the back of the house, got a different angle to it. So you could actually get a good perspective being there where the camera footage came from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, now I see, because the camera footage is coming from this property, and it's showing him get in the car and then leave, and then this other property shows him. So now I get the perspective because the hill was in the way or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's important it stays. And then it just proves it now with the defense going back in there. So
and I think that they're going, Chris, I don't know what it is, but for some reason I'm just indicated that they're going in there to try to, you had the FBI that went back there and they made a little scene, right?
Yeah.
And people were the news, blah, blah, blah. Now, wait till they go. I bet you something comes out. Watch, you'll see. You'll see something. Oh, defense returns. Oh my God. There's probably people camping there right now waiting.
Oh yeah.
I'm dead serious. People sitting there waiting with their charge my phone. I'm telling you, they're ready to rock and roll. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
Guarantee it. As soon as they got word, they flew in. What's going on, Dean? Welcome.
Yeah. So
guarantee.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, I caught you. I was watching some stuff last night, a movie, and then I fell asleep, and then I got up at like 3:00 in the morning, and I saw you were on. I was like with Isaac.
Yeah, but I was on for 11 hours and 30 minutes.
I used to watch when you were on with him and Santa Joe, and I used to have a nickname for Isaac. I used to call him Dr. No, right? And the reason I call him Dr. No is because I thought he was pretty smart. He's got some good insight with stuff, And the NO was from New Orleans, because I remember he said he was from New Orleans and bad stuff happened over there or whatever. So I said, it's Dr. No and Santa Joe.
Come on, Donnie. They're not bringing the magic 8-ball in there, bro. That wouldn't even. You can't. People make crazy shows about that, but that ain't ever happened, and that won't ever happen. Not in our lifetime.
The magic 8-ball?
Not hell no. You pull up the interview where Kaylee's family found Brian on their social media. Which video?
Yeah.
Send that. Which one is that? Damn.
Oh my God.
I seen that comment. Somebody probably clipped that joint, but someone said BM and DM are punks, or BF and DM are punks. Good gracious.
Hey, I can understand where people get the 8 hours, and all that.
I just can't I can't say that about them.
No,
I don't know this.
either.
I don't know the story. I don't know I can't go BF and DM or punks. I just can't do that.
Nah, I can't. I could never. I've been solid all along with them. I think they're victims. Just like, and I don't think the conception of what she saw and what happened all comes good out on paper.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to say it, but it doesn't. On paper, it's different than talking to you. Like, I'm talking to you live, and then writing in the chat is different, right?
How you doing?
Those girls, they're victims. I hope they're doing well. That's all I could say. I think that's going to be all explained.
Mm-hmm.
But I can understand where people say it's 8 hours, and why didn't she call? Yeah, it's easy to say, but you're not in that situation. And the other thing is too, if those girls had anything to do with that shit, there's no fucking way they would be in that house, dude. There's no way. They would be at all them party houses around that. They would pass out at one of the party houses or whatever. Did his thing, came back. If they had any kind of involvement, theoretically, nah. It just doesn't make any sense, that they would be involved in any way or do anything out of malice. It wouldn't. I think they're innocent. I think they're just victims, and I hope they're getting on with their life and doing well. So,
Well, I'm sure. I mean, you see the videos I drop, right? Come on now. I mean,
yeah.
I know you do. And I dropped the one, and I had that little clip in there where she was out, and they said the whole reclusive lifestyle, and she's gaming and at home, and then next couple of weeks that video dropped out. A lot of people were scrutinizing her and really driving her into the ground as if she was as if she's just supposed to lock herself in a room and not live life or be a person, and living with already knowing what happened in a household that she was in and under. I don't know. People are scrutinizing her for going out and having a good time, which I can't understand that.
No, that could just be one night too. She could have just went out that one night, let loose, and she could be back in the house again. And just chilling, whatever. And then every once in a while she gets the thing she feels the need to go out.
Thank you, Tootsie Roll.
Like I said the one time, I said maybe maybe therapist said you feel it, you go out with your friends, have a good time. She let loose a little bit, and then she comes right back down. It comes and goes in waves, that kind of stuff. PTSD, anxiety and all that shit. I suffered from anxiety and panic. I had panic attacks too. That's why I actually started. I went through some shit. I had some surgery done, and it went wrong. I had an infection, and I couldn't sleep for. And then I call you, watching you guys on there. You guys were on the panel. You, Isaac, Santa Joe, and you guys were just shooting the shit. You sound like a bunch of really cool guys, So and then I'm watching the Idaho whole 4 case with you guys and stuff. So it's pretty cool. So yeah. But it comes and goes in waves. So you get ups and downs. She's got to. I hope she gets through it. I hope she goes on with her life. That's all I could say. Both of them down there, because that's traumatic. That's got to be traumatic on someone. So
it's very traumatic. Very traumatic. What the hell is this comment? I caught you checking me out through the middle of my phone screen. What? You smile, you see my purple juice.
Oh my God! Bing bang!
A few moments later.
And you're a trooper, man. You just keep going and going.
I'm just like, man, I don't know what the hell I was reading, man.
I'm gonna call you the Energizer Bunny, and I'm gonna call JLR the Flash Gordon. Flash of gold, and shoo, he's gone.
This is what we do.
Yeah.
I usually do. I'm usually live all the time, so people haven't been used to me being live for a long time now. So seeing me for hours on end is probably going to be new to people for a little bit until like next week.
I was, you guys, when you were running those streams like last year, like, all night long into the mornings, I was up because I couldn't get comfortable. I was in pain. I was, suffering, and you got me through a lot of stuff, man. I'll tell you, it kept I'm like, there's so many movies I can watch. You know what I mean? So, and I'm watching you guys discuss the case and talk about other stuff. It was fun. It was like a bunch of just cool dudes hanging out and shooting the shit and talking about cases and stuff. It's great,
I'm glad it got you through a lot of stuff, man. Like, and vice versa. To be honest, you guys got me through a lot of stuff and still do, and that's the beautiful thing about, for me, for the Rev Gang family members, subscribers, whatever, in general. A lot of people, I'm very familiar with a lot of people that are in here. It's not like I'm just seeing people. I do see some names that I'm not familiar with here and there, but I am very familiar with the people who are not temporary, just here for one thing. I know the people that are, you know what I mean? Like here to do whatever. So it's like, I really do appreciate that. And you guys help me just as much as, like you just said, I helped you. You helped me just as much. So I do want you to know that, brother. Thank you for the kind words. I really do appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, man. I mean, I think, I think anything you do, you can put your mind to, you can make it happen, because, you got great personality, great people skills, and you got a lot of talent. With the music, it brings into everything else you do, and you could throw stuff together like on a whim. Unbelievable the stuff you could do. So I think you just, like I said, just keep trucking along, brother. Keep one foot in front of the other, day at a time, and bang it out, man. You got good things coming to you, man. You just, I know you got, it doesn't, being a podcast has got to be hard because you got all the people hating you and the other stuff coming on. The
comes with
mouth here.
hey Chris, Chris, it comes with it comes with the territory. So what I like to do personally is just do me, right? Because at the end of the day, if you go off and you'll just turn your channel into a complete crash test dummy. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to be around for your pointless drama. There's always going to be somebody that has opinions about you. There's going to be people that want to take you down. There's going to be people that hate you. There's going to be people that, want to get under your skin. There's going to be people that are the reason why you're talked about everywhere, which is the haters, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. If you don't have the skin for it, then don't be there. Like, you may get out of, so everybody goes through shit in life, right? But if you don't have the skin for this, you will never last, right? That you will never last. People have taken their lives, self-inflicted, over YouTube bullying.
Oh man,
and that is a fact. You can look up these cases. It's very true. These YouTubers have taken their life due to community bullying.
That's horrible. That's horrible.
It is very sad, too.
It's sad. It's horrible. That's for what? For some asshole that gets a kick out of like causing shit to people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's. I don't.
Thank you, Hunter Haley. I'm glad you noticed that, Hunter Haley. Thank you. You've been around since Kylie, so to hear you say that, thank you. You've been around for a long time, so.
Thank you, T. I just appreciate everything you do, and hey, you got my personal number. You ever need me or anything, you call me. I always shoot the shit in private with you if you want one day. We could shoot the shit.
Absolutely.
Chris. If you feel down or anything like that, give me a shout. You can always leave me a message. I'll call you right back. I know who you are, and then I'll call you right back. We could shoot shit for a while if you want, in private, whatever. But
yeah, I just saved you in my personal, so I'll give you a ring, man. I appreciate you, Chris. I always look forward to hearing from you, man. Thank you, man. I'm glad that I was able to help you, but just know that you've helped me just as much. God bless you, brother. Look forward to hearing from you on the next phone call. Always great conversation with you.
Thank you so much, man. You have a great day. I guess I could say day. Have a great day, and God bless you, man. I'll talk to you soon, man. Take care.
No doubt, brother. You too. God bless. Lock them doors. Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man, Chris. But it doesn't prove he didn't stalk them. He definitely could have stalked them. He could have sat. And stalking is, you sit around watching their every move. 870, you're on the show. What's going on?
Hey, brother, just letting you know really quick. You remember I said I sent the link. You wouldn't believe what it was. It was the 48 Hours episode where the family said that Brian Kohberger was following them. So I sent it to you.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it was on 48
hours. So the family did say that. The family themselves do say that there is a direct link between Brian Kohberger and their daughter, and it was on social media. They said it themselves in the 48 Hours special, the Night of the Murders in Idaho, or whatever the name of it was. Hold on, I'll tell you the exact name of it. The 48 Hours episode named, where's the name of it? I'm looking for it. The Night of the Idaho Student Murders.
Right.
If you'll remember, we watched it religiously in the Discord.
All right, what's the timestamp?
I don't know the timestamp, brother.
Because it won't let me play the whole thing. You know what I mean? Or I would. If I could, I would play the whole entire episode live, and we would sit here and watch it and conversate about it. But
I don't remember the exact timestamp though.
But it said in this one, I'll have to find it. But in this.
Look, I've also got the actual CBS News post link. I'll post it right here, right now in the chat. Look.
Okay.
It says specifically this report. Wait, what's wrong one? Oh, let me copy it again. So here you go.
I got you.
Here's the link to the CBS News report, and it says what's actually in the video right there. I think there's actually a clip of it on that site, maybe.
Okay. Let me click.
There it is.
I'm clicking on the wrong page. I tried to click on the wrong thing. Let me get down here. Damn. Okay. I see that. Now, I got this one. Idaho student murder suspect Brian Kohlberger followed victims on Instagram, says family. Now, I wonder if this is the clip. I wonder if it plays it. It looks like it might play it. So if it plays it, I'm about to play it.
Awesome.
It shows that a video's loading, so maybe.
Yeah, it is the video on this site right here. Their news site.
Okay, I'm about to turn it on right in 1, 2, 3.
All right, but that's all I wanted to tell you real quick, that I did find it. So there it is. I love you, brother. Shout out to Rev Gang. Love you guys.
Oh, crap. It's the whole video. Thank you. I appreciate you, Regina.
You're welcome, brother.
Regina, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I see what's going on. It's the whole entire thing. Watch. Boom. It's the whole entire video. Imagine what? I have it, T-REV. Want me to email it to you, or you already have it? Yeah, I have the episode, right? But if you have the part that she's talking about, yes, definitely email it to me, DM. Definitely. Yeah, Regina coming through. Regina's coming through for sure. And we don't watch these episodes hundreds
Somehow
of times.
is in this Kings Road home. That is a perfect explanation of how Kohlberger's DNA was on that knife sheath.
Right.
Is insufficient to place him in that home, let alone to place the murder weapon in his hands. That's why I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
I'm Tiffany Roy, and I'm a forensic DNA expert. I work privately in the area of forensic DNA and forensic biology. I've been doing this work for 17 years.
Thank you, DM. I
DNA
appreciate
can be
that.
transferred onto items that people have never contacted and never touched. It can be found in rooms where people have never set foot. He may never have touched that sheath, and his DNA could have been transferred there by some contact with another item or another person. We can't tell how it got there. We can't tell when it got there.
Or it could be there because he committed this quadruple murder and took the lives of these 4 students. And maybe when he was closing the snap, his thumb touched it before he even showed up at the murder scene. And maybe that knife sheath got loose because those girls were fighting for their lives. Now, you take that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence, including those phone records. Wow.
Investigators believe that
Jenny
Kohlberger's
said,
cell phone
wow.
was off or in airplane mode around the estimated time of the murders because he turned it off.
We've been saying it was off, his phone was off. We don't know if it was off. It could have been off, it could have been in airplane mode, or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders.
Another significant coincidence, for those who believe in coincidences, I don't, is
my
that
email
there's this
real
white car that's driving around and around
Ding
at the
dong.
time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders,
bang.
caught on video. And guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
Exactly. Again, exactly.
The car is driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
Another part of the case against Brian Kohlberger is an eyewitness account. Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she told police that she saw a man around the time of the murders dressed in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a mask covering his nose and his mouth that walked past her down the hallway.
And then we have Dylan, the surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes back in her bedroom and locks herself up, and then doesn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Okay, that is highly unusual. We look to expected behavior, expected response, reasonable response. That is what makes sense to jurors. Jurors are normal people. So you tell them a story, it better make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense.
Credibility always matters with witnesses. And this witness comes across as credible. Is she flawed? Yes.
Next, the house on King Road.
No one that lives here right now.
And the type of person capable of committing these murders.
Whoever did this, be it Koberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer.
Plus,
Brian
that sexual domination killer. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Hey, y'all just got off work. Good to see you, Trev, back to killing it with the lives. Keep it up, brother. Yeah, I'm uploading the video right now while we're watching this. Also, I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you. I told you I was coming back same time. Maybe I think it was like an hour and a half later, but
Koberger's defense.
If he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. All of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
I heard she was paid to stay out the way. Really?
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing.
The house at 1122 King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, was known as a college party house going back before Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany all lived there. In the fall of 2022, just a few months before the murders, Moscow police responded to a noise complaint at the house on multiple occasions.
And if I do have to come back here, $300-some tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely.
There was even an instance where there are people at the house, but none of the roommates are even there.
How goes it?
Oh, hey, how are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure.
You don't know who lives
Look, we're not actually sure who lives here.
here?
No, I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint. So everyone here is trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where they go?
Like, why are you in? See what I'm saying? Nobody that lives here is here right now. So did somebody that Koberger knew was over there? I don't know. We haven't heard that he had friends around there like that, though, right? But you just hear the words that came out of this dude's mouth. Listen to that again.
Here for a noise complaint. So everyone here is trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house?
They were here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to go over to another party. Okay. Who does live here? What are their names? I am actually not sure.
Jeremy Reagan lived near the house on King Road for a few years and saw a lot. Tell me about the house. What do you know about the house?
So when I moved here my first year, that house was not super bad, notorious for like students going in and out partying all the time. My second year, there was a ton of people all the time, in and out constantly. And then my third year, which is the year that all this happened, it was much more.
All right, so hold up. While I was doing this, while this is playing and I'm listening, I uploaded this. This is a video I got dropping today on Ellen Greenberg, the story of Ellen Greenberg. That will be premiering today at 6 p.m., I believe. So 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern time. This video that's in 13 hours. So 7 p.m. Eastern time, it'll be on. It's a little docu-series I did on Ellen Greenberg. So if you are interested, check that out. That is the link.
More similar to the first year I was here. They did have more stuff going on there, but they were definitely nowhere near as loud, as crazy as that second year that I was here.
Does the fact that
so you said, hold on, I think he scoped the house out at one of those parties. So you think Brian Koberger squeezed in and hold on, I'm gonna actually let me go into this chat real quick. New video dropping. Hold up. Make sure. All right, there it is. Now I'm a pin that up top, so I ain't gotta do it there. There it is. Pin. All right, there you go. Let's keep going.
So many people were in and out of this house factor into the case against Brian Kohberger.
The fact that this Kings Road house was a party house is a huge big deal because it expands the universe of suspects. Who was there at the time of the murders? What was their connection to the victims? Who had access to this home before? Did they have possible motive to kill? For months, we've been calling this a party house. This is a party venue.
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these four know everybody who's been there? I doubt that.
Right.
And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not just
So he's saying you have a completely different trial. Want to break that down one more time for me, brother? What'd you say?
Even have included him.
Party venue.
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these four know everybody who's been there? I doubt that. And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not just that the defendant's DNA is in the house.
Exactly.
It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body.
So he said you have a completely different trial if that is the case. What's you guys' thoughts on that breakdown? If BK was in the house previously, it would still go against BK. It showed the connection. Jack Rice be doing the voiceovers for Unsolved Mysteries. Jack Rice does. Gotta love Shanley Painter. There is so much evidence we haven't been told. See, that's what I'm saying. So I get what he's going with. I get what he's saying, but you definitely haven't seen the evidence. Oh my God, that what the defense is going to do. But their evidence is gonna, I don't know. I feel like the evidence will outweigh. I really do. I mean, for like I said, I can't alliterate it. I can't put it across enough how many times I gotta say it. This dude is sloppy as shit. He dropped a knife sheath in a scuffle. And if it even he dropped the knife sheath in a friggin' scuffle. If he made that mistake, that's actually a big mistake. Just imagine all the other little minor mistakes he made. Go back to the Idaho Tribune, pull up the Idaho Tribune and go down and look at those videos, and you'll see all the different forensic teams in there. It's standing at different positions that aren't mentioned in the PCA, which I thought was great that we seen that last night, by the way. We're talking about DNA on a knife sheath under a body, though, not just random DNA in the kitchen or bathroom. Absolutely.
Bing bong.
Get her done.
Absolutely. Britney's says, luckily those party videos saved and spread around so they don't vanish like everything did with Kylie Rodney case. Yeah. I can kind of get that analogy. It would be, it would place in the house, but I don't think he ever talked to any of the girls. Wood says if he was there before, then there's even more motive. It's worse for him, not better. Kohberger was law enforcement. He is now. Here we go. Here we go.
Bing bong.
I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. And it's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime, it would be a very rare event for anyone else to match.
832. What's going on? You're live.
T-REV, it's been a minute.
What is
This
going
your
on,
old buddy Larry from Central Mississippi, brother.
Sounds like Larry.
Man,
the
I got a question for you, my friend.
Talk to me.
What in the world? Sorry, man, I'm tired. I'm at work.
It's all right.
What in the world is the defense team going back in that house for?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to know. And I don't know.
There ain't nothing there for them to see.
Right. So would it be for some type of counter argument with what the FBI just went there and did? I don't know.
Well, man, I mean, they have the ability to get all the evidence. I mean, all they got to do is file it. Give me everything you have. I mean, that's the law. So I'm sitting here, and I just turned on your live, and didn't realize you were on, and I'm like, wait a minute. What in the world are they going back to the murder scene for? I mean, of course, I'm sure the media are going to be all over it tomorrow, so it's going to blow up tomorrow. But, yeah, that's just crazy. But,
hold up, this Dr. Larry? Or you were a sheriff, right?
No,
you're a sheriff, right?
Yeah, this is yes, sir. This is Central Mississippi, Larry.
Yeah, Central Mississippi. This is the Larry. What's going on, man? I
remember you. The one and only.
The one and only.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Why are they going back to the house? And for some reason, I think it's like, what do you got to be countering some type of defense, right? Or some. I mean, or not the defense. They're trying to build up something for the defense to counter what the prosecution's bringing at them. I don't know. The FBI went there. They did. I don't know if they went in and did what do they call it? The 3D imaging or whatever. So,
yeah, they done some kind of digital stuff. I mean, but
they claimed it was reenactments too, though. Did you hear that? I heard they were doing reenactments, but I can't confirm it.
Well, man, since you've been gone, I really haven't been paying much attention to it. There's a couple of channels out there that, I don't know, it's all conspiracy drama, and it just really doesn't hold my attention. You're really the only one that actually keeps my attention. You seem to be, logical.
Yeah.
But and that's a top dead center compliment, sir. But man, I'm just, what in the world? My buddy was texting me because he's following it too, and he's like, man, they're going back to the house. I said, for what? There's nothing there. Yeah. So, yeah, they got, I guess that attorney's got something up her sleeve that she's got to go in there and do something. But how is that for the defense? I mean, that's basically placing him at the scene, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if the defense are going to that house, that's the murder scene. Okay. So now
that's a good ass point.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically, because I haven't heard anything in the last 12 months about actually placing him at the scene. Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
No, you're right. But they did say that he love drives or whatever at night. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so they, they got a little video of a car driving around. Well, when I was in my early 20s, I'd drive around too. Whatever. That doesn't matter.
Right.
But that's what brought to my mind, sir, is that, okay, so the defense team is going to the house. Okay, then that tells me they've placed the defendant at the scene.
Yeah.
And they got to counter something, like you said, with the prosecution.
That's what I'm feeling.
You tell me that.
I don't know why, but I don't know why I feel that, Larry, but is that logical? You know what I mean?
I mean,
why else would they be going back there? Oh shit, some stuff came up and they seen some evidence, and now they have to really go in and think of something. Oh, well, Brian said, oh, well, we don't know what's happening behind there. So, There's that curtain and it's closed right now. We hear these little things that come out like today. I caught the whiff of the defense going back there today, right? So
right.
I don't know, man. Like I don't get it. I think it would be to counter something. What else would you be going there for if you already went there, right? Because there's pictures of them there before. They definitely been to that house.
Well, yes, sir. I mean, the defense team has no reason to go to the crime scene. To me, they have no reason to. They can just read everything. They can look at the videos. They can do this. Any of their investigators have no reason to go over there, unless there's now this supposed what do you call it? That one survivor. Supposedly she's got some evidence or whatever that could help the defendant out. Maybe they're going in there to look at something about her, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Because she was on the very bottom floor. So maybe they're going in there to kind of, match up her statement. Whatever her name is,
Bethany,
whatever her name is.
Because they said she's a material witness. So, I mean, a material witness is somebody that can impact the trial majorly. So, I mean, definitely something she said.
So think about it that way, T-REV. Think about it that way. Okay, so they've got this witness, obviously that's in Nevada or wherever she's at, and she won't go testify or whatever, but she has some evidence as a witness that can help their client, the defendant.
Right.
So now they're going to go in there and try to match up what she said. That's the only thing I can come up with. That just popped in my head. Because otherwise, and it's still, above all, that's still, to me, that places the defendant at the scene.
I agree, man. I think that, I think that they're going there, like I said, to do what they're, to go and counter whatever. Dude. Oh my God, I don't even know what to say no more when it comes to this shit that they're doing right now. It's like with the defense is making it out to like the prosecution has been hiding all different types of stuff. That's like the way that they're painting it out there, right? That they're not giving me this, or they're not giving me this information, and I'm not privy to this information. But Bill Thompson said it best at the court date that we watched live here on my channel, where he stood up and specifically said they are asking for something that we do not have. Now, again, I said that last night too when we were talking to something similar to this, but it is the facts. He said they're asking for something that does not exist. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, they're reaching. They're throwing the kitchen sink.
Well, the defense attorney's job is to, obviously exonerate their client, create reasonable doubt. Okay. So, it may be a ploy, it may be a game that Miss Taylor's playing or whatever the case may be, and it's all over social media, and every little thing they say, every little document they file, it blows up all over social media. And, I don't know anything about that prosecutor. I know he's been a prosecutor for a very long time up there. And, if he come out in front of the judge and said, look, I can't give him what I don't have, that pretty much sums it up. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Now, there were so many, the FBI, state police and everything, there may be some evidence that, I had heard that, the FBI hasn't turned in some stuff or given it to the prosecution, or they were having a hard time getting some of the evidence back, that the FBI went through in Quantico, and maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't know. I don't think he's playing a game. I think, they're trying to uphold the man's civil rights, the defendant's civil rights, because they don't want it, thrown out on appeal, but, it's a crazy case, man. I'm ready for trial.
I'm gonna be watching. We will not miss one bit of the trial here. I know I'm watching every moment of it live. Every moment of it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I hope it's sooner than later. And I got a lot going on in 24, man. Hey, so it was a pleasure talking to you, sir. And keep it real. I'm glad you're back on live and and all that. But keep it real and be safe and lock your doors. And, you know, I got all your quotes written down. You know, I like all that stuff. It's pretty cool.
Thank you, brother, man. I
it's all
appreciate
good.
you. Thank you, Larry. You have a blessed day at work, and stay safe out there, man. Thank you for what you do, and hopefully I'll talk to you again soon, my brother.
Yes, sir. Take care. We'll see you next time.
Happy holidays, my friend.
Yes, sir. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Larry, man. Shout out to Larry. The Sheriff Larry. Okay, so I did forget to mention that there's a friend, female friend from Delana, a mod of mine, admin of mine at Discord, and her friend is a officer with experience. She's gonna be coming on, so I just gotta set up the date, maybe sometime this week, but I don't know her schedule and what hours she works, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. But shout out to Larry. Thank you for calling in, brother.
With a single source male DNA profile, so it's very strong evidence.
Gavel to gavel.
Brian Koberger.
Great call.
After graduating from DeSales University in the spring of 2022, Brian Koberger was accepted into the criminology PhD program at Washington State University. At the time of the Idaho student murders, Koberger was a teaching assistant. And a few of his students came forward to say they noticed a difference in his behavior after the murders.
No reason to connect him to that, at the time, but definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
What's still unclear is the prosecution's theory as to why he would want to kill these young people and what, if any, was the connection.
Motive is not an element of crime or murder. But of course, every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Koberger do this to 4 innocent victims, college students? Could the state go to trial without motive? Absolutely, but I bet they won't. And the problem here is that we don't even have a connection.
Yeah, so the state's definitely not going in there with no motive. Hell no, that ain't happening. This kid hates BK for failing him. Well, for giving him bad grades.
To these victims. Forget about motive.
Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, believes there's a good chance the murderer was tracking Kaylee and or her best friend Maddie.
I'd be a little bit surprised if there wasn't a
clear
touch point that would suggest that he was interested in one or two of the people more than he was the others.
An Instagram account that was taken down shortly after Koberger's arrest with the username of Brian Koberger was following several members of the Koberger family. The account also...
Yeah, it will be. Haunted Haley, she said, I have stepped back from this one a little. I know you're more current with am I understanding correctly that the trial won't be aired via media, but will be on the judge's YouTube channel? Well, they're saying that he'll be live streaming it from the YouTube channel. So that's where we'll be catching the trial at. So he'll have full control of the cameras in the courtroom, etc. But yeah, definitely. I'm already on that page and we're waiting for that day. He wanted to see if he could compete. Compete with what? Oops.
Also followed.
I don't know. I thought that person was exactly what you thought too, Sailor.
Oh my God!
Madison Mogan.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Madison Mogan's father.
I first met Maddie Mogan's father, Ben, at the Mad Greek restaurant a few weeks after the murders. Maddie and Xana both worked there. It's a popular restaurant in downtown Moscow.
Tell me about what a beautiful person she was.
Oh, she was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
The Mad Greek restaurant. It's also one of the first places that comes up if you search for vegan food in Moscow. We know Brian Koberger claims to be a vegan because he asked for a vegan meal plan at the jail.
So maybe he did see Maddie and Xana at the Mad Greek and sort of became obsessed with them. But prosecutors made a point in their probable cause affidavit. They went into detail about this Reddit post that the defendant allegedly made, calling out to criminals to provide him with the reason why they chose their victims and committed their crimes. Now, I understand he studies this stuff, but this is still a little strange.
Sounds like he's looking for the reasons why people do the things that they do, maybe to answer the question for himself, maybe to explain for him why he's motivated in the way that he is. Are you trying to figure out who you are, or are you trying to figure out who they are? And in this particular case, I think the prosecutors are going to say, yeah, this was about him trying to figure out who he is, because we can tell you who he is. He's this guy.
You said, in my opinion, at the beginning, the entire town looked guilty. I think it was everyone was on eggshells, but they got the right guy, in my opinion. All right. It's so sad. His only baby. Can only imagine. What the kind of stuff is that? Not making it available to the media, but streaming it on his channel. That is certainly different. It definitely is, because usually, it's on Law and Crime but no, it's going to be directly on a judge's YouTube channel. That one is definitely different. Now, somebody did tell me that they've seen that before, though. So I was kind of taken back when I seen that, because that's the first time I've ever heard of that. Now, hopefully when he retires. Oh, okay. You're talking about Core. Remember, you're like, Core.
I am Siobhan Scott. I am a psychotherapist from Portland, Oregon.
So what are your thoughts about this Reddit post?
I see a theme with him for years in his online writings of going back and trying to make sense out of himself. And I think he was in that category of, I'm studying all this because I want to understand myself. And so I think that was driving his research. There's also, in a rather perverse way, perhaps an attempt to develop some sense of camaraderie with other people and to get a sense of maybe I'm really not the only one who has these thoughts and feelings and experiences.
What do his studies tell you about Bryan Kohberger?
It's not that unusual for sadistic killers to study criminology. We think of the BTK killer in Kansas, the Golden State killer in California. Both had criminology degrees, and the California killer did go on to become a law enforcement officers, and there have been quite a few others. So I think there are three reasons people study criminology. The first is because they're altruistic and they really want to make the world a safer place. So they have good motivations. The second reason is because they're absolutely fascinated by the criminal mind, which can be a fine reason, but the dark side of that is they're trying to figure themselves out. And the third reason is because they have a plan to commit crimes and they're studying police tactics and procedures so that they can become a better criminal. And if Kohberger is the killer, I think those second two reasons would be at play. Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer. And this is someone that's created a sadistic theatrical production based on fantasies that he's had for many years. Now, the fantasies serve to meet his emotional needs, to express rage at women, and to have a sense of godlike power, because others' vulnerability makes him feel invincible and their deaths make him feel like a god.
Coming up, the legal battle ahead as prosecutors seek the death penalty.
So, see, that's bullshit. She is characterizing someone she doesn't know personally, and he has not been convicted. I forgot dude's name. Is Judge. Yeah, Judge John Judge. I hate how in perverse way people try to justify his actions. No justification. Didn't Bundy take criminology? Yeah, pretty sure he did. Well, this lady is selling. You said this lady is selling what? This lady is not the brightest crown in the box.
To have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol.
Plus, remembering the victims.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
Since his arrest in December 2022, Bryan Kohberger has made a number of court appearances, and his defense team has filed a number of motions challenging everything from the grand jury indictment against him to how the investigators processed the DNA found at the crime scene.
They didn't get a hit for the DNA that was found at the crime scene with the national database. So they moved to a public database, one of those genealogy databases, and they got a hit. And it was for the suspect's father.
Why does it tell me
But now
that?
the defense is taking a closer look at that, saying, well, wait a minute. We want to know and we want to see exactly how you tested all of this DNA to get that result.
What's going on in Bryan Kohberger's case?
Does that sound weird? When you type that in, does it feel weird? Brokeback, how you doing tonight?
Very concerning is the government does not want to turn over in discovery what all was searched, what databases were searched, and what records were obtained.
When you're talking about a defendant's right to a fair trial and his due process and his Sixth Amendment to have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol and that there was integrity in this investigation.
The defendant apparently has an alibi. Now, a little strange here. They say, his attorneys, that he likes to go out at night and in the early morning hours and sort of drive around. And that's what he was doing at the time of the murders. Couldn't have done it.
Kohberger's alibi is that he wasn't at the crime scene, but instead he was driving around alone. That statement of his alibi doesn't tell us obviously exactly what time he was driving, where he was driving to and from, and why. I mean, we don't have any of those details. He's not saying something that's completely inconsistent with the evidence.
The defense is also claiming that cameras should not be allowed inside the courtroom, claiming
I know who Brokeback is. Come on now. I know exactly who that is.
Kohberger's every move is being analyzed in a way that's prejudicial. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonsalves, has some thoughts on that.
If you're not a personable person and you give off weird vibes, yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear. I want the community to look at that evidence.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these
Area, right?
charges?
Just cruising.
We will be standing silent.
What's going on in September?
A plea of not guilty was entered for Bryan Kohberger after he chose to stand silent at his arraignment. His trial is expected to.
Papa Rodgers is back. Where? Papa Rodgers is in jail right now. Papa Rodgers is. He's looking at life, possibly death. Papa Rodgers, that guy.
To begin sometime in 2024.
No allegedly either. Papa Rodgers.
Kaylee, you will never be forgotten. We will live right for you every day with your mentality in our mind. We love you so much. She embodied her own sunshine, and that's when her skies became limitless.
I sent you my heart.
I
told you.
Emilio check.
Most important is love. Like it's the only thing you know how. Nothing even matters except love and human connection.
I'm not a big drinker, but maybe I should have something. You're not a big drinker?
I was lucky enough to be able to explore life with Maddie. Maddie was the best at spreading love.
Distance makes the heart know who you love.
Xana was the funniest person I knew and made me laugh every time I spent time with her.
Honestly, it's just
Xana, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love.
Oh, sweet love of mine.
Ethan was always someone you could count on to make you smile and cheer up your mood. And I feel so lucky to have shared so many great memories with him.
Minions, tonight we steal the moon. Yes. Sweet love of mine.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I
Sorry, but that's hard to look at.
pray that we have justice someday.
I took BK as meaning bag. Oh, okay, I got you. I thought that's what you meant. Said allegedly Hoodie Jack S was driving alone that night. Adam was where? Enan, Jeremy, and Jack D were sleeping alone. But despite those alibis, they were cleared fast. You're kidding? Really? Question mark. I think all Sigma Chi are suspect. Damn. But I got man, it brings tears to the eyes. I'll tell you that much right now. Is that the other Jeff? You're back, Ryan. Stop it. Let's see. Just heartbreaking. Did it have his picture on it? Creed Britney's what? With the FBI involved, I doubt it's not BK. That would be embarrassing for them. Said your bot. Your bot. I wore a Calvin Klein t-shirt in 6th grade, and they made me turn it inside out. What? Hold on 1 second. I'm here. Let me find this for us real quick. So that's rough. That's rough. Testing again. May you really kill him? Wow, that was said. What is that, Jeff? Just heartbreaking. Who is Cheez It champion? I have no idea. You know how it goes. You know how the internet is. Multiple people, all over the place. BK is not innocent. One second. Where the hell did it go? I had it pulled right there. Sweet child of mine. All right,
based on this information. Now, we have a match from a later
DNA
sample from him. But how did you get to that point? And so that's going to happen during trial. That's going to be a lot made of that during pre-trial. We already saw a challenge to the grand jury instructions, which the court denied. But there are going to be a lot of challenges to the evidence. At this point, we don't even know what evidence is ultimately going to be admissible in this case. That's going to be decided through motions in limine and other types of pretrial motions before we ever get to picking a jury.
The next piece to the puzzle for prosecutors, possible witnesses to the crime itself. We know 2 other roommates were at the off-campus apartment when the murders occurred. Investigators say one of the roommates came face to face with the killer.
It's certainly going to be an important piece of the trial. It's certainly going to be something that's going to be presented to this jury. But, it has the potential, almost, to work, in both ways, for the prosecution and for the defense.
According to a police affidavit, Dylan Moritzen came face to face with the alleged killer. moments after the gruesome stabbings of her friends. Moritzen told police she opened her door after hearing someone crying and saw a figure in black clothing and a mask that
Yeah, so in all reality, for that third time that she opened the door, DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in all black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular. So that was the third time, though. So after opening the door for the third time, she saw the figure clad in black clothing. So it was that third time, A lot of people ask, well, some people even have it so confused to the point where they think they seen him go up and down? No, she opened for the third time, and that's when she had seen that figure clad in black. That's that. Hold up, I'm officially the Grinch on the. Oh damn! What happened on the Grinch? The Grinch. What's going on here? Early night. Oh damn! I see them popping in by the boats. Okay, I see you. Yep, a lot of guys have bushy eyebrows, like me, for instance. I probably got some damn bushy eyebrows. Look at them bushy eyebrows. Bushy as hell, right? I mean, my eyes are bushy. But DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog could also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. So, also regarding the audio, I wonder what that audio is going to sound like. Because it says distorted already. So are you sure the thud came from that house? Because I don't know. But then again, they've only put a little bit of what Dylan said. So maybe they did hear noise and thuds and shit like that. And it's just not put out there yet. I don't know. People say Dylan's not innocent, but she definitely didn't do anything as of now. That's 100% a fact. She's absolutely not, you know what I mean? Like, where is her being fucked up at? What, the 8 hours? Her not calling that. If you think about it, somebody said it last night and it made sense. At 4, it was like 4 a.m., right? What do you do? Sleep for how long? Wake up around what, 11 o'clock? I don't know. They kind of made sense to me. Who said that last night? Was that Elvis that called in? Was it Blue Elvis? I think it was Blue Elvis that called in and said that. Somebody called in last night and said that. And it was a great point. Christmas should be every day. People need to learn to be kind 365, not just one day. That's what I want. People to be kind every day. Yeah, right. Exactly. And if you can't be kind, then I guess don't talk, right? Initial inspection of Maddie's room. No knife she's seen. This should be on multiple body cams because remember, they all had body cams for loud music calls. So they say it was partially under Maddie. We'll see. Will it be on body cam? Somebody told. I was actually looking on Twitter today, and they said, "Wow, they just showed somebody's something in the courtroom," and I was like, "They do that though. You got to expect that, especially when you're watching." He said JLR got caterpillars. The dude they interviewed at Banfield had Willie Mammoth for eyebrows. The BK got distinctive eyebrows. How distinctive? This distinctive right here to the point where they're like this. Let me show you. Like this? Is this how bushy they are? I mean, is that what we're looking at? BK's bushy eyebrows? Look at them things. Look like a headlight. Oops, my bad. It definitely looks like a headlight. Look at that. That's crazy looking. I'm dead. I'm serious. I mean, those are some bushy eyebrows right there, aren't they? Are they bushy enough for you? What else do we got here? Oh, they love this picture. I cannot believe that's the same Elantra. Goldberg lawyer says, let's see if this document opens. I want to read it. Why is it not opening? Open with. Weird. I can't even open it. I wanted to read this document, but it's not letting me open it. Okay. There we go. And then here's like, okay. Oh, yeah, no, I don't want to delete it. Close this file out. Why are you acting weird? Oh, it's probably because I need to restart my computer. It's got to update. I just totally almost choked on my noodles when I'm looking at the screen. Are you trying to kill me? What? When you see those eyes? You know he started manscaping those brows. Monique says Dylan did not stay in her room the whole time. You have to go to the bathroom at some point. I'm not buying her story. But it was 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning, though. So when I go to bed, honestly, I don't get up and go piss. Excuse my language, but I'm just thinking of honestly, like I don't get up and I don't wake up out of my sleep and go piss. I've never been one of those people. I've never been one of those people. So between 3-4 o'clock in the morning, it's the end of the night. They were out, etc. I think she passed out. Yeah, right. You don't go to bed. BK. BK went to the barber. He said BK went to the barber next week. I bet he got his hair and brows both cut. Oh yeah, that's right. We did hear that voicemail, right? Speaking of, I gotta plug in a tree. I found extension cords, but pregnancy brain. Pregnancy brain. I keep forgetting. Thank you, fan, for reminding me. Oh, I didn't know you were pregnant right now. Congratulations. I just peed in my bed.
Oh my God.
Damn. I just pee in my bed. Wow. I don't normally either. I do, but I'm about 7 months in, no choice at times. Yeah, that makes sense. It does make total sense. Kimberly says, I don't get up in the middle of the night. If I'm out, I'm out. Not everyone does. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't. I've never really have. You know? You don't ever have to wake up and piss? That's wild, bro. Wait till you get older.
Oh my God. Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Let me say, wait till you get older. I have a problem? Who has a problem? We have a problem? You got a problem? What's going on? Oh, okay. All this whizzing conversation? Is that right, Willa? What? He said he needs some roundup. Dude, I am older. Kimberly said, I am older. Like, what are you trying to say? Let me open this back up because I want to talk about this too. Let's go through this, right?
How are you?
I want to capture one thing because remember the supposed blood on the wall. That's what I want to get a better shot at when they're. Hold up here. Okay, so there's the wall right there. That's a good shot there. It's hard to see, but I don't see no stains on that wall. See if they get another shot. Okay, hold up. Yeah, they do turn right there. Damn it. You can't really see. All right, let's play it. I remember getting a close up on this part right here, right? There's no blood or whatever. You know how they said there's blood on the foundation of this building, right? I'd never seen it until afterwards. Like we went back and seen this body cam footage of Kaylee. I remember, I think it was Jeff zoomed in on it, and we ended up looking at the picture, and there was that's what was on that foundation wasn't there on that body cam. So if you go back and look at it, you'll see that it's not there. Even if you're drinking a lot, you could sleep for 67 hours without whoa.
Oh my God!
TMI.
Till I make them bounce up and down like a Mac 10. Bap, bap, bap.
Bro, Mark. Mark, what are you? That was nasty. Mark. He said, Monique said, y'all got played. Who got played? Who got played? Wasn't me. I bet you that just woke someone up, though. And I thought I could see. Huh? Okay, let me get back in this folder real quick. Boom. Look at this right here. Stalker's Paradise, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this Stalker's Paradise right here. Oh, shit. Hold up. I just figured something out. Okay, so this is Kaylee's room, right? She's got a good vibe sign in there too, huh? So I want to bring back something real quick. And I want you guys to tell me if this is Kaylee's room. I'm serious because now I'm curious. So let me pull this up. Now I know that right there on that balcony was Kaylee's room, correct? So let's open this up. No, this is the wrong one. Wrong one. I need the other one. Let me open it up real quick because I want to compare and see if that's the same spot that they were taking a picture at, or if it's the stairwell, because there's one spot where there's a good vibe sign. It looks just like that, and it could be the living room, but I just want to see because that angle that they got this shot right here from is a pretty clean angle. And if you have a camera, you can, you know what I mean? Let's see. You said, I know why. Or hold on, what? I know why are you whispering? What? Who's whispering? What we saw yesterday. Who the hell's whispering? Yeah. So I want to tell you about this one thing. Like, seriously. That's whispering to me. That's whispering to me. No way. Something must have been covering my mic then, because I definitely was not whispering. Whispering is, yeah, I gotta tell you a secret about this. About my life, you know what I mean? Like that's whispering to me. I would maybe talking low, if anything. Where the heck is this footage at? Okay, there it is. Boom. All right, now let's skip through here. I want to get to this because I think that possibly is that the balcony? No, it's not. That part's not. It's over here where she takes a picture. I'm just curious to if it is. No. Okay. So that part right there is by the stairwell. That's not Kaylee's room. Keep going because it's this part right here. Now, is this the balcony? And is that Kaylee's room? And I say that because I'm dead curious, right? I'm super, super curious about that. Let's pull that back up one more time. Okay. Maybe I can make this a little bit bigger. I can't tell if this is it or not, but I don't think it is because I don't see any branches right there. You know, I see leaves in the other shot, but I don't think it is. What do you think? May Quinn Kelly, what? Can't tell, right? That's what I'm saying. My bad. No wonder you can't tell. Let's go ahead and do this. I didn't even realize I didn't have full screen on. I'm also looking at my other monitor too, so let me minimize this a little bit and then make it bigger. Okay, that's just weird. I need to go back to Windows 11 because this doesn't run right on Windows 10. I can't tell if that's the balcony or not. Right? I can't tell. Can you?
Bing bang.
I don't know though, because there's branches in both. Actually, there's a branch right here. So could this be the room? Now, look, that's a good vibe sign, and obviously that's a good vibe sign, right? But this is like so far zoomed up that I can't tell. But I feel like we would be able to see the balcony standing, right? If somebody was recording, you'd see that balcony, correct? Just curious. I think it is. I'm just because I'm curious if this is Kaylee's room that they're standing in taking pictures, or is this the actual hallway still? Because there is a good vibe sign in Kaylee's room right here, and I totally forgot about that. Look at that. That's Kaylee's room. That's the balcony, and there's a good vibe sign there. Ping pong. Oh, T-REV was just kind of talking low. Yeah, I was definitely talking low. Waking up to alive makes waking up so much better. Thank you, Allison. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love my dog so much. That's all I need. I have huskies. A couple of them are really nice, but the others are not at all. So they will trick you as a group. Love huskies. Blue eyes. I think it's the second floor. Okay, so you kind of think it's this one right here. You know, the shots are changing from all over the place, so it's kind of like, you know, hard to tell what direction. Kind of blurry. 2 signs. Yep. One in Kaylee's room, 100%. There's that infamous handprint. I know you can see it right now. Infamous handprint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know people reported it. It looks there's a thumb right there too. In here, yeah. I can see that. I think it's the living room too. Okay. NT's app and bottle jeans.
Oh my God.
It is hard to tell, and that's the part I'm talking about right there. But they switched. Like that right there was the stairs for sure. Because look, you can see him move. It's definitely okay. So let's look for that vent with the other shot right here. Let's see if we can see that vent. Okay, that's right under here. Maybe is that an air conditioner right under there? Huh. Curious. Okay. That's cool. think it's the living room too. Sorry. Curiosity killed a cat, and I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. He said screen was off the rear porch window and forensics and pics seen Dustin in the window to prints pics. Easy to find on Google Images. I do miss having a dog though. Grew up with 2 Rotties. I love Rottweilers. Had my Rottweiler was named Tara. That you said that were just most loving dogs everything unless you broke in to hurt the family. They were just big old babies. Yeah, no doubt. Don't kill the cat. I don't know anyone that kills cats. That's crazy. I remember back in the day though, when I was at my grandma's, the neighbor over there threw a cat in the fire, and I just never could look at that dude. I just never could see that dude again. Like I was literally over there hanging out, right? I'm over there hanging out with, and I had to be 9 or 10 years old, and I remember like I seen this dude throw a kitten in the fire. Like a kitten came up and walked up to him. He just picked the kitten up and put her in the fire. And that shit just broke me. And I never went back over there ever again. I told my grandma, I was like, I don't want to go over there no more, grandma. He put a cat in the fire and she went over there and snapped. My grandma went over there and flipped out. My Mima did. She snapped. Talk about a raging and snapping. Like if you like a piece on a balcony picture, you might be onto something. Oh, I feel if you look for that red piece on the left of the side of the balcony picture, you might be on. Okay, I see. Yeah, we'll definitely have to take another look because there's other pictures of that balcony. That's just one of the best ones. That's sick. Poor cat. Horrible. That shit broke me. I just I love animals too much. That I couldn't. Nah. Uh. Yeah, definitely something in the making. The dude is already older anyways, probably 40s, 50-year-old. I was 9, 10. Serial killer in the making. That sad poor cat. How could anyone hurt an animal? I don't understand it either, Terry. People beat the shit out of animals. Right? They beat the shit out of them and then send them to these places where they get euthanized if nobody adopts them. So it's like poor, but I think a lot of you guys should check out what is it called? What's the app? It's called Treats. I think it's called Treats. I'd have to look. I'm pretty sure it's called Treats, and you can adopt I think for $1 you feed. It's for $1. It gives them 7 meals. It gives the animal that you adopt them through the app too, by the way. And you can go to any local shelter and help them, right? So you can do it through the app through your phone. It's called Treats. Play and impact, like right here, it says play and impact real dogs. So you're really helping dogs out. It's a really good thing, honestly. I think it's awesome. I wish they made one for cats too, and just all other animals that get sent to these, SPCAs and they die and get euthanized, and it's pretty sad. Yeah, we're still live right now. We're still live right now. We're still live right now. May says, so you're telling me that Koberger's sisters and mom and dad are more quiet than Cassie Laundry? I have no idea. Only M. What's going on? Love spending my day working from home with all you guys. We've been on for almost 6 hours. But Let me see. It's about to be 6. It's about to be 6 a.m. and I actually have a meeting with something this morning. Let me see. Play that clip from. Oh yeah, let's play that real quick. Hold on. I'm pulling it up right now. Let me pull it up right now. 38. What? Let's pull it up. Here we go. Here it is. 30
At first.
Oh, at 33. My bad. 33. You said put it on 33.
The reason I think it happened is because he wanted to. That's what he wanted to do. He
Oh, I
wanted
will.
to commit a murder.
I will. It's about content. It's about content, so I got to do that. But and also we got a video dropping today, and again, I will be live again tonight. So the routine will, stay flowing.
Brian Kohberger's defense attorneys argue there's a lack of evidence linking their client to the students.
The defense is claiming that the defendant, Brian Kohberger, and the victim.
Hold up. So hold up. It was 33. Did I have it on the right spot? 3358. 3358, which is right here.
They believe they had found a possible connection through Instagram and immediately took these screenshots.
From our investigation of the account, it appeared to be the real Brian Kohberger account.
So it appeared to be the real Brian Kohberger account. I have to pause it or else they will kill the live. Period. If I don't pause it, they will smoke it. Hey, did you ever do the doc with Paramount? Yes, coming this month. How'd you know? This month.
Among the people this account was following were Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez, in addition to several people with the name Kohberger.
But when we looked through those, it appeared to have other family
But don't tell nobody I told you that.
members that were related to him.
At first, Steve, who works in IT, was skeptical, thinking someone created a fake account immediately following Kohberger's arrest.
All right, we got to pause that. I got to pause it for 1 second. Yes, let it play. I would, or else they'll knock this whole live down. So I have to pause it. Though. He know it. Maybe who was there. Maybe he would. Maybe he wait. Somebody was with somebody, but alone he didn't. Sarah says, I think I know why FBI went back to the house. Right before that, I showed some evidence from Facebook or from Facebook to police that BK might be connected to a guy I know. Maybe they looked for his DNA there.
Oh my God.
We need to get an online bullhorn started. Make sure you guys click up at the top too. Right up top, Ellen Greenberg, the story of Ellen Greenberg. In fact, you know what? Let me see something. One second, ladies and gentlemen. I got something for you. Show more, right? It won't let you do that, though. How do you do that? I was trying to figure out because usually it'll let you. Usually it'd let me throw you guys into. If I wanted, I could release it right now and have it go boom and switch right over, right? Can't wait to see the Paramount doc. Can't wait for you guys to see it either. Where's this at? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out this feature here because I want you guys to be able to. What is that? No. We encountered a problem? What do you mean you encountered a problem? Hold up. It says we encountered a problem. That's crazy. Like, no doubt says we encountered a problem. What problem did you encounter? The heck? Hold up, I'm trying to get you guys something real quick. Give me 1 second. Trial of the century. No. Choose specific video. Says redirects allow you to keep viewers engaged across multiple events, add a live stream, or premiere for people that after yours ends. Well, I want to let me do that. That's weird. My YouTube was tripping earlier. Shit, that scared me. Pickle says, yeah, another creator got Steve to respond to him, twisted and turned his words for content. They had to put out a statement. Yeah, I seen it. I read it earlier too. Getting the kid ready for school. Well, that won't be a first. I don't know, but again, I don't know why this is not showing up. I'm having a problem right now, and I don't like it. Why is this video not showing up? Okay, it did now. So let's see if I can get it to redirect, right? I want to be able to redirect you guys to something. But it's not letting me. Oh, well, I'll try it. I'll figure it out next time. But I appreciate everybody that came by in today's live. I'm about to get off right now, 6 o'clock. I have some stuff to do at 8. So I will talk to you guys in a little bit and see you guys later on. Thank you. Love you guys. And until the next time, I'll see you on the next one.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.